And good morning and welcome to the 2024 Midwest U Championships here at Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria, Minnesota. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage once again for the 9th consecutive season. Ken, welcome back to NDBowlTV.
Always a pleasure to be here, especially in this bowling center. Going to be a fun day filled with a lot of good bowling.
And if you are joining us here bright and early, please, as always, let us know how everything sounds, how everything looks. We are trying out our new setup here at the Midwest U Championships with an additional camera, so we are going to cover 4 lanes of action here this morning. We are going to start with the cashers round and then move on into the bracket round, which will then determine the final 4 for the stepladder finals in each division. While we are waiting for the players here to finish up their warm-ups, let's go over the format of the tournament. Started on Friday. There are 5 total qualifying squads. There is a 6-game block in each squad. You can enter as many squads as you would like. You can only qualify once in a given division. Since there is a handicap division, you can enter the scratch or handicap division, but you can only qualify in one. All pins do carry over to today. Like I said, re-entries are allowed. So then what will happen today is a 4-game cashers round, and those scores will add to your qualifying total. After the 4 games this morning, the top 2 in each division will be seeded in the stepladder finals automatically. Then the next 8 players in each division will go into a bracket of single-game matches, where the final 2 that are left will be the 3 and 4 seeds in the stepladder finals. At that point, we will start with the girls' open division final, follow that up with the handicap division, and then cap everything off with the boys' scratch division later on this afternoon. Ken, do you want to go over some qualifying scores? I believe right in front of us now, we are going to have the boys division in front of us for the entire cashers round. They're just going to rotate along, so we get the top 4 qualifiers will then be on our TV pair, what in game 4?
Yes, because they start on 7 and 8, so 1 through 4 will be on our pair last. So we will see the top 16. No, I take that back, top 20 on our 2 pairs, because 17 through 20 are on our right pair, which includes defending champion Trey Hennigsmeyer.
You see him there about to throw a shot on 15.
And yep, right in front of us, we will get all of our sheets here soon. We've got a couple, but we're still waiting on a bunch. But we will have, if I can get this right, Landon Myers, who looks like he's on throwing on 13, Trevor Rama, Hayden Podlucky, and Keaton Bieri. Excuse my pronunciation because we haven't seen our sheets that show exactly that, but we've got those 4. So cut for the boys division, they took 35 into today. And that cut was 1078, so minus 122.
Which brings up, we should probably let you guys know what the pattern is, because like Ken just alluded to, the scores are probably as low as we've ever seen here at the Midwest U Championships. A pattern was put together by Nevin and the crew here at Garden Center Lanes. As you can see, it is a 1.7 to 1, I do believe. Is that what that is, or is that a 5?
I remember reading it. I think it's a 1.75 to 1.
So very difficult. 39-foot pattern, about 28 mils volume. They'll be bowling on today.
Yeah, and the way that it seemed to play out, and you can kind of see it with how practice has been, is the gutter is in play, and there's a lot of urethane going down the lane right now. So you can see the bumper. I think I saw Aiden over here, who's on 12, throwing out to the gutter at about 25 feet, and it went Brooklyn. So there's a bit of a hook spot out there, but otherwise the middle is pretty flat and could make for some interesting ball reactions today, we'll say.
I do agree, and one thing to keep in mind is during the qualifying squads, all 3 divisions are put together on the squad, so they're all intermingled during those qualifying squads. But on the cashers round, which we are about to be underway here in a moment, they are all separated into their respective divisions. So I do expect these lanes to break down quite a bit different than the players did see yesterday. So keep that in mind. Charles Callan, thank you for tuning in, and thank you for letting us know how everything looks and sounds. I do appreciate that. Again, we're running a little bit different setup here for NDBowlTV today.
And always amazing how quiet a bowling center can get, too.
That is true. It was really loud there when everyone was practicing, but our cashers round is underway. Again, 4 games. This is game number 1. And after this game, we will cut to essentially the top 10 in every division, with the top 2 automatically going to the stepladder finals, so they will get a break. Momentarily this morning, we will be joined by PBA Tour champion Mitch Hupé, so stay tuned for that.
But going over some of the qualifying scores as we were starting to, boys division said -122 was the cut to currently get into the top 10. That was Aiden Porcheller at 12:55. So there were some scores out there. Dawson Unrath led the way, shooting 1350 in, I believe, the final block last night. And he's got a 4-pin lead over Braden Malish at 1346. Landon Jordan at 1319. 2-time champion Zach Andreessen at 1318. Dawson Peterson 1315 are our top 5. And then,
I know you and I talked about it, but those top 5, along with a couple really good bowlers over in the girls division, we have a lot of talent in the building. I do believe we counted 4 or 5 Junior Team USA members are in attendance bowling today, as well as winners of several titles, like you said here with Zach's 2 titles here at the Midwest Youth.
Yep. They're getting better and better as, they go. We've seen a lot of these kids for quite a few years, and it's impressive every year. It said Zach, 2-time champ, Trey, our defending champ over here to our right. We'll get a shot at the girls. We have 2 Team USA members over at the girls, I think it is. Or is it just 1? Not positive, but yeah, it's impressive. But yeah, with the boys, 10th place at 12:55, and I mean, you can go down to, the 20th spot, where if you can put some games together, you still have a chance. Get over to the girls division, and leading the way at an impressive 13:08, Gianna Brandolino.
Newcomer here this year. It's the first time we've seen her here at the Midwest Youth.
Yep, put together a really good block that would sit her in 6th place in the boys division, which that's pretty good. Second, we have Junior Team USA member Brooke Salzman and defending champion, or past champion, I believe.
I wouldn't be surprised if Gianna has made Junior Team USA as well. That one, not completely sure, but yes, Brooke has won here before.
Yep, Brooke at 12:46. You go down to 3rd, Olivia Baskin, 11:76. Elizabeth Rittenauer, 11:73, and 2-time champion Kira Maxim at 11:69, rounding out the top 5. There is a 3-way tie for 8th, which would include the 10th spot at 10:67, and then down to Alyssa Hessler at 10:14, which was the cut number. So
yeah, again, we're going for the top 10 in every division. Essentially, advances to at least the bracket round, and then the top 2 get that bye into the stepladder finals. So there's essentially 2 cuts here this morning.
Yep. Yeah. So some people might be looking at that 10th spot, just trying to make it to the bracket, because as we've seen, you get to the bracket and anything can happen. And there might be some other people that are looking at, hey, can I sneak my way into the top 2 with a good morning set? And, you know, that way you're guaranteed, at worst, a 3rd place finish, which is still going to be, you know, I believe $1,000+ scholarship in every division. And then you get to the handicap side, which these numbers are with the total handicap. So leading the way was Lucas Steinman at 1349, Zaley Clark 1329, Avery Wilson 1294, Miles Free at 1290, and Desiree Galbraith, excuse that pronunciation, 1275 is your top 5. 10th place, I'm going to screw this one up for sure. We'll say Hounds Short. When we get that sheet, we'll make that correction at 1239, and then that gets us down to Jace Sighthammer at 1184, which was the cut. So only 50 pins between 10th place and the cut number in the handicap division, so really tight there. It makes for some interesting battles to make the top 10 over there.
Yep, and Charles Callan says his daughter won from the 10th spot a few years ago. Anything can happen. That is true. You must be father of Anna Callan, who I believe won a junior gold at some point as well. Very talented bowler. Good to see you in the chat room, and thank you for tuning in.
Yep.
And again, if you're just joining us, if you'd be so kind as to share our stream on social media, let everyone know that we are live, kicking off another season here on NDBowlTV. New season, new logo, everything else. Again, game 1 of our cashers round, 1 of 4. After these 4 games, we cut to 10. And again, the top 2 will get that stepladder finals automatic berth as the 1 and 2 seeds. The next 8 will move on to a bracket, single game matches to determine the 3 and 4 seeds. If you have any questions, you're in the chat room, want to know where your favorite bowler is standing at the moment, just let us know. I believe we had, 35 in the boys division advance. How many did we have in the other 2 divisions?
Girls was 14, and the handicap division was 24. So
yeah, roughly 70, 75 people in the building at the moment bowling.
Yeah, I think Nevin said, what was the final number?
390 some entries, 80 some entries, something like that.
Yeah, somewhere in the high 300s, which was a significant jump from about the 315 mark, which from last year. That just shows how big this tournament is reaching around here.
Yeah, a big shout out to Nevin and the entire crew here at Garden Center Lanes. It definitely takes a village to run this thing, and there are so many great volunteers, as well as the ownership here at Garden Center Lanes. Can't thank them enough for trusting us with their tournament. So shout out to them. Brian McLean, thank you for joining us in the chat room. Is there results posted anywhere? Where was Avery Wilson?
Yeah, Avery Wilson was 3rd in the handicap division at 1294, only 35 pins back from 2nd, which would be the automatic berth into step ladders.
So Avery's in good shape heading into the cashers round this morning. We will try to keep you updated on how they're doing as the block progresses here.
Yeah, and there is a Midwest Youth Championship Facebook page that Nevin does post all of these scores on. So if you are curious, you can go on there and see everything as well.
Yep, just search Midwest Youth Championships on Facebook and you should find it. With the logo that we have posted there on the bottom in the middle, that is their official logo, so you'll see the page with that on it. I would agree with Charles Callan in the chat room that all youth need to put this one on their calendar to bowl. Let's talk quick about money. Every year they give out over $30,000 in scholarships at this tournament, including a $5,000 scholarship to the winner of the boys division, and I do believe the girls and handicap divisions, they give out $3,000.
Yes, girls is $3,000 as well as the handicap, and just for making the stepladder finals in each division, you'll get minimum $1,000 scholarship.
So a tremendous amount of money that has been raised by the local association here, the Alexandria USBC, as well as everyone here at Garden Center Lanes. A phenomenal event and an opportunity for kids of all ages, really, with the scratch and handicap divisions available. And then with re-entries, you really can't go wrong. With 5 different squads, there are some bowlers in the building that bowled all 5 squads because there is that advantage to having that top qualifying score and hoping to get that automatic berth into the stepladder finals.
Yeah, I think Nevin was saying there's a handful of bowlers that just automatically sign up for all 5 right away without even worrying about their score for the first shift, because at worst, it gets you experience on the pattern, and you know, these kids are so smart that they're going to be able to figure things out, learn things the more they bowl. And you know, we talked to Trey Hendricksmeyer a little bit this morning, and you know, he had some insight in how the pattern played, and yeah, you know, just that amount of games on this, just they're going to be good. Like, they're going to figure it out. You know, they're too good not to.
One thing to consider as well is on Thursday and Friday night, they do hold an adult youth doubles side event. And that was won by Dylan Aboa and Nolan Bach. Nolan received a $1,000 scholarship for winning that one. And those 2 squads, what was the winning score of that?
1508.
And that's with handicap, so it is a handicap thing. But they had full squads both Thursday and Friday night, so it's a pretty big thing. How many total entries was it maxed out?
They show 102 on the pages that Nevin gave me, and they paid 21. So, yeah, I mean, 1,000 for first, you know, 750 for second. You know, you're getting $100 if you finish 11th.
Wow. So another opportunity to win scholarship money here at the Midwest Youth Championships with that adult youth doubles event. So when you come out here, make sure you sign up for that. And I do believe the featured professional bowls in that as well. I do think Mitch Hupe was around 10th or something like that.
Yeah. He bowled with Chase. I don't want to pronounce that.
McBuyer or Bykar.
Yeah, sure. That sounds close enough.
Okay, yeah, he bowled with him, so opportunity there.
Yeah, no, they finished in 9th. Really solid showing. I don't know if he bowled it again or not, but I'm not seeing his name. Oh, he did with Lucas Steinman, and, you know, a respectable score, 1277, but a lot of good scores, so.
And another thing to note too is all bowlers, all entries receive a 900 global bowling ball at this tournament as well. This year the ball of choice was the 900 global Sublime, so every entrant did receive that, as 900 Global is one of the premier sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships. So yet another reason to come on out to Alexandria next summer if you don't have this on your radar already. I think we talked to Nevin, and next year's dates are, what, 7th through 10th?
Yeah.
So same weekend in August next year.
It's usually that second weekend in August, and been pretty consistent with that. But most of these kids, you would imagine, are bowling all throughout the summer. I know when I was their age, I did.
Yep, and they just had junior gold about 3-4 weeks ago, as well as the youth open. And then you got guys like Trey Hendricksmeyer. He's even bowling PBA regionals and winning in his first attempt. He won a PBA regional this summer out in Wisconsin.
Yep, no big deal.
And then I do believe Zach and Braden were both overseas in Korea for a couple weeks, bowling a World Youth event for Team USA.
That's pretty impressive. Got, just looking around at some scores real quick, got a big game over here on 15, and I jinxed it.
All right, Tatum, that one's on Ken.
Yeah, didn't take very long today. I mean, still, though, he's got 250 on the board, even if he doesn't spare the Greek church, but...
And that is one name to keep an eye on. He is from my area up in Minot, North Dakota. Tatum is only 13. Last year, he finished in the top 5 of junior gold in the under 12 division. This year, he did make the cut, and I believe he was just shy of making it to the bracket round. So, very talented young man right there. Keep an eye on him because he's only 13. He's going to be out here for a while.
Yeah, when you're qualifying in the top 20 of this tournament in the boys division at 13, that's pretty impressive, we'll say.
And I know we were talking to Nevin last night, and there's a few big-time bowlers who are bowling their final Midwest Youth here today. Zach Andreessen, 2-time winner. This will be his final one, I believe. Braden Malish, Lucas Herzrud. All 3 of those guys will be bowling in their final Midwest Youth. I do believe the rule is 20 is the oldest you could be as of August 1st. Well, from my feedback so far, I do believe everyone can see the scores pretty clearly. Everything is looking pretty good and sounding good, so I do appreciate that. Thank you all for tuning in early here on this Sunday morning. The 9th annual Midwest Youth Championships here in Alexandria, Minnesota.
We got a pretty big game in front of us. Trevor Ralma's going to shoot 279, I think, with a strike here.
Yeah, with the scores as low as they were yesterday, these big games are going to go a long way.
That's going to jump him up in conversation for a top 2 spot, because looking down towards the top boys, nothing really high yet.
230 max up there for, looks like Dawson Peterson. He is looking at a spare in the, well, they're putting up a split, so it was a 4-9, so he had to have the 9 respotted there on lane 9.
Yeah, not a lot there. Ooh, one of our top 4 is having a rough go of it. Couple Dutch games. Ooh, 2 of our top 4 not having a great game, it looks like. So he might be coming down to the pack a little bit, and that can make things interesting.
Oh, one thing to note, we did talk, like you said, to Trey Hendricksmeyer this morning before Shadow Balls did start, and he talked about how he thinks the breakdown is going to be a little bit easier for the boys since they are all bowling together. He thinks the urethane going down the right side may create hold down lane. and in turn make them a little bit easier. As we alluded to earlier, the qualifying rounds, all 3 divisions are bowling together and scattered across the 34-lane house. Whereas today, the divisions are separated. So we will see different breakdowns as this Cashers round continues. Again, we had fresh oil this morning. They will keep the burn for the bracket round, and then once we enter the stepladder finals, each division will get a freshly oiled pair for their respective stepladder. And a heck of a break there for Trey on lane 16, tripping out the split for a strike.
Solid 224. He's going to need a couple more of those, though. Brandon Cryer's got 230 over here.
We will be seeing him and Aiden Portscheller, as well as a couple others. Moving on to our featured pairs here in game 2. The rotation is move a pair to the right. So by the time we get to game 4, we will see our top 4 players. And in game number 4, we will see essentially 1 through 8 in front of us.
Go to France with 230 possible. That would be a big boost because he's got some work to do. But with, a 150, a 160, Aiden over here on 12 has only got 140 on the board. So while there is some scores out there, there's also some not great scores. It shows the volatility of a 175 to 1 pattern.
And based on years past, we do end up getting our scores updated rather quickly. Nevin and the crew tend to get us those standings usually by the 3rd or 4th frame of the next game. So we'll have updated standings here shortly. And again, if you are watching and want to know how a particular bowler is doing, especially down in the girls open division and the handicap division, since they will not be on our featured pairs in the Cashers round, just let us know in the chat room. Send me a message on the Facebook page and we will let you know how they're doing. If you want to stay up to date on all things NDBowling.com and NDBowlTV, please head on over to Facebook, search NDBowling.com and give our page a like. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing here on YouTube. That does help us quite a bit. Please hit that thumbs up button. We have a brief break here while we wait for player movement. Gives us an opportunity to thank the tournament sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships, which includes right here Garden Center Lanes and Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill, the Alexandria area USBC, Bremer Bank, Apparel EFX, 900 Global, Viking Coca-Cola, and Broadway Ballroom and Event Center, which is connected here to Garden Center Lanes. So a big thank you to them. And bringing it on into the booth, I'm Darren Sini. This is Ken Fletcher.
Oh yeah, the camera's over here.
Live. As you can see, the backdrop has the old logo on it, so you can see out with the old, in with the new. Just haven't changed the backdrop yet, but we will momentarily. Thank you all for tuning in as we kick off game number 2 of the Cashers round this morning. Looks like Ethan Kraus, Brandon Cryer, Aiden Portscheller. Who's our 4th bowler on this pair? Do we know?
Where are we at? So Brandon Cryer, Aiden Portscheller, Ethan Kraus, and Lucas Herzard is our 4th.
All right. They will be moving it here to 13 and 14 as everyone moves a pair to the right. Brandon Cryer is out of the cities. He's the son of John Cryer, who just recently got into the Minnesota USBC Hall of Fame. Aiden Portscheller, I know he is from out in the Bismarck-Mandan area. Lucas Herzrud from Moorhead area.
Well,
Ethan Kraus out of Wisconsin.
trying to sort through our sheets to see if I can find everyone. There's our fourth.
Okay. Yeah, Ethan Kraus is 18 out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Won the Badger State Games 3 years ago, 3 years in a row. Very nice. Brandon Cryer out of New Brighton, Minnesota. Has 2,800s and 3 CBA titles already. Pretty impressive there, as CBA is a monthly tournament series that happens in the cities for the adults, and he's already won 3 titles, so very talented individual there. Aiden Portscheller, 2023 and North Dakota State High School Singles Champion. 24 North Dakota State Scratch All Events Champion and doubles. So quite a few accolades there for Aiden. He's 18 out of Bismarck. He is going to Wichita State University, so good luck to him. And then Lucas Herzrud, 19 out of Glendon, Minnesota, which is right outside of Moorhead. He goes to St. Ambrose, member of their bowling team, and an individual you and I are very familiar with, and so is the NDBowlTV community, as he won the 10-game marathon back in January up in Minot.
And has been a regular on our show here as well.
That is true. Still looking for his first win here. I know he's made the stepladder finals a couple of times here in Alexandria.
I got one stack sorted at least.
I think we got made fun of one year by Tom Doherty for having a very terrible filing system here on NDBowlTV, and now we've changed it ever since, so shout out to Tom.
Well, they kind of get thrown to us in no particular order, we'll say, so trying to get all of them properly sorted can be a little challenging.
Again, game number 2 of 4. And after the 4th game, we will cut to the top 10 in each division. The top 2 in each division automatically go to the stepladder finals. The next 8 go into a bracket. Single game matches. And once we get to 2 people left, they will be the 3 and 4 seeds. In their respective stepladder finals, again, the champion of the boys division will receive a $5,000 scholarship, and the winner of the handicap and the girls open division will receive a $3,000 scholarship. The differences there are probably heavily weighted on the amount of entries in each division, as the boys open division draws, I'm guessing, considerably more entries than the other 2.
Yeah, if you're looking at it, so our girls division had 71 entries. The handicap division was at 122, And then the boys division alone was 177, so about even split between the boys and then the other two combined.
All right, so if you were wondering why the differences in the top payout, that would be my guess as the main reason. And again, the total prize money this weekend given out is over $30,000. So big thank you to the Alexandria area USBC and all the folks here at Garden Center Lanes for their hard work in raising all these funds to have this event for all these kids. It's been mentioned once and we'll mention it again. I believe this is the premier youth event in the Upper Midwest.
I don't think there can be any question of that, at least, in our nearby area, it's second to none.
And the amount of talented individuals that are making considerable drives to get out here. A couple new big names that we noticed when we first got here, Landon Jordan and Gianna Brandolino, are two very talented individuals that made the trip up here this year. I think just goes to show how big this tournament has gotten and how well of a job they do here at Garden Center Lanes. All right, Brian says Avery Wilson is from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Very nice. That is a considerable drive as well. I know a few people from Thunder Bay as they have bowled up in Winnipeg at the Manitoba Open. Another great tournament up there. Looks like we have a visitor joining us here shortly. So and joining us now is PBA Tour champion Mitch Hoope. Mitch, can you hear me?
I can. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, and welcome to NDBowlTV. And I know this might be a shock to people out there, but it's not your first time on NDBowlTV.
No, it's not, and hopefully not my last.
It was, I believe, I looked back in the archives, I think it was 2018. We had you on the show up in Winnipeg.
Was that the last time?
I'm not sure. I know in 2018 you made the ladder with, that was the year Matt McNeil won it, AJ Chapman was in the ladder, Zach Wilkins. It's crazy to think back of how talented that step ladder was. But yeah, it definitely was on our show back then.
Yeah, that's right. I guess you guys haven't been there in a while, right? It's been a few years.
Yeah, ever since the COVID thing. You won the tournament the first year after COVID. I don't know if it was after COVID, but
okay.
I think they had the 2021. We were there, and then the COVID thing happened, and then you won in 21, correct?
I think so. I don't know the year exactly, but I won sometime after, I believe, after you guys stopped streaming it.
And wasn't the final, didn't you win with like a 160?
Oh, I think we had a combined game of under 300.
Like it was you and Jonathan Domingo, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, shout out to Jonathan Domingo. I did see that he was battling some health issues, so a big shout out to him.
I'm sure he's watching.
It's going well, and Jonathan, we're thinking about you. Mitch, we do appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. We're going to probably pick your brain throughout the cashers around here this morning, and if anyone in the chat has any questions for Mitch, please let us know. All right, looks like we have a scoring update. Ken, do you want to go over the handicap division scoring update for us?
Yeah, they're always the quickest. Let me just compare. So Lucas Steinman continues to lead, 1772. Desiree Galbraith made a little bit of a move there, up to second, 17:55. Hounds short, 17:48. Ryan Shira, 17:28, and Ruby Habiger at 16:90. Round out your top 5. Cut to 10th is Weston. I'm going to say Weston Reamer at 16:20, and
Avery Wilson. I know we have someone in the chat waiting for that score. So Avery Wilson at 16:55 and 9th.
Yep. So, again, I mean, with the handicap, there's so much volatility that anything can happen. I mean, you know, you're talking 14th place right now is only 30 pins out of 10th. So,
very nice. So, Mitch, we talked to Nevin yesterday, and he said you've been here since Thursday watching the squads.
Yep.
Basically, what have you seen out here with this pattern?
It looks tough.
Right?
They definitely didn't take it easy on these guys. Do you have the pattern with you? No.
Yeah, it's on the screen here. We'll flash it up
basically
quick.
1-to-1, isn't it? Like
Yeah,
this
157 or 175 to 1.
This is the kind of pattern we bowl on at like the U.S. Open, just to give the audience an idea. So what they're bowling on is not easy. They're testing the kids. It's good.
I agree.
They bowl on a lot of house shots, so it's nice to see them put to the test for sure on this.
If you were to see the graph on this, how would you go out and attack it without having bowled on it before?
So typically on the shorter, flatter patterns, what you see is, well, actually what you're seeing a lot here is a lot of urethane to the right to start. You basically, since the pattern itself doesn't have a lot of shape to it, you kind of have to use the topography to use the built-in shape of the lane. And if you guys are watching the live stream, you're seeing a lot of people hook it off the gutter, basically. So that's the built-in shape that they're going to use, at least to start. Not only do you use the shape to the right, but the urethane just tames down your ball reaction overall. So it typically keeps you out of trouble a little bit, and it actually can look kind of good. So probably start with urethane for 2 or 3 games. Once the oil starts to get pushed down, you know, the urethane starts to create hold in the middle of the lane. And now I don't see a lot of these guys doing it, but I think what I would do, or probably what you'd see a lot of tour players do, is they'd make a big jump left come game 4, 5, 6, and they would just increase the steepness to the fronts and use all that hold the urethane's created, because that friction to the right's still going to be there. So yeah, you get into a reactive ball, something maybe a little cleaner cover, with still like a stronger core, and you just start to shape it. That's what you see, you know, guys like EJ or Belmo, Simo, that's what they're so good at, and that's why they make every U.S. Open show.
Yeah, right? Yeah, and I would consider you one of the best like urethane players on tour, so take it from Mitch.
I'm pretty good when you play straight with it. Still trying to learn the curving, because playing straight with urethane isn't quite the play, at least on tour, too much of the time. So it's really the guys that can get into like 13, 14, 15th arrows with the urethane that are dominating with the urethane.
So has that changed at all with the new rules on tour, with the hardness rule?
A little bit. I don't think as much as they anticipated. Like, I think a lot of people were expecting urethane to just completely evaporate from the scene, but I mean, these are the guys on tour. Like, they'll just find another way to use it, right?
Yep.
So instead of playing a little bit further left than they're used to with like a pitch black or a purple hammer, they're just making the adjustment further right, and I mean, essentially doing the same thing.
I don't know who said it, but they said the biggest thing in the rule change was that they're just not in urethane for as long throughout an event. They kind of get out of it maybe a hair quicker, but they still use it almost exclusively to start blocks, and then just like you said, get left, go around it, shape it around it by using the hold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe a few frames less, maybe a game less, but be honest, like you walk into a bowling center at a tour event in the first game or two, you're probably seeing 80% urethane. It's just, I mean, let's face it, like it's just the best tool to use on a fresh pattern, especially if you're not too familiar with it. And the pros will jump all over that. They'll jump all over whatever benefit they can find or any advantage.
Yeah, I agree with that. Again, if you're just joining us, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, joined by PBA Tour champion Mitch Hoope. He is also an NDBowling.com major winner, believe it or not. Not very often we get the PBA pro in with us who is familiar to the area, but
I'd love to be a 2-time winner. You think they'll ever let me bowl in Minot one day?
you'd have to talk to Jeff. That's out of my hands. So Jeff, if you're listening,
Let me in.
yeah, a lot of good events up in the Minot area. We do have the Masters coming up here at the end of October. I believe it's October 27th. We will go live on the final day. That's right there. The NDBowlTV, the Masters, where the winner will take home a spot in the USBC Masters or the Senior Masters. If you are of age, you can elect to that as well. But that will be our next show live from Minot.
And we do have a scoring update for the girls division as well.
All right.
So Gianna Brandolino has extended the lead out to 105
Wow.
over
okay.
second. So 1540. Brooke Salzman holding steady in second, 1435. The drop to third, Kira Magson, 1362. Rachel Moore in fourth at 1361. Holly Orgeman at 1329 in fifth. And then down to Alyssa Hessler at 1172 as 14th. And 10th is 1267, so, I mean, it's still plenty of time and possibility for anybody there.
Mitch, in your time out here watching all these squads, did anybody really stand out to you with how they were playing them? Or
Yeah, I mean, you guys mentioned Gianna leading the squad. I got to watch her a little bit in qualifying, and yeah, she's impressive. It's definitely fun to watch. I'm watching her just peel it off a one, sending like absolute bird dog messengers at the 10-pin. Like, you don't see that a lot in women's bowling. So, yeah, she's definitely impressive. Definitely something to watch out for, in the years to come.
yeah, and they do have the dreaded twister pins here, which I'm sure you are very familiar with up at
yeah.
Chateau.
They don't seem as mean
Right.
as Chateau, here at least. Not as many 4-9s.
I have a love-hate relationship with Chateau for with the twister pins.
Yeah, I
and
think a lot of people do.
And the fronts, and how everything just wants to hook at your toes, and
It's a tough house.
it is. And shout out to Melody and all the folks up there at Chateau Lanes. I can't wait to head back there in January for the Manitoba Open.
Oh, are you officially back?
I bowl it.
Oh, you're just going to bowl it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I bowled it last year. The first year of the split squad thing was the first year I got to go up there for that. And looks like they're getting a lot of good entries with the new format, so I like what's happening up there.
Yeah. They're willing to adapt and change, do what's best for entries and best for the tournament.
And we got a boys sheet now. So taking over the lead is Dawson Peterson with 1540.
Okay.
Zach Andreessen up to second, 1537. Braden Malish, 1532. Landon Jordan, 1520. Dawson Unrath shooting 156 is 1506. Trevor Alma, who just shot 277 at 1505 and is about to shoot 260.
Wow.
So there's that. Brandon Cryer, 7th at 1502. Drake Wade, 1491. Nate Vanderbeek, 1488 is 9th. And then Ty Weiler in 10th at 1464. So still possible for any one of them. And I mean, you know, you're talking down to 20th at Micah Jensen, 1373 is still outside chance, but yeah, that's a lot tighter group than we normally see for our top couple spots.
I would agree with that. And again, we're going to bowl 4 games, cashers round this morning, and then they cut to the top 10 in each division. And we'll just put that up here. Here's our Sunday format. The top 2 after this cashers round will be the 1 and 2 seeds on the stepladder finals. The next 8 will enter a bracket for single game matches to determine the final 2 seeds. It is a 4-person stepladder.
Yeah, the one good thing about a tough pattern when the scores are typically lower is you pop off, a 500 for 2, you're jumping into that cut.
Yep.
And I don't want to say it's not out there. People have been throwing some big games, but
So when you're bowling on tour, do you tend to like the score fest better, or are you more of a U.S. Open, grind them out?
man, I don't know. In the past, I felt like I was a U.S. Open grinder, but I've struggled there the last couple of years. And then I've been bowling well in the score fest, so I don't know. Maybe you got to ask me in a couple months. See how this next season goes.
So how has the change to 900 Global? Because you were with Columbia 300 for the longest time.
Yeah, I was with Columbia for 7 years. So through the merger, I started off with Ebonite International, and then 3 years into that, 3 or 4 years into that, they of course got acquired by Brunswick, and I stuck with them through that merger, through that process. And then come this year, I just decided it was time for a change. I was at a point in my career where I just felt like I was getting kind of stagnant, I guess, and it didn't even really come down to the equipment. It was more so the resources. I felt like Storm had more resources for their players, and I didn't want it to be one of those things that if I were to retire in the next couple of years, I would always wonder what if I would have signed with Storm, right?
Yep.
So, but so far, I'm super happy with the change. Don't regret it at all. They've been everything that I was hoping for and more. So, yeah, super proud, super happy to be a part of a company like Storm. A company that sponsors stuff like this.
Yep. Yeah, and I will kind of echo that thought, because with NDBowlTV, we were with Ebonite for the longest time, like you said, through the merger and everything, and I got to the point where it was time to give the fans something different, and we contacted the folks at Storm, and they were generous enough to come on board. So big thank you to the folks at Storm for once again being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network, and SBI in general for what they've done for us. And like you said, they're top notch. They treat us so well.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Storm loves bowling, and they will do whatever they can in their power to help push and promote and support bowling. So yeah, I love to be a part of a company like that.
Yeah, and you were out in Utah not that long ago, and you shot some videos for the Harsh Reality Pearl. You went out there and won a regional in Utah,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah. At the end of last season, I was in 30th in points, still kind of not breaking through like I wanted to, and they said, come on down to the plant, like let's drill some balls, let's work with some reps, let's see what we can do to help get you to where you want to get to. So I jumped all over that, drove out there, and then while I was out there, I subbed at Nationals and at USBCs, since I was just basically in the area, and I wanted to get my 9 games in. I'd love to one day get that 20 years consecutive. Yep. Or 100,000 pins. Every time I bowl there, I just think, hey, 2,000 at a time.
Yep.
2,000 pins at a time. We'll get to 100,000.
Or in our case, 1,800 at a time.
I don't know if I can keep that pace for too long. And then they told me there was a regional in the area, and I said, well, I'm here, may as well. And I won that. So some of the work we were putting in, some of the balls we drilled, immediately came into effect. So that was great. It's
nice.
Definitely a confidence booster, and just makes you trust in the process a little bit more.
Yeah. I did enjoy the videos where you and the guys were out bowling with the Harsh Reality Pearl. That was very neat.
Yeah, they were trying to just, do some newer, different marketing ideas, and so one of them being, let's try and make a video for those people that practice after league, right? The people that put in the extra time, the people that look into bowling ball numbers and care about that stuff. Like, let's try to make a ball for them.
I've yet to drill my Harsh Reality Pearl. I have one sitting at home, but
I like it.
Yep.
I like those kind of bowling balls.
What's your basis on drillings? I know everyone's got a. You look at a guy like Kyle Sherman, and he said, I just put it here, and put the pin here and do this. And then there's other very technical guys. Where do you fall into that?
Not technical at all.
Oh.
Like, I have my 2 or 3 favorite drillings. Anything other than that, maybe I'll reach out to a rep. Like, what do you think about this on that? Anything special you want to see on this? Other than that, most pros just have 2 or 3 drillings they bounce between, depending on what they're wanting out of the ball. And there's a simplicity to it that I think you need to recognize. You can get really lost in the numbers, I think. and some people do, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with that. Eventually, it becomes too technical, and it's really not that
Yeah,
hard out on the
exactly.
lanes.
Seems like they're striking a lot more today than in qualifying. Were you here at all during qualifying, or you just got here today?
We got here last night. We were
Okay.
walking around watching the final block, and we talked to Trey Hendricksmeyer this morning, and he seems to think since all the boys open division is together that they're going to break down a little bit nicer.
For sure,
with
yeah.
the urethane going down the right, creating that hold down lane.
Yeah. Yeah, just like another note on these flatter patterns is it's almost like a blank canvas to an extent. So you're really victim to who you're following, where they start in practice, how much surface they're using. You know, if they're all over the lane and you have this flat pattern that's now kind of molded to what they did the first game or in practice, it can make it tough. So yeah, if you have a lot of, higher, I don't want to say higher quality, but just higher average bowlers playing in the same area, doing the same idea, can definitely break down a little easier.
Yeah, and how we alluded to earlier how in the qualifying rounds, all three divisions were kind of intermingled throughout the house. There was no separation of the divisions during that. So let's get to know our 4 new players coming in here. Dawson Peterson, we are no stranger to this guy. He has not only been bowling this for quite a few years, but he is now bowling the adult events out in my neck of the woods and, quite frankly, taking our money already.
Beating up us.
He is 18 from Stewartville, Minnesota. He's going to Wisconsin Whitewater. He said he beat Brady Stearns in match play once. I don't even know if I could say that.
That's
Brady is a phenomenal
Yeah, I don't know
bowler.
if I believe that.
Right? I think I went and looked through it, and out of all the majors, the 4 majors we have at NDBowling.com, the last, I think it's 8 that Brady has bowled, he's been in the championship match. And that is insane to me, considering the fields that they produce and everything else. The guy's a phenomenal bowler. Let's see here. 2-time JBST winner. 300 at the SYC in Reno. Another great Storm event that they hold for the youth. Oh, we've also got Nate Vanderbeek, 20 years old out of Wyoming, Michigan. Wyoming High School. He's also going to Whitewater, so him and Dawson will be teammates here this fall out there. He is friends with Dawson Peterson. That's what he writes down here. I would hope so if he's going to be your teammate. He said he beat Landon Jordan in match play. I guess that's the running joke on the sheets this year. Drake Waite, 17 out of Stillwater area. He was on our show last year, I believe, in the stepladder finals, correct?
I'm going to say the name rings a bell, but you see
Yeah. 4th at the NYC last year.
There you go.
He writes it down right there. And Ty Weiler, he's from our neck of the woods, Ken, out in Mandan, North Dakota.
Yep.
He is currently undecided on his college, 17 years old, so he will have to make a choice here soon. Runner-up and the champion of the Howie Kalhoff tournament they have there. University or varsity baseball player, so multi-sport athlete. So Mitch, when you were in juniors, I remember going up to Manitoba, and I think it was your send-off when Melody said you're going down to Wichita with, pro aspirations and stuff like that. How did you get connected to Wichita? Were you considering other colleges?
I basically found out about Wichita since some other Canadians were down there. So Francois Lavoie, somebody who I had bowled with a couple times on the Canadian youth team, he was down there. Somebody else I had looked up to, Mark Buffa, he had went to Wichita State. So from an early age, I've kind of always had my eyes on it. I did somewhat entertain like Whitewater. Sean had reached out to me. Also Midland University, they had reached out to me, but I'll be honest, I was pretty dead set on going to Wichita State. I watched a guy like Francois, and I just thought, this is one of the best bowlers I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
And if I want to be at or near the level that he's at, and he was only like 19 at the time, then I just felt like I needed to go to that school. And never regretted it.
I feel like you were part of one of the best Wichita teams I've ever seen assembled. Back when McNeil was there, at an older age when he decided to go down there and get some college time in. You had AJ Chapman on that team, yourself, Francois. There's probably a few more I'm missing, but a crazy talented Wichita team.
Yeah, we had a solid team. The 4 years that I was there, we finished third, first, third.
Wow.
So had a pretty good run. Yeah, just a great time and great bowlers. I mean, the idea, of course, you go to college and you expect a lot from the coaches and you expect a lot from the tournaments and all that, but you really become a product of everybody who you surround yourself with. You know, I've probably learned equally as much from the program and the coaches as I did from just my teammates. You know, bowling with a guy like McNeil or AJ or Frankie. We all contribute to each other's games, and you learn so much from the practice time with each other on the lanes, bowling tournaments with each other, that can't really get that everywhere else.
Yeah, I do believe Wichita's got a very nice facility down there. They have the whole Shocker Bowling Center.
Yeah, beautiful facility on campus. We have lanes on campus, so if you have some downtime between classes, it's not uncommon to just see some kids practicing between classes or before classes or after classes. Having the lanes on campus just makes it that much easier. You know, it's way harder to make excuses for not practicing when it's a 5-minute walk from your dorms.
Right? Yeah, we had lanes at North Dakota State, and I just worked at the lanes. I probably didn't practice as much as I should have, but they put new lanes in there my first year, second year, something like that. Problem was they didn't get a right kind of oiler. It was just like a pad oiler.
Okay.
So it was
Well, at least it wasn't the spray gun.
right. That's what it was when I first got there.
Okay.
And speaking of, Jonathan Domingo in the chat. Good to see you, man. I hope you are good, and I hope everything's working out for you. And Mitch is looking for dinner recommendations. Help him out.
Yeah, do you know any good places in Alexandria, Minnesota?
Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill right behind
Yep.
us.
Okay. Yeah, I've been there already twice.
Good stuff. So if you're ever here in Alexandria, go to Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill right here inside Garden Center Lanes.
So I don't know if you guys knew this, but I actually bowled here when I was a youth. I bowled an MJBT here,
Nice.
and I bowled against Nick Pate in a stepladder finals.
Who is also a very good
Yep.
bowler out of
Right.
Minnesota.
So it's kind of crazy just to think, and now Nick and I are, best friends to an extent, so it's crazy just to think we bowled each other when we were 16 in this very building, and now we're traveling together on tour.
Yeah, I often look back to even the shows we've had here that we talked about, that Manitoba show from 18. Like at the time, I didn't realize how crazy that top 5 was. And looking back on it now and seeing all you guys on tour and how well Zach's doing on tour, it's crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, we had some solid players from Winnipeg, of all places, right? I mean, look at the guy who won it. How many times did Mike win it? 10 times? Like, this guy's a 2-time world
6,
champion.
Yeah, 6 times up in Manitoba. Crazy.
Yeah, I like to think that we're few, but we are strong.
Right.
Winnipeg. We got some solid bowlers. Look at Austin, myself. Chase is one of them coming up. He's only 13, but he's got some high aspirations.
So you did talk about bowling on the Canadian youth team with Frankie, and you've been on their national team for what, 10 years
This is my
now?
10th year, yeah.
And didn't you win the Masters all events, something like that, on the world stage?
Yeah, so I won the Masters event at the World Championships in Hong Kong in 2018. It's probably one of my finer achievements, I would say.
Minor, yeah.
The finer,
minor,
not
yeah.
minor, not minor, finer. Yeah, that was crazy to think back on that. Like, I had to go through guys like EJ and Kyle Troop, Andrew Anderson, Dan McClellan.
Yeah, and I feel like that was
only 20 at the time.
right around the time when you weren't as known on tour. So going through all those guys, it was pretty impressive to me.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those moments where you think to yourself, wow, I can beat these guys.
Right. Confidence builder. How would you compare, bowling on the world stage with, local events versus tour events, and how are they different? Did you, I guess, enjoy bowling on the world stage a little more, or?
I would say, yeah, it's more enjoyable to bowl on the World Stage Bowl 1, you're traveling around the world, which is amazing within itself. You know, how many people get to say that they've traveled to Kuwait and Hong Kong and Australia and Sweden and all these countries in South America to represent their country. So that within itself is pretty amazing. It's pretty awesome just to think of all the privileges I've had thanks to bowling. But yeah, it's definitely a little different bowling for your country as opposed to bowling for yourself like you are on tour. When we bowl internationally for Team Canada, there's no money on the line. You know, we're there for just recognition and for respect, and we're trying to bring home a gold medal for Canada. So it's different. It's hard to explain to somebody who's never done it because it's just not the same as bowling a scratch event or for bowling for $50,000, $100,000. You need to watch these guys who have won majors, who have won $100,000 checks on tour, and then you watch them also win a gold medal for their country, and they're equally, if not more, ecstatic to win that gold medal.
Right. Yep. Yeah, that's good insight. Obviously, I wouldn't know what it's like bowling outside the country aside from going up to Winnipeg, but
which is hardly outside the country.
Right. Yeah, you cross the border, and I think it's like 40 miles, and you're already in Winnipeg. So.
I hope we're not your only experience of international flavor. Are we?
Yeah, as far as where I've been, I mean, not for bowling. I've left the country, but that's about it. Again, I appreciate everyone tuning in this morning. We are in Game 3 of 4 here in the Cashers round. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher and PBA Tour champion Mitch Hoope. We are here for year number 9 at the Midwest Youth Championships.
So how many made the cut?
For the boys, was it 35 they took?
35.
Yep, 35.
What was the score?
Minus
122, I think it was.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yep.
It's a little bit lower than I was expecting.
Didn't Landon Jordan make the cut at like the U.S. Open this year? Didn't he bowl extremely well at?
That sounds familiar, yeah.
I know that's why we weren't talking about the time, but I see him bowling over here on 12, and I vaguely remember him. Do you have a sheet on Landon Jordan?
Yes, I do.
Because perhaps he.
U.S. Open's definitely a tournament where it's not uncommon to see a younger kid break through.
Wasn't it Cameron Doyle back in the day? Made
Right,
the cut there
yeah. Spencer bowled great at the U.S. Open one year.
Yep. Landon was 15th at the U.S. Open this year.
Yep.
And I remember it was it 2012 because we went to Baton Rouge and we stopped in Dixon, Tennessee, and bowled the side tournament.
Yep.
And Cameron Doyle was there.
Yep. Man, that was so long ago.
Considering we're going back to Baton Rouge next year, yeah.
I'm excited.
So am I. I like the convention center, new builds. I like the whole setting and being somewhere different than Reno and Vegas.
Do you like crawfish? Do you like the southern
Oh,
boil?
yeah, Cajun, all that good stuff. Yep.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I think more than the bowling.
Yeah, anybody out there have some good restaurant recommendations in the New Orleans area, please let us know. That'd be great. We're thinking about doing like a food tour when we go down there, so you kind of get a little bit of everything.
Oh, cool. When are you guys going?
End of April.
Okay, so you're going before us, so you let us know
Okay.
what you find. John is a part of our group, and he's a big foodie, so he knows all the best spots to where we're going. So when we go to Vegas, he knows all the restaurants that we have to hit up.
Always good to have, because that's one of the best parts of traveling to that tournament is finding all the good food that's unique to that area.
Really a tough game for Dawson. How far up was he?
3 pins.
Okay.
Which turned into probably 100 pins after Zach's last game. Because I don't know if anybody saw him shoot 289.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Still waiting on score sheets yet, but Zach's probably in the lead.
Okay, we should have what would that be, a Game 8 scoring update following the second game of
Yep.
cashers around here. And if you have any questions for us, wanting to know where your favorite bowler is in the standings, let us know in the chat. If you have any questions for Mitch, also jump in the chat room. What do we got here? A handicap division scoring update. Ken, you want to do top 5 and then our cut to 10th?
Yep. Where's our prior sheet? I'm always curious. Okay. Ooh. Lucas Steinman shooting a 191 with 70 pins of handicap, extended his lead out to, so he's at 1963. Second is, I'm going to keep butchering this until I see the sheet where it says it, but I don't think it does. So Hans Short at 1906. Desiree Galbraith at 1892 in third. A little drop to Ruby Habiger in fourth, 1844. Ryan Shearer in fifth at 1842. 10th is Zaylee Clark at 1783, and 50 pins down to 15th. So there's a little drop there, about 30 pins between 10th and 11th. But again, that can be made up very quick in the handicap division.
All right. We should have a scoring update momentarily for the boys and girls open divisions.
They have a adult youth side event here. I don't know if
Yep.
you guys knew about that. So they have 2 squads. And so I got here late on Thursday, and Nevin let me know that there was a kid looking for a partner. So I signed up with Lucas.
Oh, nice.
He was leading, so I'm pulling for him.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's kind of been a tradition here. When the pros come in, they end up finding someone to bowl with in the youth adult tournament, and it's crazy what kind of turnout they get for that. It was 2 nights in a row, and they had a full squad both nights. And
Yeah, they had over 100 entries.
that's crazy. They used to have it on Saturday night too, but it got to be such a late night. Like, they would have a squad after the last qualifying squad here, so it got to be such a late night that they got rid of that one and only do it on Thursday and Friday night now.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to hear how much this has grown the last couple of years. Talking to Nevin, like, it started with just 70 entries. Like,
Nope.
what was it? 2016, I guess.
Yeah, the first one was 2016.
And this year they had 370 entries, which is
Wild.
pretty amazing.
It's wild. And I was telling Nevin too, the whole you're guaranteed into the stepladder with the top 2 scores after the cashers round, I think only benefits this tournament as far as entries go, because those guys that post a big score, they go score chasing and add more entries to the overall.
Yeah.
I think
Absolutely.
Zach here had 4 of the top 10 scores out there.
Yeah, something like
People
that.
were asking, like, why are you still bowling?
Phenomenal player there. He was out in Korea with Junior Team USA.
Oh, was he?
He won the CMA up in Minot earlier in January, right here on NDBowlTV. Crazy talented kid there out of Princeton, Minnesota. Julie Brandolino, thank you for joining us in the chat room. Do appreciate that. And Gianna is bowling very well. So there is a decent chance we will see her on our stepladder finals here later this afternoon. Mitch, do you go back to Winnipeg often? And
Yeah, no, I still live in Winnipeg, actually.
nice.
So that's where I'm headed after this.
Well, say hi to all the folks up there for us.
Yeah, sure. No, we look forward to seeing you in January.
Yep, I'll be up there. I
Hopefully the
made
weather
the
is
cut for
kind.
the first time this past year.
Oh, nice.
So I got the whole monkey off my back at that
Very
one.
nice.
Ken, what do you got?
Yep. No shocker, Gianna extending the lead for first. 112 pins now.
Well, there you go. Gianna Brandolino is on a fast track to the #1 seed, it looks like.
Yep, 1740 for 8 games now. That's pretty impressive. Brooke Salzman still in second, 1628. The gap has lessened as Rachel Moore went 223. So 1584, Kira Maxim at 1575 is fourth. Little drop to Callie Trisky, who did just shoot 257 to jump up at 1536. And then 10th place is 1452 with Peyton Rowley. Little drop to 11th for 40 pins, but yeah, I mean that top spot's pretty safe, I would bet. It would take quite a bit to unseat that. And that just got taken away from me, so I don't know if that's all right.
Yeah, there's possibly an error on there, so
we'll find out.
Stay tuned. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing. That does help us out quite a bit. Hit the thumbs up button and share our stream on social media. Again, we are in game number 3 of 4. Mitch, what was the hardest thing you had to learn going from local events to college to PBA Tour?
Man, somebody was asking me that yesterday. Just they're all such different beasts within themselves. I mean, when you start bowling local stuff for money, you have to learn the effect that, striking for money has on a person. It's one thing to strike for a high game or strike for, a 300 or strike for a decent series. But to strike, to make a cut, to double your money, that's a whole animal within itself. And then in college, you have to kind of learn to put that now back into the back seat, because now you're putting your faith into 4 other guys, and equally they put their faith into you. So now you're having to learn to throw shots for other people. When you miss a 10-pin, it's not just your 10-pin you missed the team's 10-pin, right? So that's a whole other factor. That's a whole other animal you have to get over and learn. And then, man, on tour, when it's partially your living and you're bowling against the best in the world, it's just, you can't prepare really anybody for that. And it's one of those things, too, that you just have to do it. You have to bite the bullet and get some reps in out there. It's tough. You have to sacrifice, unfortunately, some money in a lot of cases if that's something you really want to do, because lanes don't break down anywhere else like they do on tour. And really the only way to get better is to do it.
And I think that's true in a lot of different levels of bowling. Like, we look at our local tournaments, a lot of guys are scared to come out and bowl, and you can only get better and see different breakdowns by actually competing in those events. Mm-hmm. So whether it's at the local level or for you on tour, you just got to do it.
Yeah. I was talking to one of the college coaches that was out here recruiting, and he was just asking me what he can do to help better his players, and I said, you have to get them to bowl tournaments. It's one thing to have them practice every day even. That's a lot of practicing, and that's great, don't get me wrong, but if you're not putting it to use and actually bowling tournaments and bowling on pairs with people with higher rev rates, lower rev rates, playing left of you, playing right of you, you're just not going to get better, You need to get your feet wet. You need to bowl tournaments. And I think that's one of the step-ups we had at Wichita State, is we were just always pushed to bowl events on the weekends. It was very uncommon to see somebody sitting in their dorm room for a weekend. We were always traveling. We're always bowling. We're always pushing each other to go bowl.
Were there a lot of local events around the Wichita area that you guys got to participate in?
There was a good amount, but man, we would even travel to the GIBAs in Iowa.
Sure.
We would travel anywhere to bowl.
Yeah, we used to do that back in the day. We'd start up in Minot, and we didn't want to get a hotel room, so we'd start driving at midnight, and we'd get to the Twin Cities to bowl MJBTs at 8 in the morning.
Okay, well, I wouldn't do that. But
I couldn't do that anymore, but back when we were kids, I mean, we had 4 of us in a car. We'd trade off who sleeps, who drives, and it's just what we did.
Yeah, so bowling, I mean, it does all come down to reps. And sure, you can practice your single pins and practice different balls and different rotations and all that, but getting tournament reps in are equally as important, if not more important.
So back when I first bowled with you up in Manitoba, you had a higher backswing. Now, as things have kind of morphed into tour version of Mitch Hoope, what got you to this as far as the shorter backswing?
I throw it too hard.
Yeah?
Way too hard, yeah. One of the rude awakenings on tour was these guys can throw it slow. Like, they start putting out a lot of volume, and these guys are still hooking the whole lane. Like the shape I was telling you about earlier, where you have to get steep and make them a hook. These guys are the best at slowing it down. Like, I think a reason that Belmo became as good as he was is he harnessed like all that power, but he could throw it 15 miles an hour. He could just get around everybody. He was the first to really figure that out. So yeah, so it's kind of just a byproduct of me having to learn to throw it slower and slower. You don't see a lot of high ball speed players like continuously successful on tour, really.
That is true.
You know,
yeah.
occasionally one peeks in and wins. You know, like you saw Kevin McEwen win. You'll see Simo maybe win one jamming it, but other than that, like it's the guys who can really slow it down that are consistently making shows.
It's funny how the game of bowling morphs into, you know, having different advantages as the oils develop and the balls develop over the years. And now we're seeing the introduction of string pins. I do believe that's starting to get into North Dakota. Some centers are going string pins. And have you bowled on string
I have,
pins
yeah.
enough to kind of have an idea of what they're like?
I don't know about enough to give you a great experience, but I bowled on them enough to feel like it's not as bad as people think it is. It's different, sure, but I don't think, you know, people are scared of, well, it's going to boost the averages, and now all these splits are going to be made. That's just really not the case. You know, there's some videos that floated around of some splits being made or some spares being made by a string, but that's just not very common. You know, you could probably post a similar video with a free fall pin doing the same thing, right? Like bouncing off the back. And I'm sure if it was the other way around, if we started with string pins and for whatever reason they were working their way to free fall, you'd have the same argument that the free fall, you know, the head pin into the wall into the 10 pin, that's not fair, right?
Yep.
So if it betters the sport, I mean, it helps grow it. It helps bowling alleys stay open. It helps bowling alleys open up.
Yep.
I mean, how can you be against that?
See, and that's my main argument for it is we're seeing it a lot up in our area in North Dakota that a lot of these bowling centers have these long-time mechanics that have been out there fixing these lanes for so many years that it's their career. Well, they're retiring, and now they're having a hard time finding mechanics for free fall machines because these guys could go make money doing mechanic work on other things.
Yeah, exactly. The mechanics who are good at fixing these A2s and A1s and GSXs, like, these are just great mechanics. And yeah, you're right. Like, they're going to make more money working in an automotive store, or just any kind of other repair store. They'll probably make more than in a bowling center because they're, at the end, just a great mechanic.
Yep. And what I hear with the string pin machines is the breakdowns are fairly simple and the repairs are simple as well, that it doesn't take, you know, a gearhead essentially to fix them.
Right, exactly. So on campus at Wichita State, they actually moved to string pins a couple of years ago. And it was all for, so the bowling center on campus is in like a student facility, like a student recreation center, and it's all staffed by students. And a big argument was, well, if we get these string pins in, now like these students can work the back and it's safer for them and it's easier, and we don't have to hire a mechanic. You don't have to wait for this one person who runs the whole center to come in to fix a lane, right? Like, these kids can now fix them. And that's what we're seeing, yeah, like no breakdowns, and if there is, it's a tangle of strings and it takes 2 minutes to fix it.
Yep.
And you can have your bartender run back there and fix it. You can have your 17-year-old working the front counter at their first job go fix it. You know, you don't have to have these mechanics, these well-trained mechanics, and it's just, I think, way less of a liability too.
Sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the biggest misconception with the strings so far is, like you said, there's some videos out there of the non-certified ones that show some ridiculous, you know, strings taking out splits and whatnot. But if you look at, there's a few guys out there that like live stream their league on the U.S. Bowling certified string pin machines, and they're totally different than some of those first ones that came out, and they're a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have put in the research into these to make them as acceptable as they need to be, and yeah, I don't think we should be afraid of them. And like I said, if it's helping centers stay open or even build new centers, I mean, how often are you seeing centers built nowadays?
Right, they're
not
mostly
often,
closing,
but at least
right?
the string pins give them the opportunity to do that.
So yeah, if you're out there, I think some changes are coming, and probably a lot quicker than you think. Looks like we're just waiting for our would-be top 4 players to finish up their third game and rotate onto our featured pairs.
Yeah, they had a little lane trouble there. Probably a deck jam. Took a couple minutes, but in the meantime, we do have a Game 2 scoring update for the boys.
Okay. And
as expected, Zach Andreessen jumping into a 54-pin lead now at 18-26. Trevor Alma off of shooting 540 the first 2 games, 1772 in second. Braden Malish, 1758 in third. Brandon Cryers made a move to 3240 to get to 1747 in fourth.
Yeah, went 230, 240. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Landon Jordan, 2020, 1723. Dawson Peterson, 1721. Dawson Unrath, not the greatest start, but has, if he can make this split, has 230 here, so that'll help. He's at 1704. Drake Waite, 1702. Nate Vanderbeek and Ty Weiler tied for 9th at 1689 is the number. Right behind him, our defending champion, Trey Hendricksmeyer, who's making a little move today at 1675.
All right. Again, that 10th place is the key here for the first cut. And then, of course, the further into it, top 2 get into that stepladder finals.
And Zach's giving everyone a little bit of hope here, too. So he's only got 190 unless he can, yet again in this building, convert it to a 10.
Yep. So, Mitch, you were big into the PBA league there for a few years and coined the nickname Meat Shoulder. Where did that come from?
Oh, yeah. Well, it came from, I made the Masters show in 2018, I think, or 2019, I can't remember. But it was in Vegas, and USBC Nationals was also in Vegas that year. So a team from Bayside Bowl, which is where the PBA league is held in Portland, Maine, was just coincidentally out there at the same time as this master showing. And so the owner of Bayside Bowl, actually Charlie Mitchell, you know, the leader of BOPO, the mayor of BOPO as they call him, he was out there and he was just doing some research with some of the players. They came to the Masters show and they wanted to cheer and they wanted to you know, give the players some nicknames. So he saw I was from Winnipeg and he just did some light research on phrases or nicknames or coin terms that are from Winnipeg. And he came up with Meat Shoulder. And so he started calling me that, and I had no idea what he was talking about.
Really?
And he ended up being really embarrassed because I didn't know what it was. And so I asked my parents about it later. I was like, yeah, he started calling me this Meat Shoulder, and they were like, where did he get that from? And I guess they knew what it was. Apparently, so in Winnipeg, we have these things called socials, wedding socials, where you have kind of like a fundraiser, a big party, where you have some raffles and some drinks and some snacks and all that for people to just help raise money for weddings. And it was common to have like these deli sandwiches as your food of the evening. And I guess a game that they would play, you know, amongst the drinks was a game called Meat Shoulder, where you would try and place deli meats on somebody's shoulder and stack it up without them noticing. And so that is, in fact, a Winnipeg thing. And then again, I told Charlie that I knew what it was, and it became a running joke. And then I guess that's how nicknames are made, right?
Yep.
They start off as a joke, and
That's awesome.
I just kind of owned that name afterwards. So Meat Shoulder is my BOPO nickname, and a lot of, well, if not all, the PBA bowlers have these BOPO nicknames. You know, they have a BOPO league, and every single player in there, like whatever it is, 40, 50, 60 players, all have these alter egos, these BOPO alter egos.
Sure.
So it's not uncommon, actually, and in fact, even me, like, bowling those primes there, I don't know some of those people's real names. I just know their BOPO names.
That's so funny. Well, there you go, a little bit of history and where the term Meat Shoulder came from.
Yeah, I don't know if that game is still played at wedding socials are still a thing, but I don't think Meat Shoulder is still a played game.
Yeah, can you imagine walking around and getting deli meat put on your shoulder?
Yeah, exactly.
At some point, that's got to get cold.
Yep. And you bowled really well in the PBA league when you were on the Portland team, correct?
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I love team sports, and that's just something that I kind of thrived in. You know, I grew up playing team sports, and yeah, it's just awesome atmosphere. I mean, you guys obviously watch it on TV. The crowd's amazing. And it's awesome how the energy of the crowd can transfer to the player.
Yeah, you don't see that very often in bowling. It's one of one, as they say up in Portland, Maine. And if you haven't experienced that, it's something for all bowlers to at least go up there.
Yeah, I
and
tell my
see.
friends from Winnipeg, some of them want to go to a PBA tournament one day, right? Like, it's something they've always wanted to do. Just experience one tournament. And I'm telling them, like, you need to go to Portland, Maine. If you really want to experience something like no other, go to Portland, Maine.
Yeah, Jonathan Domingo, get out there. There's some good food out there, I hear, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's something that John and I have talked about doing. Unfortunately, my team didn't make the finals this year, so, I mean, he can go without me, I guess.
Yeah. You were on the Waco team?
I was on the Waco Wonders, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit different of a format this year with them doing the league at most of the stops and doing the head-to-head matches and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it was a good move for the league. The players wanted something like that, more consistent. We wanted it to feel like an actual league, as opposed to just this one weekend thing where we'd meet up and you'd meet your team essentially for the first time at that tournament. So we wanted it to feel more of a league, more consistent. It was a good move.
I agree, and I think it took away the aura of certain players who are just really good at Bayside Bowl.
Right.
You know, you got guys like Simonelli who couldn't miss in that building.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, he was on my team, and yeah, he struggled, unfortunately, center to center. And yeah, it was quite the thing. You know, we had to drop the MVP of the league, but we had to do what was best, and it's unfortunately he wasn't consistently, bowling to what we, as a team needed him to be, and what he knew he could be at. So he understood, and yeah, it was definitely one of those tough decisions to drop a player. But then we picked up Zach Wilkins, a friend of mine, a friend of yours, and he's been great with us. Awesome pickup.
Yeah,
Great team player.
He did really good on tour this year. Happy
Yeah,
for that
definitely a
guy.
breakout year for him.
Because wasn't he like the last guy in the
Yes.
exempt field
Yep.
for this year?
Yep.
And
he finished 50th, and they took
Yeah.
50.
Took full advantage of it. Like, that's awesome to see. And now this year it's 43, and then they're giving 12 spots at the tour trials here.
That's right, yep.
Like a week or two. And now you guys don't pay the entry fees, right? If you're in the fully exempt field.
Right, yeah, this year they decided to give the exempt players free entries. But we don't even know our schedule yet, so we don't even know how many entries that entails.
That's true. No.
So we'll see. We'll see how many entries it is and how many events we have and where they're at. That is one thing I always liked about the PWBA is they announce their schedule a year in advance. It makes planning a little easier.
Yes. I think that worked against them in a sense for the trios, because a lot of those ladies have full-time jobs, and when they saw the schedule, they're like, okay, these are my tournaments, these are my time off, working around families and jobs and everything else. So then when they announced the trios, wasn't it in the middle of the tour season they said that was going to happen this year?
Yeah. And same with the men. Like, they just threw a PBA event at the end of the summer, and we didn't really plan for that. So, fortunately, I don't think they got the turnout they were hoping for. I know I didn't attend the event either. Wasn't a fan of random trios. I think if they would have went the route of make your own team, they could have done a little bit better. But I don't know. I guess we'll see how it plays out in the future. But I think they would have had a better turnout if you could have just made your own trios team.
Sure. Because then each person would essentially recruit their own guys, and you would just keep building the entries from that, yeah.
And if it doesn't go well, at least it's a team that you picked.
Correct.
Or you agreed to bowl with, right?
Yeah, you don't really know until qualifying's over, but I could see it on the other side, how difficult that would be from a payout standpoint, if you have different, I suppose if you had them all together making your own team, you would have the same amount the whole way down. So there's different ways to look at it for sure.
I mean, you look at the Lucy Doubles, like there, you make your own team there, and that's a sold-out event. Obviously, it's a little bit different than most tournaments, but I mean, they have 200 entries that I can't remember.
Yeah, you were
Was it
top
5
10
squads?
this year, weren't you?
Yeah, Julie and I finished 6th at the Lucy Doubles this year, which was a pretty wild ride, actually. You know, I missed the starting practice for the event.
Really?
Yeah, so I missed like the 10 minutes of warm-ups because I forgot my backpack at the hotel.
Oh, no.
So I had to hop back in the car, drive to the hotel. When I got back, they were in frame 3. So if I would have been like 30 seconds late, or if I would have waited another 30 seconds, I would have gone zeros the first 3 frames.
Jeez.
But no, they let me catch up, luckily. So started with, you know, the head pin whiff, 3, 6, 9, 10, just the perfect spares you want to shoot your first 2 shots with no warm-up. But no, we ended up finishing 6th, which is awesome.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. And I watched on BowlTV and everything.
Yeah.
It's wild. And so it's like your backpack with all your shoes and all your stuff in it.
And I think I could have gotten away with the shoes, but my thumbs were in there.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So there you go. Another benefit to two-handed bowling, you wouldn't have to worry about your switch grips or your interchangeable thumbs. You would just need shoes.
Yeah, I did that one time, and we went down to the national tournament, and I got down there, and my thumbs were in a different ball sitting in my locker back home.
Oh, no.
And luckily, my wife was coming down for my 30th birthday, and I was like, can you take my keys, go to the bowling alley, go in this locker, grab the thumbs, and bring them on the plane, because that would be great.
Nice. Yeah, at least that worked out.
Julie Brandolino said she's excited to watch the PBA League live. Gianna made the LBC show in Maine. You bowled well at the LBC, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I finished 3rd. And last year they took 3, but this year they're only taking 2.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. No, I had 15 something.
Well, didn't Grandpa just
enough.
go?
Oh yeah, they were essentially
nuts?
just taking 1 spot.
Yeah, right.
No shot anyway was catching what Graham.
Wasn't he like 1,600 or something?
Well, like 1640.
Jeez, that's wild.
440 over.
That is wild.
And he was throwing a urethane from like 17 at the arrows. That's just something else.
Yeah, when that guy gets a good look, he's hard to beat.
And know what's crazy is that's not the first time he's bowled 1,600 at me. Is he did that at a college tournament in Vegas one year. With reactive too, with a disturb.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, he had like 1620, something crazy. That guy can strike like a madman.
Crazy how his career kind of like revitalized when he got on with the Brunswick brands, and all of a sudden he was out leading tournaments again. And
yeah, we had a discussion actually, him and I, I think it was in Reno in like 2020 during COVID. I think that was his last year with Motive. You know, similar to me switching to Storm, it was one of those things where he's like, maybe I'm done. Like, maybe this is it. And I said, I think you got to try another brand. Like, I think you'll regret it if you don't. Like, you look at the lefties who are succeeding, and like, unfortunately, yeah, the Purple Hammer is winning a lot of titles for left-handers, so you have to give it a shot. Like, I don't think it's you. I don't think you're bowling as poorly as you think you are.
And at the time, he was on Motive staff, wasn't he?
Right. Yeah, so when he first went on tour, I think he was a free agent, and he ended up winning a title with a Motive ball, and they signed him on the spot, you know, naturally.
Yep.
And, yeah, unfortunately, it didn't really work out for him after that. But, no, he's a great player, and unfortunately, you know, equipment, tour reps, other things can make you doubt yourself.
You know, and I've actually talked to quite a few Motive staffers out there, and they say that's probably the one weak point in their arsenal was the urethane ball. So it makes sense.
Right.
A guy like Graham, who you almost have to have a really good
guy like
urethane
Graham.
game.
It's just a left-hander in general.
Yeah.
They just, unfortunately, and they hate to admit it themselves too, because they don't like to throw urethane all the time. Like, that's not what they want to do, but it's just kind of what they have to do.
Because once they start migrating into the chew from all the righties and everything else, so keep something that can keep them as far left as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
What's been the biggest difference for you going on to SBI products? Biggest changes?
I don't feel like I have to make them hook.
Sure.
Is what I can best describe it as. When I was throwing the reactive balls from Brunswick and I was getting to a point like left to fourth arrow, I always felt like I had to make them hook down lane. And I just don't feel like that anymore. I feel like I can just be way more natural, let it float a lot easier, and the balls just hook down lane.
Right. I would agree with that. When I was throwing all the Brunswick stuff, I found more success from right because they tended to want to start up sooner for me. And then with the storm stuff we're throwing now, I feel like I have more success, like the down lane motion.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Del Ballard. So he was our manager of the Motown Muscle when I was with them, and I was with Brunswick, and he was honest with me, and I was just asking him, like, man, I just feel like I get 9, like way more than a lot of people, and he felt like I was stuck trying to make things strike, trying to make things hook, and that's when you start getting the 4 pins and the flat 10s because you're not hitting it the same way. You're trying to make it hook. And he really believed that if I got into the SBI equipment where I could just be me and, trust in the balls hooking, that I would find more success. And, I mean, he was right. Like, I definitely feel that way.
Yeah, that's crazy. When I saw you moved over to 900 Global, it kind of caught me by surprise because you were such a good urethane player with the purple and everything else.
Right.
But,
I mean, you don't see a lot of righties win with urethane. Does it help you on the fresh? Yeah. But I can't think, other than maybe a short pattern, the last time I righty won with urethane. That was good for me, sure, but I knew if I wanted to be a better player, I needed to get better with reactive, better at hooking the lane, better at what the tour was asking for. And, it's still just my first year with Storm, still a lot of learning to go, but it's definitely heading the direction that I was hoping for.
Do you have any favorite pieces so far? Favorite balls that have come out that you've thrown?
Yeah, so I like the Reality. When I first signed, that was their big ball. The Eternity Pie was another one I liked. This new Ion Pro, like, I was talking to somebody about this the other day too. Like, I'm not a big ball junkie, I guess you could say. Like these people that love the 2012 High Road or like the original Game Breaker, right? Like the virtual gravity, like these amazing like goat balls, right? But this ball to me feels like it could be that ball.
Really? Didn't you throw that exclusively in your regional that you
like
over
I
people?
drilled one when I was at the plant, and like, dude, I just can't get that ball in my hands. Like, it's just like my safety net. I feel like I can make it do what I need it to do all the time, and I feel like I'm a pretty honest person when it comes to bowling balls, and I don't want to feel like I'm overselling it, but that's just honestly how I feel. I just honestly think it's one of the best balls I've ever thrown.
Really?
And I think it can cater to so many different styles, different patterns. I feel like a staffer on steroids right now, but it's just true. That's just really how I feel, and I wouldn't say that if I didn't feel that way.
Yeah, I can hear the people out there. Oh, Mitch is just being a staffer.
Yeah, exactly. But no, like this Ion Pro is honestly probably one of the best balls I've thrown.
So does it fit the whole in between the IQ and the Phase 2 thing that they were aiming for?
Yeah, like the IQ Tour, at least on tour, just became way too weak of a cover, way too weak of a core. We used so much volume on tour that couldn't really get the hook. So they just beefed it up. They gave it a stronger cover and a slightly asymmetrical core, and now she hooks. Even the Phase 2, I mean, those kind of got too slow for some players, a little too lazy down lane, and this ball gives you that corner more than the Phase 2 does.
Well, now I really need to get back home and drill mine up because it's been sitting. I have lines on it and everything, but it's sitting in my basement. I just have to get it up to the pro shop. But those of you listening, go out to your local Storm VIP pro shop and pick up an Ion Pro.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling my friends. If you can buy one ball this year, I mean, a lot of people in Winnipeg, they only buy like one ball a year.
Yep.
Like this is the ball I think that you need, that you won't regret buying.
Yeah, I would second that. It's got the kind of control numbers, but then it's got the asymmetrical core that I think gives you a little extra down lane.
Other than that, I threw a lot of the Phase 2, the Exponents, the Reality, the Harsh Reality now since it's kind of its replacement. I mean, I like the kind of slower equipment, the bigger cores, stronger covers. So those are the balls that I typically get into.
And when Ken and I were here setting up this morning, all we heard was the sound of people sanding bowling balls.
Yeah.
Like how big is, I know surface is a huge thing on tour, but from a personal standpoint, how has surface kind of been fit into your game over the years?
Yeah, surface is huge. It's actually kind of crazy what a difference it can make. Like I remember I had this Zen Gold label that I was throwing on tour, and it was just too quick. Like, couldn't really, felt like it was too weak for early on in the block, but it wasn't quite quick enough for later in the block. And so Tim Mack said, well, why don't we just serve some surface? And we're bowling like 45 feet, I think. And I was like, okay. So I hit it with a 2000 pad, and I bring it back, and he goes, did you hit it yet? And I said, well, yeah, it's right here. He goes, dude, that's not hitting it. And so he hit it, and that thing looked like it was white, basically, by the end of it. And it was a 2000 pad, so it wasn't a lot of grit, but just the force behind it. And that just completely changed the ball reaction for me. I ended up using that ball again on like a 45 feet, and this is a lower end, like pearl, weaker symmetrical ball, and I threw it on Dragon, and yeah, and I loved that ball from there on out. So if you at home have a ball that you're just not quite sure of, and if it's shiny, I would say don't be afraid to just knock the shine off, hit it with some surface.
And when you say hit it, we're talking hit it.
I'm telling you, make sure the bicep is flexing when you're hitting it. Yeah, surface is huge. You know, controlling the fronts is such a big part of bowling. So if you can do that by hitting with surface, it can change your game.
Good advice there. Looks like we're in game 4. We'll get to know real quick here our top 4 players, and then Ken will go over some standings that we have. Dawson Unrath out of Bismarck High. He does not know where he's going to college yet. He said he's 1-1 against Brady Stearns in match play, so not quite as good as Dawson Peterson, but Dawson is a very good bowler out of our area. He's won the fall shootout up in Williston 2 years in a row, which is a full field of adult bowlers. And, pretty impressive there. Landon Jordan out of Sycamore, Illinois. As we mentioned earlier, he took 15th at the U.S. Open this year. 29 Elite Youth Tour titles. An Elite Youth Tour, that's Deandra's thing in Chicago, correct?
I think so, yeah. That's a lot of titles. That's a lot of tournaments.
29, and he's 17.
Yeah.
You're like, let's say he's bowled for 6 years, started at 11. We'll just be conservative.
Exactly.
That's 4 a year, more than 4 a year.
That's crazy that they run that many events even.
Right. And then you got the king of the tournament here. I think he's the all-time leader in earnings at this tournament with over 11,000. Is Zach Andreessen, 19 out of Princeton High School. He is a Mount Mercy University bowler. He owns urethane balls. That's his claim to fame on here. We know better. He's a Team USA member. Won the CMA in January here on NDBowlTV. 2-time winner here at the Midwest Youth. So no stranger to NDBowlTV for sure. And then we have Braden Malish. This is a guy that filled out his card as a 160 average bowler a couple years ago. And yeah. Yep, it says his average is 162 and he's got a Team USA shirt on. So he kind of trolling us last year. 2 years ago, he's trolling us again. He is a Wichita State guy. Team USA, as we said. I don't know how much of this I want to read after he fudged his thing a few years ago. Oh, he does own 6 Purple Hammers, so there's that. But all joking aside, the dude is a fantastic bowler. Goes to Wichita State, Team USA, as you can see. And that is our top 4 bowlers, at least going into the Cashers round anyways. Ken, what do you got for us?
Well, we got Handicap Division, and Lucas Diamond still leads at 2082. Hounds Short at 2044, still in second. Desiree Galbraith is 5 pins back at 2039, and then there's about a 40-pin drop to Ruby Haviger at 1996. Another 30-pin drop to Kason Gosewich, who, if this shows correctly, just shot 257.
And gets 48 sticks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
So very large jump there.
Almost 300.
A little over 300.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
over?
48 sticks with a 257.
And then 10th place is Austin Wilson at 1934. Hunter Miller is 5 pins back. Connor Wahlberg is another 13 pins back. Down to Finnegan McEwen at 1904 in 15th place, which that's only 30 pins. So
And then we do have, what, Avery Wilson in
Yep, Avery
ninth?
Wilson is
Okay.
ninth at 1954, so 40 pins out of fourth, but only 25 or 20 pins out of the just missing altogether, if you will. So very tight in the handicap division. And then we do also have the girls, and Gianna Brandolino's lead, I think, shrunk a little bit, even though she shot 194. She's still 130 pins up on the field at 1934. Rachel Moore overtaking Brooke Salzman for second.
That's a big difference there.
1807 after shooting 235. Brooke not having a great day today with 162 that game. Elizabeth Rittenauer off of 235 is fourth at 1775. Olivia Baskin 1728. Kira Maxim 1721. Peyton Rowley 1711. Kelly Trisky 1707. Holly Orgman 1697. The top 9 are all safe, and then the 10th spot is a three-way battle between Peyton Kuselig, Jenna Reeder, and Claire Graves, who are all within 20 pins.
Okay. Yeah, and in the girls division, since they didn't have as many entries, only 14 advanced to today. And I do believe they still take 10. They still do the bracket thing.
Yep. So, yeah, the top 9 are safe. That 10th spot's a little iffy, and then Gianna obviously very safe, and probably a three-way battle for that second spot in the girls division.
All right, that's your game, 3 scoring update. If there's anyone that we missed that you would like to know where they're at, just let us know in the chat room. Looks like down on the low end of the house, we kind of middle of game 4. They're already done to the right of us here, so 15 through 18 are shut off. They were the first ones done.
Yeah, and with how tight the scores were after game 2, could be interesting for somebody like Landon Jordan, how he sits. You potentially go from, top 2 or 3 to missing top 10. So it's, we'll see what scores look like. We'll get a game 3, I'm sure, here very shortly.
Mitch, are you a scoreboard watcher?
No, not at all.
No? Kind of do your own thing and go with it?
Yeah. It's kind of funny because I've been somewhat known, I guess, now for shooting like 270 in the last game to jump into these cuts.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. So that happened to us at the Lucy. Well, 277, we jumped from 22nd to 12th, and they took 12. And then, of course, Packy and I in the doubles shot 290 to jump from 8th to 5th for the show.
Nice.
At the World Series, shot 279 the last game on Shark, I think it was. Jumped from 16th to 10th, top 12.
And so since you're not a scoreboard watcher, did you know it at the time in all these that you needed the big game, or did you just kind of feel that you needed to?
Yeah, I mean, I think it helps to know that you need something, but when it comes down to, am I 5 behind this guy, 10 behind this guy, just go out there and post the best you can. Some guys that excel knowing exactly what they need. But, yeah, that's not me.
I try not to be a scoreboard watcher, but I'm just terrible.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, hey, look at this guy.
Yeah, it's so much out of your control, right? Like,
Yep.
You can't control anybody else shoots. If you know you need a big game, then go bowl a big game.
Good finish here for Dawson Unrath. Like his dad's over here. They're grinding on every pin because they know they need it.
Will anybody in the top 10 throw reactive? What do we think? Looks like Zach might be trying it.
Perhaps.
No, he's left. Or he's just hooking a purple hammer more.
Or that.
All right. I was very wrong.
Nevin did tell us yesterday that both Zach and Braden did one of their squads. They were trying backup, going to back up just to try things, chasing score, so to speak.
Yeah, interesting tactic. I was on I did a podcast the other day. Well, actually, I guess it was the other day. It was like a month ago now with Brad and Kyle. And we were just talking about two-handed, and they brought up the idea, like, what's next? What's going to be the next big thing?
Yep.
And I think it's going to be backup. You're going to
Really?
have some players that are two-handed who have, like, the same exact ball roll, left-handed, or sorry, not left-handed, but on the right side and on the left side. Because we see it now already, some kids playing with it. Well, let's be honest, their tilt and their rev rates aren't as good when they go the other way. But you're going to start seeing some kids who really master it, I think.
Do you think the Simo doing it, like at the Masters the one year, was kind of what tipped off a lot of people to start trying
Yeah, I'm sure. Like, I'm sure anybody that you look up to doing something like that kind of opens your mind to possibilities. Just like Belmo, right? Like, this guy's winning titles now two-handed. Now these kids are trying it because this guy can do it.
Yeah, 90% of the kids in here are two-handed now.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 5-10 years you just start seeing like these switch hitters, I guess, right? Like, playing on both sides equally as well. I got roasted in the comments when I said, obviously we talked about Simo playing backup and winning a title. And I said he wasn't, like, he's not even that good at it, right? Like, and he's not. I'm sure he'd admit it too. Like, he's okay at it. He plays around with it, but like his rev rate goes way down, his tilt goes way down. But yeah, you're gonna start seeing some kids who throw it the same way on both sides.
That's insane to me. And when you start at such a young age and you built in that muscle memory and you can be so good at it, they have such an advantage.
Think about the flexibility it would take to do that too.
Right.
Try and do that ourselves right now, and I can't get my body to move that way.
I'd be in the hospital if I tried to do any of that. Well, that about wraps up the cashers round in front of us anyways, and that gives us a brief minute to thank our sponsors here of the Midwest Youth Championships, the Host Center, Garden Center Lanes, and Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill here right behind us. And shout out to the local area USBC here in Alexandria for raising so much money and doing such great work and getting this tournament to where it is. And also their partners, Bremer Bank, Apparel EFX, 900 Global, Viking Coca-Cola, and Broadway Ballroom and Event Center. Big shout out to them. Again, we want to shout out the folks at Storm for being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network for the third year in a row. Again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher and PBA Tour champion Mitch Hoope. We are wrapping up the cashers round, and they will be moving on to the bracket here momentarily. Again, the top 10 will advance in each division. 1 and 2 will automatically advance to the stepladder finals, and the next 8 will go into a bracket. They will do single game matches to determine the final 2 in the bracket, who will be the 3 and 4 seeds in the stepladder finals. See a couple of the players over here trying to see if they've made it or not based on the scores.
Pile around our score sheet stash over
That's
here.
when I'm a score watcher, when I'm done.
Yep.
Then I start running around and calculate, okay, what's he got left? What's he got left?
See, and this is, speaking of scoreboard watching, Manitoba, how they do the online thing, there's a link that Melody posts in the group, and you can click on that, and it's got the score sheet, and it's like instantaneous.
Oh, yeah, that's through Lexar Bowling.
Yeah.
That's actually a Canadian company.
And it's
yeah, they're
so
awesome.
bad for a guy like me, though. Last year, I'm up there in qualifying, and I re-bowled again, and I shot a big game down on the low end, and I jumped, and I decided to look at the sheet, and I was in the cut by like 60, 70 pins, but then I'm looking behind, and I'm looking to see, it's awful, but it's such a nice thing to have as a spectator. We can bring it into the booth here to prove that the guy is actually here. This is.
Camera am I looking at?
We're right there.
Right here.
You want to shout out any of your sponsors? You got.
Yeah, 900 Global. The title sponsor of this event. It's my first year with them, but so happy to be a part of them. So happy to be a part of SBI. Royal Flush Apparel. We got this pullover. They make all my jerseys. They make great. Great sportwear. We even got Chase one of our jerseys. He got a replica of my Winnipeg Jets jersey.
Nice. Yep, I like that.
So he's rocking that today, and we rocked that in our doubles event.
Nice.
And then I've been with Vice the whole time. Been on tour, and actually in university too. Never thrown anything other than Vice. Vice, to me, makes the best grips, makes the best interchangeable thumb. So big fan of Vice. And then you can check me out on the House Bowling.
Yep.
I'm a part of Packy's channel there. JR Pro Shop vids, do some ball reviews with them. and they also help me out on tour, and that's it.
I would say that out of all the like ball review videos that I've watched over the years, I love the ones you've done with JR's, the pro shop he's got up there. Um, like I think you did a Black Widow Ghost one was the first one I saw.
Yeah.
And the way you talk yourself through the moves and what you're doing, and then throwing shots, like you're gonna try going over here, you're gonna try this, I'm gonna move forward and whatever, and then try this with a little more rotation. I think it's great, and it helps more than just putting some music behind
Yeah, for sure.
throwing strikes.
They have a full-on production there, and like what they put out there is quality work.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
not
very
just
good.
a phone behind them as they throw shots. They got a full-on staff almost running that thing.
And they do all the brands.
Yep.
All the bowling balls, right?
Yeah, and they got different styles, right? They have like Ryan, the one-handed lefty. They have Jimu, two-handed righty, and Jordan, the one-handed righty. Simu, who's more of like a lower rev rate, like your 180, 190 average bowler. So then they got Goots, who's lofting it. So they touch all the bases for sure when it comes to trying to find a bowler maybe who you relate to a little bit more. And yeah, like you said, all brands.
And their YouTube page is what?
JR Pro Shop Vids.
JR Pro Shop Vids. All right, let's check them
Not
out.
videos, vids.
Vids.
And they're very proud of the vids.
Not really. Yeah, so go check them out. Also, the house bowling and everything that Mitch does with them. He's got some fun videos out there of
Yeah, Packy and I do some cool things over
throwing
there.
at 710s across the entire house at North Rock.
Yeah, we just built an outdoor lane.
Nice.
So that was fun. It was actually 60 feet outside. So have you've not seen it then? Oh,
I've not watched the whole thing, no.
well, you're gonna have to check it out. Yeah, we got 60 feet in the backyard, full
Wow.
on pro anvil lane.
I feel like I saw the thumbnail for it, but I was busy doing something probably with my kids.
Okay.
And never actually watched it. I'll have to do that.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Crazy the difference the sun makes on a lane.
Really?
And obviously, you would never know, right?
Yep.
Since we're always indoors. But man, you cannot put enough oil to combat the heat of a lane.
Really?
How much that affects your ball hooking.
Wow.
I suppose you think about it, they always talk about the TV lights and what that does.
Yeah.
Right. And that's still indoors. But then you start getting into like the 90+ degree weather like we were doing with the sun beating down on it. And yeah, man, it was hard to keep the ball in the lane. And we were putting like, gosh, we must have put like 40 mils of oil out there. I swear.
Wow. Yeah, I like the whole series, how where Packy has taken that channel. He's very creative in the different types of content that he puts out there, and big shout out to them, and go follow them.
Yeah, definitely trying to reach a broader audience. Not just people who bowl tournaments or bowl leagues or are interested in ball reviews. Trying to get more people interested in bowling at the end of the day. And if us doing something wacky or crazy gets somebody interested in bowling, maybe I'll try it out. Maybe I'll go check out a league. Maybe I'll go open play with my friends,
Right, and you never
That's
know
awesome.
what video is really going to take off and the people it'll reach. So that's a really good idea. Now, once again, we're just waiting on a few pairs to finish up their game number 4 of the Cashers round. We'll have a brief break for the staff here at Garden Center Lanes to figure out the brackets in each division. And then those matches, we will have 2 of them in front of us each game. Once they do 2 matches, they will be the final 2 who will move on to the stepladder finals to join the 1 and 2 seeds. And then we'll start with the girls open division on 13 and 14 for their stepladder finals. We'll move over to 15 and 16 for the handicap division. They will re-oil 13 and 14, and we'll move back over there for the boys open final to cap off this year's tournament.
It's one at a time, one step ladder at a time.
And again, it's a 4-person stepladder final. Normally, the girls tend to bowl generally fast. The handicap stepladder final is a really fast stepladder final, since we've seen matches where they rapid fire bowl.
Yeah.
They're here to have a good time, and then things slow.
They're here to have a good
way
time,
down.
but also win $3,000.
Yes.
Which is awesome. It's crazy the amount of money they've raised for this tournament.
And that brought us one of our most favorite interviews last year when Riley Miller won this tournament. And every shot he threw on 15 and 16, he was running off. He was playing to the crowd, everything.
Nice.
And he came in here for the interview afterwards, and he probably said 4 things.
Oh, yeah?
And then at the end, he said lefties rule and walked off the set. It was great. It was great. So if you haven't seen that, go to our archives for the tournament
I'll have
last
to check
year.
that out.
And it was great. I do know Riley is in the building. He did make the cut. How's he doing, Ken, after 3 games?
Yeah, I don't think he was in the cut, but maybe had a chance. Yeah, he was 1873, 60 pins out of the cut, so
Yeah,
possible.
Unfortunately for Riley, he's probably not going to repeat here, but to make the cut and make a little bit of scholarship money, it's still a win in my book.
Something tells me where you're not getting a boys game 3 sheet. Because I think we would have got one by now.
Yeah, we'll just wait to get the 4th. Mitch, what's some of your favorite formats on tour? You got a format you prefer over the others, like the Masters as opposed to
tour? I mean, I might be biased, but I love the doubles. You know, we bowl. I mean, most bowlers bowl a majority of their careers in singles play, so it's just fun and relaxing, I guess, to an extent, to have a partner and have a teammate. So I love the doubles, and we've also historically done pretty well, Packy and I, in doubles. So maybe I'm a little biased to that, but I do love the doubles. The Masters can be a love-hate thing for sure. You know, at one point in my career, I felt like I liked it, but I've been on the losing end of it the last couple of years, so I don't know. And then the U.S. Open, you know, that's a fun format in itself because it's so grueling. You know, the cream of the crop really does rise in that tournament. Besides that, I mean, we just have pretty typical formats, you know. I personally like pinfall tournaments as opposed to head-to-head bracket play tournaments and step ladders, but that's just my opinion. I'm sure EJ would agree with me if anybody else.
I'm sure that there's nobody that can score like that guy. That's insane.
Yeah, I think we were talking. I think he, how many majors has he won? Like 4 or 3? But he was. I think he said he led like 14 of them.
Jeez,
That's crazy.
He's only won 3 or 4.
just like a few of those years, I think it was Buttriff who ran away at the U.S. Open and then lost in the step ladder. Like he was up by umpteen, 100 pins, whatever.
Yeah.
I know Marshall Kent had a year too where he ran away at the U.S. Open and ended up losing to Francois.
Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, bowling can be kind of cruel in that way when we, unfortunately, are kind of limited to a step ladder on TV. You see that happen unfortunately more often than not. The person who's been leading by 10 pins a game loses the 1-game match.
Right, and I suppose it's the entertainment factor. They want something to put on TV and showcase, so to speak. And
yeah, I don't really know where the step ladder idea came from. Obviously, it dates back a long time ago, but golf obviously never did anything like that, and they do just fine.
Right. Speaking of golf, Alex Houston says congratulations on cashing in the golf and bowl tournament last weekend.
Yeah, that was fun.
Really?
Yeah, so Briley, who actually he went to Wichita State. I've known Briley for a long time, like back to the MJ days. Yeah, so he runs this golf/bowling tournament where it's a 4-man team, and you play 18 holes of golf best ball in the morning on Saturday, and then you bowl 12 Baker games either Saturday evening or Sunday morning. And he had a full 36 teams.
Wow.
And it was a blast. And like, I'll be the first to say, I'm a terrible golfer. I'm like a 105 average golfer. So he hooked me up with a team, and I just made sure that he let them know that I would not be helping on the golf front. I think we took 3 or 4 of my shots in the whole 18 holes.
That's fine.
Which honestly, I'll take that. And then I held up my own, obviously, on the bowling front, and we ended up cashing. So yeah, it was fun.
Nice.
Great idea, cool idea. And I think next year I might try and get a team from Winnipeg to come down.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'd love to, because yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys also know, like, these northern states, when it comes to summer, like, everybody puts their bowling balls away.
Yep, I do.
Everybody starts golfing and fishing and camping. So yeah, to have an event like that where you can tie in bowling with golf is awesome. It's a sick idea. And yeah, I'd like to do it some more in the future.
I know Brad up in Williston, the proprietor there at Strike Zone, he always has a tournament where it's bowling, darts, and pool. So then it rotates
Triathlon.
throughout, throughout his center. I always thought that was pretty neat too.
Yeah.
Oh, sounding pretty quiet in here. Looks like one pair is still going on the girls division. And then the final shots here for the boys division. I'm going to step out really quick, and I'll be right back.
I'm going to step back as well.
Okay. Ken, it's all you.
Sounds good. Looks like we're down to the last ball for each of the boys and the girls division. Shouldn't be too terribly long. Once they're done, that they get the scores to us, but going to be interesting to see what our cut lines will be at and who our top seeds will be, because I don't think anything was guaranteed, maybe outside of Gianna over in the girls division. So we will see soon enough what they look like. But that'll be it for the boys, and the girls also just finished, so. Take a few minutes for them to compile everything, and we'll get it as soon as they're done.
Well, I will say when I was away, I talked to Dawson Unrath, and he thinks he's in with the 230. He just shot that last game, so.
Yeah, he went 230, 230 the last two, so I'm pretty sure he's safe. Beyond that, we know Zach is going to be in, but I was just saying before you got back, I don't think there's any guarantee on top two, even making the cut beyond probably Gianna in the girls division.
All right, we'll bring it back into the booth since we are in a brief break here. They are compiling scores, and we will have our top two in every division advancing to the stepladder finals later this afternoon, and the next 8 in every division going into a bracket.
Just finished. Please make sure your scorecards make it to the check-in tournament counter. That way we can get the scores and everything finalized so we can keep it going.
Yep, it's always a little dead time right around now. Just, it's a lot to confirm. Everything. Well, we did get one of the sheets that we were missing, who was possibly one of our top 2 seeds in Trevor Alma. And I know he was on one of our featured pairs earlier, but only 16.
Only 16, yeah, and he was the one that went 540 the first 2 games, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. So, not sure what he had after that, because he got out of sight on 17, 18, and then finished on 1 and 2. So, he was very much in play for one of the top 2 after that start.
Well, as you can see here over my right shoulder, there's quite a few people here in the settee area, or I guess in the walkways. Everyone waiting on the cut scores. Again, our next show will be up in Minot, October 27th at the Masters. It's a unique tournament that we have every October. The winner will take home a spot in the USBC Masters next spring. The pattern we use every year is the USBC Masters pattern from the year before. So if you want a challenge, head on up there. 16 advance to the day 2. And on day 2, it's a bracket. 3-game total pin matches, just like at the Masters. So keep an eye on that one. We should have a poster out for that tournament here in the next few weeks. A lot of good tournaments. Go over to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page, and find a tournament that is right for you. NDBowlTV Masters is probably one of my favorite tournaments to bowl. So I suggest getting on up there, up to Minot, checking that out. How's everyone doing in the chat room on this Sunday morning? Ken, how's your summer been so far?
I would say uneventful. Nothing crazy. Lovely golf game, as you experienced yesterday.
Yeah, we're pretty good at that, that's for sure.
Oof, yeah.
But
Hey.
it's nice to be outside, so.
A bad day on the golf course is better than a good day at work 99% of the time.
And I'm sure everyone will agree. For those of you SPI people out there, there was a big change up with the regional sales managers over the summer, and they kind of redefined the territories. So I know there's a new regional sales manager for our territory, and I know he's in the building. At some point, perhaps we might talk to him. Not
Yeah,
sure.
Yes, I've seen him around, but not sure where he's been.
Big shout out to Matt Gasson, who was our old RSM. He's now doing his own thing with his new top-notch bowling pro shop, I believe, out there in Wisconsin. So go check him out if you're in the Milwaukee area. And then the new RSM here, Parker Tippin. He's around here somewhere. As I got the music playing there, hopefully YouTube doesn't strike me, but we'll see. Again, we'll start up with the bracket round here momentarily. Again, there were about, 75 bowlers here this morning, so they have to check and recheck everyone's scores. We had one score sheet taken from us, so I think they did find an error on one of them.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell you what the change was. Didn't look much different. But Handicap, usually they get out pretty quick because they're always done fast. The boys and the girls finished up about the same time, so they'll probably get everything out to us all at once, and we'll tell you as soon as we know. But yeah, I think the fun thing with the boys right now is we don't even have a Game 3 sheet, so
Yeah,
couldn't, I know there was a little bit of moves in Game 3, but couldn't tell you what that looks like, so be interesting. I know, Zach had a lead, but I think he went about even his last 2 games, so.
and then as we talked with Dawson Unrath going 230 to make his way back to the top 10 anyways.
Yeah, he never really left the top 10. He just, he fell off from the top 2, so.
Do you think he got into one of the top 2?
It was probably close. Where was he at?
I talked to Chad, his dad, and he said that he was behind Braden by 30 or so going into the last game.
Yeah, and he was, 70 pins out of. Am I seeing that right? Yeah, he was about 70 behind Trevor, who was second going into Game 3. So, possible, but not really sure.
And yes, in the chat room, thank you for letting us in this morning. Do appreciate that, and the entire staff here for being so kind to us here at Garden Center Lanes and letting us in before 90% of the people so we could set up.
Yep, and looks like we might need to do some camera adjusting.
Yeah, we just have to crop them down now that there will only be one player per lane the rest of the way.
Well, and they're not even going to use 13 and 14 from what it appears.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll always have a match then on our camera. So yeah, they'll probably do a match and then rotate to the lanes not being used for the second round of the bracket. Well, those of you in the chat, just hang tight. We'll have some bowling here in a moment. I believe we are within a few minutes of getting the announcement of who's going to face who in the bracket.
Well, and while we've got a minute, I think it's my turn to step away.
By all means.
Music off.
All right, we got
Here we go.
results and brackets set up. So, want to thank everybody for coming out. 370 entries this year, our biggest year again. Can't thank you enough. We really appreciate it. This is so much fun for us. So, next year I'll be year 10, so hopefully we can make that something special as well. All right, let's start with the handicap division. All right, top 2 seeds have buys into the stepladder, and 3 through 10 go into a single elimination, single game bracket for 2 rounds. And then we'll have our top 4 for a stepladder, same in every division. So our number 1 seed in the handicap division with a total of 2241 is Lucas Steinman. And our 2 seed, Desiree Galbraith. 3 seed, Kaysen Goes Witch. 4 seed, Ruby Habiger. 5th seed, Zaylee Clark. 6th seed, Avery Wilson. 7th seed, Miles Free. 8th seed, Hans Short. 9th seed, Ryan Noren. And 10th final seed with a score of 2105, Kimmy Pike.
All right, there you go. That is our
Now,
handicap
pay attention to these lane assignments.
right here.
On
Nevin
27-28,
making
Kaysen
announcements.
Goldswitch versus Kimmy Pike. 29-30, Avery Wilson versus Miles Free. 31-32, Zaylee Clark versus Hans Short. 33-34, Ryan Noreen versus Ruby Habiger. Please report to your lanes. And in the girls division, our number 1 seed with a 21-32, Gianna Brandolino. And our 2 seed, another buy-in to the stepladder, Rachel Moore at 2014. 3, Callie Trisky. 4, Brooke Salzman. 5, Elizabeth Rittenauer. 6, Peyton Rowley. 7, Kira Magza. 8, Olivia Baskin. 9th, Holly Orgeman. In 10th place at 1805 was Jenna Reeder. We'll have Callie Trisky versus Jenna Reeder on 19 and 20. Also on 19 and 20, Peyton Rowley versus Kira Magzone. On 23 and 24, we'll have Elizabeth Rittenauer versus Olivia Baskin, and Holly Orgeman versus Brooke Salzman. In the boys division, we got a new name on top here, Zach Andreessen with 2,229. And our other buy, our 2 seed is Dawson Unrath. 3 seed, Braden Malish. 4 seed, Dawson Peterson. 5th seed, Drake Waite. 6th seed, Landon Jordan. 7th seed, Trevor Rama. 8th seed, Nate Vanderbeek. 9th seed, Brandon Cryer. And Ty Weiler rounding up the top 10 at 2,062. Lane assignments there we have Braden versus Ty on lanes 1 and 2. Landon versus Trevor on 5 and 6. Drake versus Nate on 15 and 16. Brandon Cryer versus Dawson Peterson on 11 and 12. We'll give you guys a couple minutes to get to your lanes, and we'll do 2 balls on each lane for practice, and we'll get right into it. For everybody else, I appreciate you coming, and we will get all of the standings and payouts posted on Facebook here shortly. So thank you again.
All right, we're just taking a minute to update our brackets. Number 1 seed, Zach Andreessen. Okay.
And that's, at least 4 years in a row that he'll be in the title match?
All right, so let's go over this quick. On the boys' side, this is what we have already. Zach Andreessen, the number 1. Dawson Unrath, the number 2. And now they have an 8-person bracket to determine the 3 and 4 seeds. On the girls' side, we have Rachel Moore, the number 2, and Gianna Brandolino as a top seed in the stepladder finals. Again, these will happen after the bracket round. And then on the handicap side, number 1, Lucas Steinman, right?
Yep.
And then number 2,
Desiree
Galbraith. All right, that is what we have so far on our stepladder finals. So stay tuned. The bracket will start shortly to determine the 3 and 4 seeds. And then we will get a fresh oil here right in front of us, and we will kick it off with the girls' open division. What do you see in the bracket? You have the full brackets there?
Yep.
Do you want to go over the boys first? Because that'll be right in front of us. Let us know what matches are happening here.
Yep. So down on 1 and 2 is our 3 seed Braden Malish and our 10 seed Ty Weiler. 5 and 6 is our 6 and 7 seeds Landon Jordan and Trevor Rama. On our featured pair over to our right, 15 and 16, is 5 seed Drake Waite, 8 seed Nate Vanderbeek. And then just to our left is Dawson Peterson, our 4, against Brandon Cryer, our 9.
All right, that will be our boys bracket. Again, the 2 remaining players will be the 3 and 4 seed on the stepladder finals this afternoon. What's going on in the girls bracket?
Yep. So, excuse me. Not that we can totally see it over here, and they're actually going 2 matches on a pair. Since
Okay.
I think they must have only been using 3 pairs this morning for the
Yeah,
girls.
they want to keep them on the same bay. That makes sense.
Yep. So on 19 and 20 will be our 3 seed Kelly Trisky against our 10 seed Jenna Ryder. And then the other match will be our 6 and 7 Peyton Rowley and Kira Magsom. On 23 and 24, our 5 seed Elizabeth Rittenauer against 8 seed Olivia Baskin.
Carve up 2 shots on each lane for practice.
Okay.
And then on 23 and 24 as well, our 4 seed Brooke Salzman against Holly Orgeman.
All right, and then finally on the handicap division, which is way down on the high end of the house.
Yep. So they'll likely be done pretty quick because it is only 1 match to a pair down there. But starting at 27-28, moving down, we have our 3 seed. That doesn't look like it's right. But, oh, that's what he just gave me. Our 3 seed, which, oh, that is right. Kason Goswitch, that's right, because had the 250. Yep, so Kason Goswitch against our 10 seed Kimmy Pike. On 29-30, Avery Wilson against Miles Free. 31-32 is Zaylee Clark against Hans Short. And 33 and 34 is our 4 seed Ruby Habiger against Ryan Noren. And then I think everyone probably heard they get 2 shots on a lane, so they'll be able to get going here very shortly.
All right, so for the meantime, let's make the scores a little bit bigger for the 1 match going on. This will be our featured match. And then the next round, who do we get the winners of?
So we'll get the winners of the 2 matches way down on our end, on 1 through 6 on 13 and 14. And then the other matches, which are kind of right in front of us, will move to 7 and 8.
So then we get the Braden Malish and the Ty Weiler match winner against Landon Jordan and Trevor Rama winner.
Yep.
All right.
Correct. Most of the righties, I think, seem to have a pretty good look. My curiosity is how Brandon Cryer's look holds up, being the only lefty.
That is true. Yeah, he's the only lefty left on the boys' side.
And I know he had a couple solid games to start, maybe not great the next couple, but like if he's got a good look, he could cause some problems.
Again, this is a single game match. Essentially, the 3 through 10 seeds left are all battling it out in a bracket. And when 2 are left, they will be the 3 and 4 seeds in the stepladder finals. Ken, you want to hand me the payout sheets?
That I can.
See what we're looking at here. On the boys' side, if you finished in the top 10, if you're still bowling right now, you win a minimum of $475 scholarship. And like Ken said earlier, if you make the final 5, well, the stepladder finals is final 4, so you get $1,500 guaranteed. And if you're in the position of Zach Andreessen and Dawson Unrath, you're guaranteed, well, for Zach, $3,500, and for Dawson, $2,500. So a huge advantage to be the top 2 seeds already in that stepladder finals, because you're at worst 2nd and 3rd. On the girls' side, for those that have already advanced, top 10, you get $300 scholarship for 10th. If you make the show, it's guaranteed $1,000 as the 4th place finisher. Again, Rachel Moore and Gianna Brandolino have already advanced to the 1 and 2 seeds in the stepladder finals, where the winner will take home a $3,000 scholarship. On the handicap side, top seed gets the $3,000 scholarship, and the number 10 is $400. Looks like Nevin is paying us a visit. Do you want to sit down for a minute? All right, let's talk to Nevin. Why not? Joining us now is the brains of the operation. Nevin, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, Nevin, want to give us a little rundown on this year's event?
Yeah, it was the biggest one again. We had 370 total entries, up from 318 last year, so a significant bump. Pretty awesome to see that. 171 entries in the boys division, 71 in the girls, and 120 whatever makes that 370.
Very nice. So with the big entries, you had Mitch here. You had the great adult youth doubles event that sold out both nights,
Yes.
which is very nice. That's on a Thursday and a Friday night. That's crazy that you were able to sell that out for both nights.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. More and more kids are starting to show up on Thursday. We give them practice lanes during the day, and more are taking advantage of that.
And again, we're paying out. Well, do you know what the total is that we're paying out?
I have not added it up, no.
But it's got to be over 30,000, right? At least.
I would think
or-
so. Yeah, pushing 50,000 with the with the side event as well. I think it was 52,000 total last year. So
That is crazy, and
wow.
that's a testament to you guys here at Garden Center Lanes and the entire Alexandria area USBC. You guys do such a great job with this tournament, and every entry got a 900 global bowling ball as well.
yep, 900 global sublime, which is a fantastic piece. Even I shot 300 with
Really?
it. So you know it's
Yeah.
good.
Wow.
Look at that.
Right here
Nice.
on our title pair.
Wow, and people normally complain about this pair.
I
so-
know. I don't get it. They got to try with one hand.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. So you already got next year's dates,
Yep, August 7th through August 10th.
and then everyone can go to MidwestYouthChampionships.com and find all information on the tournament.
Absolutely. We don't have any next year's information on there yet, but it'll be updated in the Facebook group sooner than the website, I'm sure. But
Very nice. So if you want to get in tune with Nevin or anyone here at Garden Center Lanes, I would suggest going to that Facebook group or to the website. He does offer the online registration whenever that opens, correct?
yep, usually in February.
And then you do like an early bird registration like incentive, right?
Yeah, we try to get people to sign up early. It doesn't really work. More, everybody seems to wait till right around junior gold time. When that wraps up, we just get bombarded with entries. But trying to predict how many bowling balls we need here and stuff. It's nice to let more sign up early, so we try to offer an incentive for that. But
And that does make sense. And it seems like the starting Saturday, the middle shift and the last shift always sell out. And now it's progressing to selling out all of them at this point.
yep, I think the most openings we had on a shift was 16. I think we had 69 on the first shift on Friday.
And so if it gets to a point where we get so many entries in here, is it going to go priority to those who have signed up early?
Yeah, we're discussing that. Obviously, we want to keep growing the event. We have to think about what we're going to do on Sunday. We can't just keep advancing 1 and 5 if we keep getting bigger, because we only have so many lanes to use today. We had 74 bowlers out here today.
Yep.
So there'll be a few tweaks going into next year, but it's a very good predicament to be in.
Right, I would agree. I would like to thank you guys for allowing us in here to cover this event once again. And
You guys do a fantastic job. This looks great. I had it on my phone earlier, checking it out. Yeah,
glad it looks good. Again, Nevin Brady here, the brains of the operation. And then there's a lot of people here at Garden Center Lanes, volunteers included, that help make this thing go around. Anybody you want to shout out?
Everybody. Everybody part of the Alexandria Association. All these people, Les right here in front of us, he's our gambling manager. They're all volunteers. They don't work for the center. They just want to be here and help this thing go. And we've got it set up to where it just goes. Everybody knows their jobs. I don't really have to direct everything anymore. Everybody just goes. It's great.
And next year, the 10th annual, any spoiler alerts, anything you're
Nope,
up
nothing
your
yet.
sleeve? Okay.
We'll definitely make it special though.
Awesome. And
Great.
we'll flash it in here quickly to the booth. That's the guy, Nevin. Contact him. Everything associated with this tournament.
Or if you need EFX jerseys, look at this one.
There you go. Use promo code
NEBR. Well, this weekend use promo code MYC24. That'll be 20% off everything on the site.
Nice.
Otherwise, NEBR is 10%, and those can be stacked onto any sales that they're having. So
Very nice. So head on over to Apparel EFX website for all your needs. I know there's a lot of people out there that's probably going to get some new jerseys for league and tournament season, so that's a good idea.
absolutely, and our champions all receive new jerseys as well.
Really?
Awesome. Didn't know that one.
That's awesome, yeah. So shout out to who was here? Brian was here from
Brian Krantz from
EFX.
EFX.
Very
He
nice.
takes care of us very well.
I think we're going to have to find time to contact him and get some new apparel here in the booth.
Yeah, I like the new logo. It looks sharp, classy.
Thank you. I like it.
Yep.
Yeah, Ken's already got some. We can't see him on the screen here, but
Yeah, let's see if I can lean in.
hold on. I even
There
got
we go. Yeah, you can see it.
I've got an NDBowlTV logo,
There we go.
Attaboy.
and we have a merch shop too. You can find that. It's a spread shop. But
Absolutely. All right, I'm going to go check on things. I appreciate having me in here.
sounds good. Thanks, Nevin.
Thank you, Nevin.
All right. And we are in frame number 5, 6?
Yeah, they're about halfway through. It looks like the lower end is maybe a little slower, but a couple good matches going on so far. Brandon and Dawson are pretty close. That's a big double from Nate. Drake with an early 4-bagger. And Dawson with the, you can maybe catch a glimpse of the big 4 on the left of the screen there, but he's been a little bit suspect, I think, and you know, we've seen Dawson time and time again, and he's a great player. It seems to always have that one hiccup frame. Down on the lower end, my eyesight is not good to see 1 and 2. I don't know about you.
Nope. That is the Braden Malish and Ty Weiler match.
Yep. And the other match, Landon Jordan, Trevor Alma. Looks like Trevor had an early double, but pretty close yet. So. Ooh. A lot of stone 9s in this building.
Yep, that's what I've been seeing a lot of today too.
Yeah.
And big shout out to everyone who's been in the chat room keeping us company this morning. Do appreciate all your comments, and if you haven't already, please consider hitting the subscribe button, as well as a thumbs up button. That is the best way you could help us here at NDBowlTV. Again, super chats are available if you would like to help monetarily, as well as donations are also welcome, but not expected. I would like to shout out a couple people who have made kind donations over the years to help us grow our equipment base here. Ryan Krabanoff is one of them, and Brian Gehring, if you guys are listening, a big thank you to those guys. Those guys have helped us out quite a bit over the years and have helped us advance our production. So big thank you to them.
Yeah, two of the guys I think in our area that well known to the bowlers, but maybe just the casual fan, if you will. Not somebody you really see a whole lot, but great guys. They want to grow the sport and nothing but awesome.
Yeah, Ryan Krabanoff, we know him as Country. He probably see him a lot at Sunset Lanes, and then Brian Gehring, the proprietor out there at Midway Lanes in Mandan. Big shout out to them. Again, we're in our bracket round, first game of the bracket, frame number 8 of our featured match. Again, these are one-game matches. The player eliminated here will get their check. I don't know how Nevin and the crew determines who finishes each place. Maybe it's their qualifying score, maybe it's their seed, I don't know.
Yeah, I want to say that it's probably whatever their seed ended up being. So, like, if it got down to Braden and Dawson as the last two, Braden would be the 3, Dawson the 4, just because of their qualifying and cash around score since they did carry over.
Right, and I'm talking for the payout, too, like if they were eliminated here.
It's probably the same thing, I would imagine. And that would have been a question, I guess, to ask Nevin when he was here, but...
well, when he told me last night when he watches this afterwards, he hears us wondering certain things and knows the answer, so maybe he'll text me the answer in a few days.
Yeah, we'll know that, but you would think that would be the way that they would go, since the pins carry over, but then they wipe clean for the bracket round. That
yeah, you should get some sort of an advantage for being seated higher.
Yep. Ooh.
Door opening over here to the pair to the left.
I mean, possibly, but I mean, Brandon is still in a good position with Dawson's struggles. Dawson has 190 max. Brandon will still be in the 190s with an open here, and count is on his side, so...
that's the match going on immediately to our left.
Yeah,
our
but
featured match here.
On our right, that was a 9 miss from Nate, I believe.
It's Drake over here in our featured pair, yeah.
Yeah, so that puts the match, I mean, that's still a very close match. Drake can take command of it with a strike here on 15. Looks pretty good, and seen that hit carry quite well. So that's a big strike, because that just forces his mark with good count. And Drake would move on, but Nate can still make him think about it if he can throw next 3. And over on our pair to our left, Brandon is in the point where he needs a mark with count in the 10th if Dawson strikes out. And I couldn't tell you what's happening in the other 2 down there.
Well, we will find out momentarily.
Yeah, and I think that's going to spell the end for Dawson Peterson, unfortunately. Puts him at a 170 max, and Brandon with an open is in the 180s. So very likely a winner there.
Well, for Dawson, he's just going into college, going to Whitewater. I don't think this is the last time we'll see him here at the Midwest Youth. But, good luck to him going forward in college.
Yeah, and in our other match to our right, it's not over yet, but Nate needs to double in the 10th to have any chance, and that would force Drake to just get good count on the first shot. that 3-pin is probably going to be it for Nate as well.
All right, so it appears Drake Waite will advance to take on Brandon Cryer, as one of those two will advance to the stepladder finals. They will be bowling a match down on 7 and 8, is that right?
Yep.
And then we'll wait to see the results from the other two matches down on the low end of the house. And then hopefully we will get some results from the girls in the handicap division going on over on the high end. This is where if I had my wireless mic, I would just send you down there and you could. But we do have one of those at home. We are working on kind of incorporating that into the show as well, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, and from what I can see in the Trevor Rama Landon Jordan match, it is very tight. It looks like 9 pins. Oh, nope, 11 pins with Trevor being able to make that up, being on a strike compared to Landon on a spare. So looks like a pretty good match there. And again, the Ty Weiler Braden Malish match, can't see that unfortunately. But I will say one thing, Landon Jordan does appear to have moved to reactive.
Okay.
So something to keep an eye on, as every other person that I can see for the boys division is throwing urethane. So interesting to see what happens there.
In the match in front of us here, Drake Waite did advance. And then we will get the winner of the two matches down on the low end will be in front of us here on 13 and 14 in the next round.
Landon with a couple 10 pins in a row. It's going to make that match interesting. Almost wish I had binoculars. That could help.
Right? Well, next year you're on that.
I'll remember the next time we come. But yeah, very tight match. I believe Trevor doubled to basically even up the match. So count is actually really big here too, if I'm seeing it correctly. They're dead even on count.
Oh, I just saw Braden Malish go washout, but it doesn't seem to.
It looks like a fill ball. But I can't.
He walked back, yeah, gave a handshake to Ty Weiler. I see Ty's got 140 up there, but the score for Braden is a little too small for me to see. And based off body language for Ty, I'm guessing he lost that match. Because he struck there and didn't look too happy about it. So I'm guessing Braden Malish won that match.
And in a twist on 5 and 6, Landon Jordan just threw it in the gutter.
Which is easy to do on this pattern. A lot of players are playing up the ditch.
Very much so, but
just a tough spot for that to happen.
If my math and where they're at in the game is correct, if he spare strikes, that forces Trevor to strike. And that looks like a spare. Can't see if the 10-pin fell, but it did. Yes. So count being even, this next shot for Landon is very big. Yeah, so they are in the 10th frame, so he has 205, and actually, no, he doesn't need a count. That just forces a mark from Trevor.
Okay.
So that's 10 pins off on that one. Heard some clapping down on the high end of the house. Not sure what happened there.
I just saw Callie Trisky chop on lane 20 in her match.
A couple times I've looked over, I've seen Kira go high flush. And it's hard to really see the scores, but yeah, down to our left, I said Trevor just needs a mark. And through the nose for a Greek church.
So what does that mean for Trevor?
That means he has to spare the Greek church and get 6 pins.
All right, so Landon Jordan just found new life over on 5 and 6 in his match. For those of you following along,
That that feels like the girls' title match from last year, where it's like, I don't want it, you take it. No, I don't want it, you take it.
yeah, I do remember that. I believe there was a match too with one of the Trisky girls who had a 8-10 to lose in the title match, and she didn't deserve it.
That sounds very familiar, and
All right, got some updated winners from the high end, do you?
we do. So we've got the first round of matches from the Handicap division, which included a 9th and 10th roll-off between Avery Wilson and Miles Free. That was won by Avery Wilson.
All right.
Our 3-seed Case and Go Switch moved on and will face Avery. And then Zaylee Clark defeated Hans Short. And Ruby Habiger, our 4-seed, defeated Ryan Noren. So it is our 4, 5, 3, 6. So actually,
So it all falls in order.
yeah,
Okay.
which does not seem to happen very often.
So it looks like we're going to get a Braden Malish, Landon Jordan match in front of us here. Which means I need to update my camera, huh?
That would probably be a good idea. And then the girls also have just finished up awaiting winners on that one. Handicap division's already rolling in their final matches,
Yep.
as is pretty typical.
And again, the girls had 2 matches to a pair, so they're
Yep.
going to go a little slower.
And they will again have 2 matches on the pair just to keep it even and fair, if you will.
And once again, if you're just joining us, it'll be Braden Malish against Landon Jordan on 13 and 14. And the winner will head to the stepladder finals to take on the winner of the other match, which is Drake Waite and Brandon Cryer.
Yep.
So that's what's going on the boys' side.
So as of now, we just have the one upset, if you will, and that's Brandon Cryer beating Dawson Peterson.
Okay.
And obviously waiting on the girls' division, what exactly happened there, since it's kind of hard for us to see. But based off of who's kind of standing around there, looks like Brooke Salzman is moving over there.
So Brooke won her match because she's moving to a pair that is holding a semifinal, so to speak.
Yeah, both matches will be on 21 and 22 for the girls. Kira's kind of standing right there, so that leads me to believe that she moved on. But again, no confirmation on any of that yet. Then it appears that the boys are getting a couple shots again, so
first look here at Landon Jordan and Braden Malish.
Nope, I'm not even going to speculate. So I see Brooke, I believe Olivia Baskin.
Jenna is still alive, it looks like.
And so that would be our fourth then if Kira is our other winner. So
Yeah, it's Kira, Brooke, and then the Olivia and Jenna, I believe.
okay, so Jenna, we'll say Jenna Ryder defeated Callie Trisky, so that was a 3-10 upset. Kira beat Peyton Rowley, that was a 7-6 upset. Olivia beat Elizabeth Rittenauer, that was an 8-5 upset, and then Brooke was the only higher seed to win in the girls division. So, Jenna will be facing Kira, and Olivia will be facing Brooke.
All right, so that's what's going on the boys' side, or the girls' side, I mean. The boys' side right in front of us here, they're about to get started with one of their, I don't know if I want to call it a semifinal match because it's maybe a semifinal in the bracket, but the winners get the 3 and 4 seeds in the stepladder. So this is to advance to the finals.
And appears they're still finishing practice right here.
Yep, scores have not started yet.
Okay, and they have down on our other match, so
Looks like they've thrown their final shadow balls here.
yep, they're finishing up, so there we are. Drake Waite with an early open on our other match, 7 and 8. Again, this is going to be interesting to see the ball reaction from Landon Jordan being, he has reactive out, but also Braden throwing urethane kind of on top of where Landon is trying to throw. See how that affects this match.
And following this match, we will take a brief moment to readjust our cameras for the stepladder finals. So we will take a break following this match, and then we'll be underway with the finals of each division.
And we will have one Team USA member coming out of this match.
Yeah, for sure.
So that'll make 2 in our stepladder finals, regardless of the outcome here. So just shows the quality of these guys.
Yeah, the talent level is pretty crazy. And I think it's going to be just as crazy on the girls' side, as it looks like a couple of Team USA members on that show as well.
Yeah, one for sure, and I mean a couple other that are, it's very possible that they could be, if not now, in the near future. We got spare for Brandon and Drake with an open and a strike, and going up in the third, our other pair. Careful. Ooh.
Just enough.
Don't have to hit it hard. Just hard enough to fall over. But an opportunity for Landon early on. Ooh. Shot there from Landon, and I believe a 6-10 chop from Drake down on 7 and 8.
Again, that match is Drake Waite against Brandon Cryer. The winner there will take on the winner of this match in the stepladder finals. Is he throwing two different balls in each lane? I thought he threw a Coral Venom on the right lane, and he threw a different ball on the left there. I think he's got two different ones.
I've seen him throw a couple different balls in the practice, but I haven't paid that close attention, I guess.
I wonder if I could get Trey over here to, because he looks like he's talking to Landon. So he's probably got a good idea. Oh,
And that's a slid 10-pin.
shot there for Braden. Team USA and Wichita State product. Looks like we have a respot we need.
Yeah, and they're on it already. And in our other match down there, Brandon Cryer through 4 frames is clean and just threw a strike. So Drake has some work to do to catch up in that match. Drake does appear to have the lane 8 figured out. Something must be up with 7, so. Oof. Good shot from Drake down there. I know we can't see it, but
10 pin.
wrap 10-pin on a, would have been able to kind of get him back into the match. Like it might have been a little bit of a right move from Braden there. Maybe not trying to swing as much, so
Right.
that was a good shot.
And we will update our bracket as we go, our stepladder finals. Following this round of matches, we will have 4 left in each division. Break
That's
there
a
for Landon.
really good break to trip out the 2-8 out of that.
Again, Landon Jordan finished top 15 at the U.S. Open this year. So no stranger to big events.
And confirmed he is throwing 2 different balls. I could
Okay.
not tell you what those 2 are.
As he is on the Motive staff, I do believe. And then again, Braden Malish, no stranger to this event or the big stage as a Team USA member. It just got back from, I believe it was over in Korea, but not sure.
It's pretty okay. Good shot. Drake has an opportunity down there if he can get the left lane, because Brandon, I would say, is a little suspect on both, but he's staying clean, which is what he needs to do. So big shot here from Drake coming up on lane 7. But also big shot from Braden right in front of us to potentially even the match.
Yeah, got to put the double on the board. Good shot.
If that was a little bit of a right move, that was a really good move. Those back to back look pretty good. Oh my goodness.
Is that an 8-pin down there on 7?
That is an 8-pin on lane 7.
Can't see it on our screen, but the other match, Drake Waite, Stone 8, lane 7.
He's labeled 4 shots in a row and has strike probably spare to show for it, and no closer to getting back into that match with some fortunate breaks. Ooh, trips out the 10 there.
Love that low hit on the 10, because you don't really expect to get the 10 out, and then you're little bonus.
Strike right there evens up the match, though.
It's about what you expected on this match when we saw the 2 names.
Yep, for sure. Brandon Cryer with an opportunity down there, and he flushes one on lane 8, so Brandon in control on that match.
Another break there to trip out the extras.
I'm not sure how many pins tripped out, but it looked like a 3-6-9-10 for a second. As it is, it's just a 10-pin spare. Nevin updating our bracket as we sit here. So we do have confirmation on the handicap division bracket, as Avery Wilson has made the way to the stepladder finals, beating Case and Go Switch, and Zaylee Clark is also there. And if it goes as I think it should be, that Zaylee will be our 3 and Avery will be our 4.
Okay, so we will update that. Big shot for Landon Jordan.
Yep, and I believe Brandon Cryer just threw a 3rd striker in a row, which it looks like he did, and it's all or nothing now for Drake Waite if he wants a chance to make it back to the stepladder finals.
Again, the girls are bowling 2 matches on 1 pair just to keep everyone in the bay that they were bowling in this morning.
Hear a little cheer as Drake just about left back-to-back 8 pins, but got a messenger to carry that one out.
So a little sarcastic cheer that was.
Probably, but match is not over down there by any means yet. Good shot from Braden there. Drake needs to punch out for 207, and that just forces 2 marks from Brandon. So,
well, a barn burner in front of us here, though.
Yeah, very much. We got 250, 260 on the board, I believe. And Drake finally carries one on the left lane, and said it's by no means over down there, but One more strike here from Brandon will basically secure his spot in the finals. That's Shaker 7. I think he knows he got away with that, though, from his reaction.
Yeah, I think he kind of let that one out just a hair. Throwing a purple hammer, so the miss right is going to be shown out there by the light hit.
Brandon Cryer with a 4th strike in a row is going to secure his spot in the final with a few pins in the 10th frame.
Okay, so we have one match determined here on the boys' side. The handicap division is already set. Again, the girls are bowling 2 matches on the 1 pair, so they will be a little bit behind everyone else.
Yep.
And then we got a couple frames left here right in front of us in the Malish versus Jordan match.
And, you know, if you want the 3 versus 4 seed advantage, the winner of the match right here will be the 3 seed.
Okay. Because Brandon Cryer was the 9, so barely got through to this round and then took advantage of it and will be in our stepladder finals as the 4 seed.
Landon with a tripped 4-pin. Light 4-pin trip at least, so. I think he knows that was big because the ball's now in his court to be able to strike out and win this match.
Landon Jordan, frame 9. Light hit carries
Out
here.
another one.
The light hit carries.
2 strikes in the 10th from Landon will secure his spot if Braden strikes out. It's still very much up for grabs here. Kudos to Drake Wade. He's going to shoot probably 2-0 and get beat, but
That was a really good 2-0 from the sounds of it.
After the first couple of frames, he didn't miss a shot, and you know, at least once got ripped. And that's got to push a
Oh,
little.
and doesn't get the kick of the 4. You saw a pin back there, but it just didn't connect.
Well, I mean, he's not out of it yet. He needs spare and strike out in the 10th, and that forces 9 spare strike from Landon. So, not over yet, but he's going to need a little help. I think he knows that was his opportunity if he could have struck out.
Yeah, Landon working on a 3-bagger going into the 10th.
Yeah, the 9th, 10th, 11th from Braden would have put all the pressure on Landon to double. And as it is, that if he can throw 3 right here, it still forces 9 spare strike, but that's a lot easier than throwing 2 strikes.
Soft 10.
And that's that hit that I think I've seen a couple times from Braden where he doesn't quite get it to the hook spot, and it just kind of, his ball speed kind of pushes it too far almost. But still, spare strike here, and it forces a mark. So you don't want to get complacent because we've seen stranger things happen.
Yeah, Landon Jordan was a beneficiary of that in the last match.
Yes, he was.
All right, first order of business, cover the spare.
Got that.
And now it's simply just a little bit of count to force that mark, correct?
Strike forces a mark.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah, he's allowed a re-rack. As far as
Yep.
I know, that's what he's asking.
Yep.
So a quick re-rack, probably to make him think about it.
Yep. So that's strike. A strike from Braden would be a 9-0 would be a tie.
Okay.
So
Veteran move.
got a funky scissor on one of the on lane 13. So
And again, following this match, we will move our cameras, wait for the brief re-oil, and we'll be underway then with our first stepladder final, which is the girls division here on 13 and 14.
it's a big 7. So 9 pins on the first shot will be a winner. 8 will be at worst a tie. But again, we know what happened in the last match, so not a for sure thing, but you would have to think the way this match has gone that a very good chance.
All right.
That'll
9.
do it.
Strike is a winner. So Landon Jordan will take on Brandon Cryer in the stepladder finals opening match.
And I'm going to go out on a limb, and I believe Brooke Salzman won her match, because if I saw that right, that was 268 or 269 possibly, and then the other match I couldn't quite see, so. Nice game by Landon Jordan shooting 259, and no shame by Braden losing with 220.
Okay. All right, let's update our brackets here. First and foremost, we have the boys bracket decided. Landon Jordan against Brandon Cryer will kick off our stepladder finals. The winner will get Dawson Unrath, and Zach Andreessen, two-time winner here at the Midwest Youth, is the top seed. In our handicap division, looks like this. So we got Avery Wilson, Zaylee Clark in the first match, correct?
Yep. Then Desiree Galbraith is our 2, and
Lucas Steinman, okay. And do we know our 3 and 4 seeds on the girls' side yet?
I can't confirm anything. I'm probably 90% sure that Brooke Salzman won her match. The other match, it was hard to tell. It looked like Kira had 2-0. By the way that she still has her stuff on, I would say she did, but I don't think there's any confirmation on that as of yet.
And then Brooke would be the 3 seed because Callie lost.
Yes.
Okay. So we're thinking it's Kira. We will confirm that shortly, but not sure.
Yeah. They will likely make that announcement here before too long.
Okay, and then we are going to take a quick break, and we are going to move some cameras, and then we'll be back for the girls' stepladder finals. So stay with us. All right, and we are back, and this is how it's going to look for our girls' stepladder finals. Starting momentarily, we are going to oil. They're just finishing up on lane 15 for the handicap division. But this is how it'll look. Jenna against Brooke in our first match. Wow, so just got word that Jenna was one of the last qualifiers in to today's round. It has.
Yep, qualified 13th by 8 pins.
Wow.
And is now in our stepladder finals.
Nice work by Jenna. She is advanced. Do we have our informational sheets here? So we will get to know them here shortly. Pronunciation is Reader. So Jenna Reader against Brooke Salzman. Once they finish oiling lane 16, I believe both players will get a couple shots on each lane and we'll be on our way.
Can I get Jenna Reader and Brooke Salzman to 13-14? We'll get started up here in just a few minutes.
All right. You get 2 shots on each lane, and then we will be underway. And back in the booth, Chupe, welcome back.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we are going to turn up the gain on the mics because we're going to be probably have to talk a little quieter this time. Well, should we get to know the 2 bowlers we have here? Jenna Reeder out of Richmond, Minnesota. Let's see, Junior Gold MJBT High School Co-Ed Tournaments, 4.16 GPA, so probably the smartest person in the room. Averages 204, high series 736, high game 288. And as Ken and I mentioned earlier, she qualified as one of the last spots in. And then found her way into the bracket, and then I believe took out the defending champion, right?
Yep. Yeah, she beat Kira in the last match play round.
All right, so that's Jenna, age 18, against Brooke Salzman, age 19, out of Inver Grove Heights, Minnesota. She does attend Mount Mercy University. Won this tournament back in 2022. Rookie of the Year for her first collegiate season. First team All-American. And she's dating Zach Andreessen. So there's that. That is a very talented duo right there, as I believe they both won the tournament at the same time in 2022.
Yep, they did.
So it looks like we are underway here. Jenna will kick us off on lane 13. Mitch, do you change your strategy at all for stepladder finals?
Not really. I mean, you kind of have to remember what got you to this point. PBA, a little different just because of the lighting. Sometimes you're forced to change your strategy a tad, but in a case like this where it's just live stream, no, not really. It's interesting to see that Brooke's actually using urethane. Obviously, we saw the men use urethane for the most part. Women don't typically like using it, but it's cool to see she is.
Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to see a little bit more usage on the PWBA tour lately from people like Verity and Hope Gramley. Whoops, sorry guys. Missed that shot there. I was messing around with getting the scores on the screen.
But good, just 2 pin left. Just a reminder, this is now on the fresh oil since I did re-oil.
Correct.
So that is going to play in effect to ball reaction. For some people, it takes a bit of a mindset change to remember that this is on the fresh, this is what I bowled on all day.
Mitch, are you a guy that likes to start the match? Are you keen on finishing the match? What's your strategy there? on lane choice? Is it all about how the lane looks?
I would say, yeah, I would say dependent on how each lane is playing. I don't really care if either one prefer to go last, but we'll probably just choose which lane I think is better for my ball reaction. It's like they say, right? That you're not bowling your opponent. You're
Yep.
bowling the pins and you're bowling the lane.
And right now, bowling the lane is Brooke Salzman.
Yeah, it looks like her urethane is not quite picking up like it was for her on the higher end.
Little tester shot with, she threw that a couple shots in her warm-ups.
So do you think this could be a product of like topography from one side of the house to the other, since they've bowled most of their day down on the high end?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think most competitive bowlers know the difference in their local bowling centers, high end to low end. Can be pretty drastically different. Sometimes feels like a completely different bowling alley.
Shot there from Jenna.
I know up in Winnipeg is one of those where you go to the low end of the house, they seem to hook more, at least on the right side when I've been there.
Yeah, definitely way tighter on the higher end in Winnipeg at Chateau.
Which is interesting because this year with Austin Ducharme and them all brought in the production crew that they have, and they held it on the very last pair this year.
Oh, really?
And was very different for a lot of the finalists.
Gotta hook a little.
Yeah, looks like Jenna's not trying to do too much. Just play the 1-3, keep it kind of safe.
Yeah, maybe a case of not being comfortable playing that extreme outside angle. Like the pattern kind of forces you to, but obviously has done well enough if she's here playing where she's at. Well, an early open by each.
Yeah, still lots of game left.
Yeah.
Throwing an Ion Pro, it looks like. One of the benefits of the ball return camera is we can
Oh, yeah, I didn't notice that.
catch what she's throwing here.
Yeah, it looks like she almost tried to play on top of where she was playing with the fast pitch, but probably have to move a couple.
Yeah, it didn't look like she got much projection on that. It was pretty straight up the lane from my angle. Careful.
Nice.
Oh. There's that 8-pin again.
Yeah, she definitely bumped a couple left, it seems like.
Seems like she's just trying to find her way on this championship pair so far.
Yeah, I don't feel like it's going to take a huge score to win these matches. They're obviously bowling on the same pattern we saw the men on earlier. Rather flat, difficult, especially on the fresh.
Yeah, you would think that one of these two gets settled in and they could be a handful for Rachel when she gets on.
Yeah, that is one of the benefits of being in the opening match sometimes is you can get comfortable. You have that opportunity too.
It's got a hook, but
Push.
oh, same spare shot as the last frame. So.
Yeah, and that just kind of shows you how flat it is in the middle, right? She got the one little too far right, didn't recover, and then the next one she gets up the lane at the spare and just overhooks. That's what makes the inside of this pattern so difficult. That's why I see a lot of guys playing with the urethane to the right, trying to avoid all that mess in the middle.
It's a little left.
Oh, you're lucky. You got the 10.
Yeah. Take the break of just that. But
Yep.
yeah, you have to wonder how comfortable some of these players are at trying to play out that far. I mean, it's not something you see needing to be done in your average bowling tournament.
Mitch, do you ever find it difficult to go from a beaten down pattern that you've progressed on throughout the entire day and then going to a fresh oil pattern on a match?
I mean, no, normally I'm a fan of that. I'm
Really?
a fan of the fresh. Yeah, just with my ball roll, it's a little heavier than most people. I struggle, if anything, the more beaten down that it gets. So I'm a fan of re-oils. I'm a fan of if we could bowl 2 games re-oil, bowl 2 games re-oil.
Is that going to recover from there, though?
Ooh,
And that's
big
a
break.
huge break. Spare.
Do you have a nemesis spare that you don't want to shoot at when you're on TV?
God, the 5-pin.
Yeah.
I don't want video evidence if I miss it.
I suppose. Any head-to-head match for me, it's like if I leave a 3-6-10, it's like 50%.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the harder makeables.
I don't know what it is, but
So many ways to chop it.
Yeah, when I was in school at Wichita State, we shot probably about 10,000 of those a person.
yeah, for good reason. Salzman frame 6.
Shot there. That looked like a parallel left.
Yeah,
Because that did not hit, the 1, 2, 3 like most people have been shooting for.
yeah. It seems like the first shot on 13 where she 8-pinned, like she missed right but saw it hook. So then on 14 she tried to use that and it didn't quite make it back. So she probably just wants to avoid that. It's probably like a false read.
It's a nice shot from Jenna. a little bit. It's that same, just a little miss to the right. Doesn't have the recovery for her.
Looks like she's throwing a lot of surface. Is that the new Widow?
Yeah, looks like it.
It's pretty good. Ooh. Well, it's something makeable at least.
Yeah, that lane seems tricky.
I know in the past this pair has always been a little bit tough to nail down.
Yeah, and even in our last match, the boys bowled here. I know this is a re-oil, but Landon Jordan was throwing 2 different balls in each lane.
Okay.
So even he saw something different here.
Full, spare. Brooke doing what she needs to do after that early open. Just staying clean. Just get through this match unscathed, and she's gonna have a good chance to run the ladder, I would think.
Just didn't see it.
Yeah, that one got a little bit wider than the last one.
So where do you think the miss is on this one, Mitch? This pattern. Where's the good miss?
It's like we were talking about earlier. I think there's something with the built-in topography to the right, which is why people are kind of migrating there. So I think if you're gonna miss, you gotta miss right. But I think she might just be too far left to take advantage of that miss. It's not getting right enough when she misses right.
Yep.
Like it did on the shot where she 8-pinned. Like, it almost guttered. That's where the miss is. But I think you guys are right. I think if she just keeps it clean, I don't think it's going to take 230 to win these games. I'd be willing to argue that most clean games are probably going to win the match.
Well, for Jenna, she's got to find a way to put a double together here.
Yeah, I mean, Jenna's playing in the flattest part of the pattern, so she just really needs to execute good shots.
No, can't get the 7 out.
Careful. See the frustration in the face.
That's not over yet. Especially on a tough pattern like this. She puts together a double, triple. Brooke still has to stay clean.
And the player eliminated in this match will still take home a $1,000 scholarship.
It's pretty close.
There you go.
Just throwing a lot of good balls this match. Just those couple that weren't there turned into opens.
Right. Yeah, just the place that she chose to play on the lane didn't really give her much room for error, so her misses right were washing out.
So when you go in blind, let's say you're going in blind to a tournament, you don't know the pattern, what's your strategy to finding area and looking for miss room?
It's a combination of things. I mean, you're using what you see out there, but also you're watching everybody around you, watching your peers.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and just like I said, that strike in the ninth for Jenna is huge. It's not like Brooke is necessarily comfortable, super lined up. Still keeps her honest.
Especially with a 4 count on a spare. You don't
Yeah,
see
it's a
this leave very often.
tough
No.
break. I think the Ion's probably just a little too clean for what they're needing right now.
Well,
Makes it a little more interesting.
ball is in Jenna's court now.
Going back to her ball rep, which is the current leader on the boys division side. How important are the ball reps for you on tour?
Oh, they're night and day. Like, they can completely turn around a tournament for you.
I think we talked to, I think it was Tom Doherty one year. He was here with us, and he talked about how just moving pair to pair, you get so much information from them.
It's close. Overhooks.
It's a good 8. Yeah, the tour reps, I mean, they're watching hundreds of bowlers bowl, right? Like, they're seeing both ends of the house, different staffers. They can come up with some ideas that just never crossed your mind and can take you from out of the cut to well in it if they give you the right piece of advice. Maybe a ball you weren't thinking of or a part of the lane you weren't thinking of.
Spare.
All right, so Jenna's got, what are we looking at, 176 left?
Yep. I mean, it's
Strike for 161.
yeah, Brooke just needs some count here and then forces Jenna to throw the first strike.
Uh-oh.
Well,
That's
that's enough count.
Well, anything can happen on this. This pattern is looking pretty tough right now.
Yeah.
So now Desiree is next, right? On the girls? No, it's
Nope.
Rachel Moore. Desiree's in the handicap division.
That's through the nose. That's gonna be a Brooke Salzman win.
So if you're Rachel Moore and you're watching this, what's your strategy for the 2 shots in each lane?
Thinking whatever consistent ball reaction she's had during the week. So something's, I hope, a surface, predictable. Like, I hope she's thinking, I don't need an 8-bagger to win this next match, right? I need 9 spare, maybe catch a double. So whatever she's been doing up to this point to get that kind of ball reaction, I'm hoping she's looking for that.
And that's it for our first match. Brooke Salzman will advance to take on Rachel Moore. Let's go update our bracket.
All right, congratulations, Brooke. Moving on to the semifinal.
There you go. Bernalino. Brooke Salzman moves on to take on Rachel
Let's
Moore.
give it up for Jenna Reeder, taking 4th place and $1,000 scholarship into her Smart account.
Great ovation there for
To the TV fan, please.
Jenna Reeder.
Looking at the ball she's putting up there, it's got a lot of surface.
Looks like a motive, the
The Jackal Ghost.
Ghost, yeah. And she will get her 2 shots on each lane. Now let's get to know her. Rachel Moore is 19, out of Iowa. Culver Stockton College. Averages 214, high game 300, high series 765. NAIA First Team All-American, NAIA Rookie of the Year. Heart of America First Team All-Conference. 2022 Teen Masters Champion. Pretty big event there. 4 times Greater Iowa Scholarship Bowling Tour Champion. Those are some of the events you said you bowled while in college, right, Mitch?
Yeah, not the youth ones, but yeah, same association.
Elite Youth Tour Champion, another one of those out of the Chicago area. And Illinois Scholarship Tour Champion.
So she's no stranger to winning.
That is the truth. I feel like the top seed is in the same boat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of surface going down the lane.
Yeah, I mean, I hope she's looking for controllability, predictability. Just leave some pins you can spare.
So when you see scores this low, do you change your strategy at all? Do you then just try to keep it in play if the match before you is 150 to 140?
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where urethane is probably going to be thrown because, I mean, that's the huge benefit to urethane. It's so predictable, consistent, and it's when they're flat like this and you need 9 spare, like that's where urethane really does shine.
Reminds me a lot of the Winnipeg final that you won up there a few years back with the scores.
I didn't throw urethane. Maybe I should have.
Think she's got to move right here and play a little.
Yeah, probably. Like the parallel angles look good, just maybe from further right. She's not giving herself much miss room as she plays for the left. She's further right than where Jenna was, which is probably where Jenna needed to be, but not quite far enough right, in my opinion.
It appears Rachel is going to start on the left lane.
Yeah, I think the left lane's the better lane of the two, just based off the first match at least.
Here we go. We are underway now with our girls semifinal match. The winner here will take on Gianna Brandolino in the championship match. And the
Yeah,
winner
it
takes
is.
home.
It is interesting that Rachel chose to start on the left lane, 'cause it seems like her practice shots were better on the left lane. But maybe she just wants to end the match.
It's left.
Left makeable. Got a hook.
Looks like a Tour Dynamics now.
Okay, yeah, so definitely one of the more predictable SPI balls out right now. Solid cover. Lower diff ASIM.
Six off the gutter. Ooh, trips out the 9.
About something to work off of, I think.
As everyone else is warming up down on 1 and 2, that is a practice pair for everyone, including the handicap and boys division finals that are coming up next.
Spare.
It's crazy how there's that spot that just won't hook. You got to get it a couple more boards to the right and it takes off.
Yeah, that or just that ball looks a little. It is a solid ball, but looks lane shined up for sure.
Hook. All right.
Maybe a bit of a test to see if it would hook from there.
It's a ball change here for Rachel. Is that a DNA coil or is
I think
it
that's a phase 2.
phase 2?
I don't think that's a phase 2.
Oh, it's not.
They look similar, the DNAs in the phase 2.
Well, it's got a lot of surface on it. Oh, it is a coil, just with a lot of surface.
Okay.
Nice shot there.
See, because of the surface she has on that, she doesn't have to use 2 to get it to hook.
I feel like surface is something that's not stressed enough from like tournament to tournament for people that bowl a lot of them to make sure you keep everything.
People are afraid of surface in a lot of cases. They don't want to ruin the cover or change it too much, but it's definitely one of the more useful tools.
Gotta hook a little. That's a good shot.
Nice. Yeah, so you see her ball's hooking where the previous match nobody else was because they weren't using surface.
All right, Salzman now frame 3. Still kind of fishing out there on the lane.
And overhooks off of it.
So we watched her now for a game in 3 frames. What do you think the move is here for her?
I mean, I don't know if she has a ball with more surface. Like, I feel like I'm just repeating myself, but
Right.
even that Tour Dynamics, like, it is a solid ball, but it's so lane shined that it's still not really reading soon enough. So that would be my suggestion. If not, I mean, if she's comfortable enough, maybe trying the fast pitch again. It looks like she surfaced that ball up.
Close. How's that for a spare?
You know, I don't think I've ever spared that in my life.
Really?
I don't think so.
It's funny because when I used to bowl CBAs out in Minnesota, they had their year-end event, and for whatever reason, they call it the full SOTY. And they'd actually have the full SOTY challenge because of, I think there's a guy, last name Sodergren, that's how it all started. And they had the full SOTY challenge where they'd set that up and everyone would take a shot at it. And as long as you either spared it or wasn't the worst one, you advanced. And it was like an eliminator thing. And it was fun.
And a
Considerable move left.
well,
What was that? Was it a
That was
journey?
a journey. So she's kind of doing what I was talking about earlier, which is moving, like making a sizable move left and trying to get it there steeper. The only problem is they're not really developed yet. So there's not a lot of hold built up, or a lot of, I mean, there is the friction, but not a lot of hold.
good spare.
But
Well,
if she stays clean, she gives herself, a fighting chance going forward.
So Mitch, what's next for you on the tour of Mitch's life?
Oh, not much. Waiting for the tour to start up in January.
I suppose.
Yeah, unfortunately not too much bowling for me in the summer. Just not a lot of tournaments, but
Do you do a lot of things like this as like appearance wise?
I haven't. I mean, I didn't really get the chance to with Brunswick too much. Another part of the reason why I wanted to make the move to Storm is they gave me this opportunity to do more appearances, like travel these youth events, which is something that I expressed I wanted to do and be a part of. So nothing yet, but definitely some stuff coming up.
Very nice. And again, you can find Mitch over on the House of Bowling channel. That's on YouTube.
Yeah, that's as far as I go really as social media.
I got to get me one of those from the merch store. You got the Canadian beer.
Yes, love that.
I might have to get me one of those.
close. Good shot.
You can see that ball set up and get into a nice roll right before it gets there.
Like she definitely has the better ball reaction. Just an unfortunate error in the first frame, and then just a bad shot in the fourth. Otherwise, yeah, Brooke's making her spares, so she's staying in it, even though her ball reaction is questionable. I think she's going back to the ion.
Looks like it.
Yep. The move left with her feet. All right.
Yeah, so it looks like
Good.
she took that same move with the journey, but then just balled, changed to the ion.
Well,
Good 9.
still okay.
We'll take that.
Again, Gianna Brandolino is waiting in the championship match, where the winner will take home a $3,000 scholarship for their efforts. Gianna also a Junior Team USA member, so a win here from Brooke would mean an all Junior Team USA final.
Ooh.
Nice little re-rack there by the folks in the back, knowing they were missing an 8-pin. Shout out to all the people who aren't seen here at Garden Center Lanes. Running machine calls, the volunteers back
A lot
in the
of pin
office.
chasing.
Looks like she's fighting the right lane a little bit. A little wider of that, and it was
That's what we've been saying.
Washout.
That's what I saw initially. I thought the right lane was a little trickier of the two, so I'm surprised she wanted to end on it. She doesn't throw a plastic ball at her spares or urethane.
Yeah, and it's not like she flattens out either. She goes full on.
Ramps it up, yeah.
Are you in the camp of throwing urethane at spares and just saving that
I
spot in
actually
your bag?
switched to plastic.
Really?
Yeah. I was against it for a long time, but if you notice, like, a lot of the pros throw plastic. You know, Simo, Troop, EJ, Belmo. Those guys are all throwing plastic at their spares.
For a while there, I actually thought about throwing urethane at spares just to save a spot in a bag. Like if I'm only taking 6 or 9 to a tournament as a weekend warrior, it's
In that case, for sure, I can see the avoiding plastic, bringing urethane. But I mean, on tour we have the opportunity to just throw as many balls as we want, right? So, yeah, a lot of guys on tour throw plastic.
hang on. Right. All 9 is good right now.
Yeah, and I hope she knows that. You know, I hope when these girls are sparing here, they're not trying to find this miraculous ball reaction.
And as we mentioned earlier, this is probably one of the toughest patterns that they've seen here at the Midwest Youth Championship, and it's now 9th year. Scores were low. I think in the boys' open division, it was like, what, 120 under was the cut?
Mm-hmm.
So pretty tough scoring conditions this weekend. Good spare.
Still doing what she needs to, keeping clean, but can either one of these two throw another double to try and take command?
And if you're in the chat room, let us know who you're cheering for. Again, Gianna Brandolino is waiting for the championship match. Salzman, frame 8. It's wide.
Fast, wide, but that's a good 8.
It's a great 8.
Looked like it came flying out of her hand.
You know, and Ken and I say this every year, but it's impressive how these kids can, you know, take bowling for this kind of money and stay composed and everything else, because we never had that opportunity as kids.
No, for sure. Whatever they're doing here to get a tournament like this running, people need to take note and do that locally in their own state. Because this is better ran than some adult tournaments,
Right?
most adult tournaments. I'd argue.
Okay, 8th frame for more. Let's go hook. Yeah,
I don't know if that's a good or a bad break.
That's bad.
Yeah,
I would have liked to see the 7 go there instead of the 2.
Right. But it is makeable.
There's a chance.
nice spare. I think I would almost rather shoot that than the 278.
So do you have a lot of tricks? I know your release is often talked about on tour as one of the, I would call it one of the more powerful releases. The way the way you cup the release at the line. Do you have any tricks with your release to?
Yeah. I mean, you just mean like tricks on top of what
Right. Yep.
I did? Yeah, I mean, you have to. So adding rotation, increasing tilt, rolling the ball more. Those things all come into play on a fairly weekly basis for sure.
Good shot there. 9 is good. Let's keep filling frames. I talked to Dawson Unrath earlier. He's our number 2 seed on the boys' side, and he said his hand's not doing very well, but he's doing well. And I was like, well, maybe you shouldn't have bowled 5 shifts this weekend. Is that something that's tough for you to all the games you bowl on tour like in a row? Has that gotten?
No. I mean, I think once you find a great fit and you take care of yourself and take care of your hands. I mean, we bowl U.S. Open. We bowl 40, 50 games, and for the most part, we can keep going.
Yep.
So yeah, it all comes down to fit, how much you're maintaining your tape, and just taking care of your body.
Yeah, an important thing to keep in mind for all bowlers out there who are looking to bowl a lot.
You should be able to bowl 10 games, I would say, comfortably without your thumb ripping.
Right.
And if it does rip in less than 10 games, it's probably worth talking to your pro shop operator.
Full. Okay.
All right, what's the situation here, Ken?
Well, that gives Rachel Moore the opportunity to come up and strike out in the 10th to win the match, but as it is, count-wise, we're in kind of the same boat as the last match, where spare here, she just needs pins, and that will at least force the double from Rachel, so still no easy task. We haven't had a strike in a few frames, so
It's been a while, yeah.
Alright, good spare. But they're both doing what they need to, is staying clean and keeping themselves in it. And now it's, can Rachel Moore produce the 2 best shots of the match?
And maybe with her choosing to start on the left lane, maybe this is what she wants. She wants ball in hand.
That'll be enough pins, but
I mean, even the strike there forces a double and 7, which isn't super given.
no, by no means. Said it. Got to get 1 strike first.
Gotta have it.
That was
Shot.
a good one. It was a little bit more direct from my angle.
Uh-oh.
It's got to hook a lot. Yep. Salzman is going to go on.
And it'll be an all Team USA final on the girls' side.
Congratulations, Brooke Salzman, moving on to the championship match against Gianna Grandolino. Let's give it up for Rachel Moore, third place finish, and $1,500 in scholarship money. Gianna, come on down.
All right, let's update our bracket. There it is. Brooke Salzman will move on to face Gianna Brandolino in the championship match. Salzman looking for her second Midwest Youth Championship title. Rachel Moore will take home a $1,500 scholarship for her efforts. So a good weekend for her.
This is still one game? No, like, winner has to be beat twice or anything?
Correct, one game. All right, let's get to know Gianna. She's 17, out of Illinois, going to Jacksonville State University in 2025 to bowl with Shannon O'Keefe and that powerhouse of a team. I do believe Kira Magsam is going there, I believe, this fall. Oh, let's see here. Averages 220, high game 300, 811 high series, junior team USA, going to college with Kira Magsam. Junior gold champion in 2023. And like all the other ones, she is Landon Jordan's friend. I love all these kids like to write something in there. Like having a record against Brady Stearns.
Saying you can beat Brady Stearns around here, that means something usually.
All right, Girls Open Finals Championship match. Looks like Gianna's going to start.
All right, it's championship match. Let them hear you.
Let us know in the chat room who you think is going to take home the title and $3,000 scholarship.
Immediately a ball switch.
Perhaps she wasn't very confident with the look she had there in the practice shots.
Chance. Spare.
She doesn't take a lot of time when she gets up there.
Are you a fast bowler?
I think above average, yeah. There's definitely some notoriously slower bowlers out there.
I never realized how fast EJ Tackett was as a bowler. He seems to go so fast. Oh,
And how's that for a break?
that's a twister pin break. Do you have any tendencies in pressure situations like this that you've learned over the years? Like I tend to get amped up. I end up throwing it way too fast. Have to tell myself to relax.
Yeah, I think I tend to make too many changes, I want to say. Like I'm quick to change a ball, quick to make a big move sometimes, where it's just take it easy. Let's just throw a good shot first.
Yep. Because I can't imagine at 17 years old going out there and bowling for, in this case, $3,000.
Yeah, I mean, they're kids. I don't really think they're thinking of the money. I mean, plus it's scholarship money, but I think they're just more so wanting to win. When you're at this age, all you care about is winning.
Sure.
Shot there. Let's see what she decides to do on this lane.
So clean out of the ball at the line. Just such a good release.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive. Definitely somebody to look out for in the future.
I could see both of these girls on the ladies tour at some point.
Sticking with that one on that lane, and
Two different balls in each lane. So the right lane is that pink Venom, right? Is that the new one they have this year?
I'm not too familiar with the motive balls. I want to say the one on the left is a stronger Venom, like an asymmetrical shock.
it's fair.
Yeah, Brooks just never really looked comfortable, I feel like, but she's made it past the last two matches. You know, she's keeping it somewhat close and making her spares.
Yeah, fortunate to get 9 most of the time.
And keeping it clean enough where she gives herself a chance, but don't know if that's going to be enough right here.
Yeah.
Feels like Gianna's got a little better look. Might not be great, but uh-oh. Do we call a booth jinx on that one too?
I just blame you for everything, Ken.
I know you do, and I usually take it.
Yeah, is the black cloud a real thing? Have you guys
In our
noticed
booth it
that?
is, yes. In
Sure
our
seems
booth
like
it
it.
is. More often than not, we've ended quite a few strings over the years.
Wasn't it like right away when we got on the air this morning that I ended one?
Correct.
close. Feels like she's just in that area of the lane it's so touchy, but she doesn't trust being right.
Yeah.
So she's just kind of taking what it gives her, and she can pitch a good one like that one, all the better.
When you find yourself in a situation where you can't seem to strike, but you find the pocket, are you more of I'm going to ball change, an area change?
I mean, it's so situational dependent. In a match like this, I would say no. I would probably just keep it, as close to the pocket and as clean as possible, knowing that 200 is a good score. But, if the pace is 230 and I'm hitting the pocket and I'm catching one double and the rest 9 spares, yeah, I'm trying other balls, other areas. It's not worth grinding at that point. So, very situational.
It's close with hooks, just not quite, but good break to just leave the 2-pin.
Oh,
Into the air, given right back.
So yeah, it's got to be frustrating for both players because they both know that they just need to stay clean, and then they're giving away single pins. Saw a lot of that this week, unfortunately. These kids need to practice their spares.
yeah. Yep.
Also maybe feels like you're trying so hard to strike, find the pocket, get that it's just the easy mental lapse when you get to something like that.
Yeah, primal shock is what she's throwing on that lane.
I remember when that ball came out, I was crossing with EJ at the World Series, and I was trying to get some information on it. So I was asking him, like, what this ball was even, and he said, I don't know, I just throw it. Didn't know if it was asymmetrical or symmetrical or what cover was on it.
Wouldn't that be nice?
He just says, they put holes in it and I throw it.
Close.
Really
It's
good.
good. Yep. Yeah, when you're that good, though, you can make any ball look good, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about numbers earlier and layouts and all that, and some of the best, like, they really don't care too much about that.
Yeah.
They're just pure feel. They throw a ball and they make their own decisions based on that.
I mean, it's easier when you're on tour and you can repeat every shot to
Yeah.
your boards,
That's true.
That looks better. Oh.
Just not comfortable.
Makeable split, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems like, Brooks a little too far left. Maybe not trusting it right. I think she just probably needs to parallel everything further right a little bit earlier, kind of like what Gianna's doing.
Also feels like she did try that to an extent, and it just wasn't quite there. At least she didn't get comfortable with it, but she's got to try something here now.
Flip.
It's like an even deeper move there.
Yeah.
That one looked pretty good, though.
And up next is our handicap division stepladder finals. We will move over to 15 and 16 for that stepladder. They will re-oil 13 and 14 for the boys open finals after that. Brandolino, frame 6.
Yep.
Started up
Yep.
early.
Saw that one. Didn't quite get there. We see this made twice in a day. If anyone's got a chance of it as well, I would say she does. A little. Oh, you kidding?
Wow.
If anything, that saves count at least. But some hatch rate packed almost even.
Yeah, Brooke again kind of finding her way back in the match.
Well, we haven't had a fill on the right lane for either player in in a while here.
It's okay.
It's interesting. She's not willing to try the primal in the right lane at all.
All right. Make you wonder if she might try it in the next one. Are you throwing straight at a 5-pin, or are you hooking at it?
On this, I'm throwing straight.
Yep.
That lane's tough.
Ken Cummings, thank you for joining us in the chat. I do appreciate you tuning in.
Must have made the drive back home last night. Spare there. And we have a mark on the right lane.
Yeah, it took a little bit, but
Not even the easiest spare to make.
yeah, I don't want to throw at it.
Push a little. Oh, it does. See the frustration again. Didn't look pretty close and just didn't pick.
Well, still a close match.
Three-pin match if nobody can double.
Right, it's going to come down to who can throw a double first.
Oh, good spare.
Yeah, it's almost at the point where if Brooke can step up and strike on the right lane, I'm liking her odds.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gianna, she's got to finish on that right lane that neither player seems to like.
This is probably a big shot in the match, though, because count can come into play if she doesn't strike.
Yeah, Brooke's comfortable on the left lane, and she gets the finish over there.
It's close.
Pretty good.
Good shot.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know why she didn't try that ball in the right lane. Seems like it's stronger, so it's hooking a little earlier, which is what I imagine she would want.
Well, it really comes down to this. Brooke can come up here and throw 9th, 10th, and 11th and win this match. It's left again. It's a makeable spare, but not an easy spare. Gotta hook a little. All right. Three-pin match going to the 10th frame. Who can step up and throw a couple good ones?
It's kind of what we want, isn't it?
If you're wondering how that Manitoba Open final went that I won, very similar.
Yeah, that seemed tough. I remember watching that. I think that was the year they just had someone on like a camera phone. It's the lane she likes. Push.
Close. Yep.
Yeah, definitely better of the two lanes. I mean, I think throughout all 3 games, it's proven.
She throw one more like that.
It's pretty good.
Yep. Close again. Takes out the 10. Count's still very important here. It's a little left. Oh, no. Gets the break, so.
All right, so 181 for Brooke Salzman.
Pretty simple. Strike 9.
All right, Gianna's first time here at the Midwest Youth Championships. Finds herself in the 10th frame. Ball in hand.
Striking 8. On the lane that nobody's struck on.
It's okay if it
Close.
hooks.
Oh, the
Doesn't get
10
the 10.
moves and doesn't go.
That was a good shot. It's a very good shot.
Brooke's going to win.
2-time winner here. A $3,000 scholarship. And that didn't matter.
Nope.
Congratulations.
It's a good shot on the lane where she got 4, 7, 6.
Prepared for Brooke Salzman, second NYC title with $3,000 from the winner.
All right, and that'll do it. Brooke Salzman, winner of the Girls Open Division. So congratulations to her. We're going to get a word with her here momentarily. All right, joining us now, Brooke, can you hear me?
Yes.
Champion once again. How does it feel?
It feels good.
Yeah, it seemed a little frustrating out there. What was going on in that pair of lanes?
So it was nothing like this morning, any of the blocks I've bowled. I had been playing really close to the gutter, pretty much up the gutter with my eye on fresh, and then that was just not there. The pair was super tight, and I kind of jumped in, was hoping to get away from the tightness on the gutter, but it was very, obviously with the pattern, hooked a lot in the middle, so you had to be perfect. And I think Gianna and I both had about a board of miss room, so we were both struggling
Right.
with that.
So I think it was a really lucky thing that you were able to finish on that left lane because that was, I thought, the better of the two.
Yes, I agree. Kind of at the start of the match, as the right lane was just kept being awful, I was like, I just have to finish on the left lane, so hopefully I can keep myself in the match good enough to be able to execute on the left lane in the 10th.
Sure. So a two-time winner here, another $3,000 scholarship. You are currently attending Mount Mercy,
Yes.
correct? Second year there?
Yes, so I'm
Nice.
leaving from here to go back.
Wow, starting quick, huh?
Yes.
So you were Rookie of the Year last year in college, looking for another bounce-back year?
Yeah, hopefully another good year. So I'm super excited. We have a little bit younger of a team. We lost 3 seniors, but super excited for the team to be back and
Nice.
hopefully another good year.
Well, congratulations on another win, and good luck in college this year.
Thank you.
Brooke Salzman, everybody, two-time winner here at the Midwest Youth Championships. So if you will give us 1 minute, we're going to move some cameras around, and we'll be right back. right, and we are back with our handicap division finals. Our first match, what do we got, Ken?
Avery Wilson, who we can see up on the right lane, warming up against Zaylee Clark. So here's our sheets.
All right, let's get to know him. Zaylee Clark, 14 out of Bloomfield, Iowa. Averages 162, high game 277, high series 620. Placed 8th at Team Masters. Also does percussion in band. Avery Wilson, 13 out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. Averages 162, high game 269, high series 605. Do you happen to know the handicap that we're working with on this one?
They're dead even.
Okay,
So,
so a scratch match here to start.
and interestingly enough, our 1 and 2 seats are also dead even at 76 pins apiece. So it's either going to be no pins or 30 pins.
Okay. All right, and like normal, our scores are kind of at a little bit of an angle, so if you can't see them, please let me know in the chat room. It looks like Zaylee Clark will kick us off. As Ken mentioned earlier, they both have the same amount of handicap, so they've got them in there in the scores as 46. Looks like I have to adjust the scores just a little bit.
Nice opening shot. You can see some, I would say, some good fundamentals in both of the girls already at their age. On their way to being probably some stalwarts here for the next few years.
Yeah, we've seen over the years a lot of kids that have started off in this handicap division make their way into their respective open divisions and have done well. So
I'm sure that's the ideal progression that
Yep.
Nevin is hoping for.
and I think this division is why I encourage all parents out there who have kids in bowling to come out here and give it a shot at this event, because there's so much scholarship money available.
Ooh, close. See that they're both at least kind of experienced in this kind of format, so it's nice to see starting at a younger age.
I feel like it'd be really difficult as a bowler in here in the handicap division to not always see patterns like this. You're probably used to just bowling in the house shot and league and city tournaments and what have you, and now coming out here and seeing this, that has to be difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely a steeper learning curve than what they're probably used to. But nonetheless, I mean, that's why the handicap's involved. And it's, at the end of the day, a good learning experience, no doubt.
When you first started bowling on patterns like this, was it? I mean, they didn't have as complex of patterns back when we were kids, but was it like MJBTs? Were you able to put out patterns like this out at Chateau?
So we actually, if you guys remember, there was like that PBA Experience League.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So that was something the PBA was promoting, was you could access their bank of oil patterns and you could run a league. And so I joined that in Winnipeg. We ran one of those at age, I want to say like 15 or 16. It's probably when they started running it and I got involved. So yeah, I started seeing sport patterns at 15, 16. Definitely older than these two, but at a point where I could at least kind of understand what was going on.
Right.
And so, well,
It's a big double.
yeah, you can
Oh,
take
on
it.
this, yeah, I mean, it's been how many games since
Right?
we've seen a double?
It's gonna hook.
Tell she's trying to play it the right way, but just doesn't quite have the ball for it. Or, you know, like her, not the ball for it, but like, you know, the rotation to get it back there from there that some of the other, you know, girls do that are maybe a little bit older yet.
Yeah. And again, probably not a part of the lane maybe she's comfortable playing or used to playing. But you're right, she does have pretty good fundamentals and decent ball roll, honestly.
Yeah, I would imagine it's just one of those. She just hasn't had the experience. I mean, at 13 to throw it like that.
Yep.
I wasn't even bowling at 13.
You were practicing throwing of the rosin bag back then?
No, I honestly, I didn't even start until I think it was 15, but you know,
Bowling or
that-
throwing the rosin bag?
both.
Okay.
There's some great bowlers that start later in life. My good friend Packy started at 16,
Wow.
and now he's a two-time PBA titleist.
It's close. Oh, almost.
It's a good shot.
A good friend of ours, Mike Larson, started bowling at 27, and now he's
Yep.
in the Hall of Fame in North Dakota.
Wow, yeah,
So
that's
it's
impressive.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to bring up.
same sort of deal. When I introduced him into the Hall of Fame, I asked him a bunch of his information, and that was one he dropped on me that caught me by surprise.
Yeah, it's one I'd heard before, but coming straight from him, it's like, wow. Sit. Oh. Maybe going a little bit quick for Avery right now. Just probably got to calm herself down a little bit.
Do we have...
I gave them to you already.
Okay.
You already read them off, but hey, another strike from Staley.
Nice triple.
Just to refresh my memory, you know? Yeah, 13 and 14 years old, that's... Can't imagine bowling for this kind of money at that age.
Again, I don't think they're thinking of that.
No, I
I
would.
hope not.
I mean, their parents probably are more than anything.
Yeah, they're thinking, hey, this is fun. I want to do well, and
Yeah, exactly.
you know I can win something. And that's a 4-bagger from Zaley
Yeah,
out
awesome.
there.
Should be winning the scratch women's right now.
Be nice to see Avery get something going here. At least get a couple good shots in.
Fellow Canadian here, Mitch.
Yeah, I just learned that this weekend.
It's close. Okay.
A lot of her shots have been fairly close to striking.
She must have those new, what, Jopos?
Yeah, I think so.
Or you need the tool to get your thumbs in and out?
I think if you have a smaller thumb, yeah.
Okay. Not too familiar with those.
Just keeps hooking by every spare.
Yeah, I'm surprised that she doesn't have a plastic ball.
Probably one of the things you teach a lot of younger bowlers to throw straight at.
I mean, it's
squares
for
with
this
plastic.
exact situation where it's a tough pattern. Can't really predict where your ball's going to hook, especially in the middle of the lane. It's fairly common on a house shot to hook at your left side spares, but when you're on something like this, it's kind of what you want to avoid.
And, well, there you go. Take a good break.
See, and I'm guilty of it. I get lazy in like league and just start hooking at corner pins to the left, and then I get to tournaments and I'm like, well, I can't do that because
Yeah.
the middle.
There's
is
nothing
not
like
good.
shooting your first 7-pin straight after not
Right.
doing a straight at 7-pin for a while. And then you hit the 9-pin dead in the face.
Yep. Are you saying you've done it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, nice run from Zaley.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I saw 2 of those balls on the rack, so I wonder if one is Avery's.
Yeah, maybe just choosing not to throw straight at the left side.
Well, probably used to just throwing on a house shot where, you know, like you said, you get all that oil in the middle and you don't have to worry about it hooking like on something like this.
All commanding lead early on for Zaley. Again, this is a handicap division, but both players do have the same amount of handicap.
Yeah, just not going Avery's way right now.
Yeah, I mean, new situation. Probably not used to bowling in a stepladder final. Just all a part of the learning process, and I hope she recognizes that.
Probably will take some good words from the parents or some friends after this.
Yeah, and this is one of those where, like, if you don't fully understand how hard this pattern is, you can get a false sense of, you know, like you're not bowling very well or you're not throwing it very well, when in reality, the pattern's hard, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. For a handicap bowler, this is, as hard as it gets. Even for a scratch bowler, this is something that we would bowl on tour, and you're asking a couple 160 average bowlers to bowl on.
Right.
So, just have to kind of reset your expectations for sure.
Mitch, when did you start bowling?
Just something to do on the weekend, and it kind of took off from there.
Yeah, and at what point were you like, okay, I want to go to school like Wichita and go on tour?
Yeah, wow. Yeah, those are two big different, those are two big steps. Well, I made a provincial team at age 12. So we have this tournament in Canada where every province assembles a team of 4 players in different age groups. And so I made it in the Bantam division, which is the lowest, or like the youngest division. And that's where I kind of got my feet wet into scratch bowling,
Sure.
even at that age, so 12 years old. And that kind of got my foot in the door for coaching, even like learning about reactive balls. I was just on plastic ball at that point, at 12 years old. So that's when I think I would more so consider I started bowling. It was when I was like 12 and started to understand resin and hooking the ball and stuff like that.
And so then, was there a lot of opportunities for you to bowl tournaments up there in as far as scratch goes?
Yeah, we actually had a youth scratch tour, I guess you could call it. So we'd bowl in all the centers in Manitoba. I think at the time there was 5. So we bowl those 5 tournaments throughout the season and a finals. So we did have scratch youth bowling in Manitoba for a while. Unfortunately, that's kind of taken a step back. I'd love to try and reintroduce that, but we do have some youth events, mostly handicap now. But no, I was fairly lucky. We had some great coaches. I mean, we have some great coaches in Manitoba. You know, we have some gold level coaches, some international level coaches. Mike Borowski, right? He's traveled with Team Canada for, gosh, I want to say more than a dozen years, at least. He coached overseas. So to have a guy like that in Winnipeg, you know, when I was 12 years old, was a big part of why I'm at where I'm at.
Yeah, I feel like finding a good coach is underrated at times, and if you can find the right person that kind of understands how to articulate things in the way you understand them, I think can go a long way.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Mike's great with the kids. And, you know, like I said, he's like a world-renowned coach to an extent. So to have somebody like that in your hometown, a place like Winnipeg, where we only have a few hundred bowlers, is pretty lucky.
Which is surprising to me because I feel like Winnipeg's such a big place that I thought there'd be more, you know?
Yeah. Unfortunately, no. Like, you know, hockey is obviously a big sport for the youth. Baseball, lacrosse, also 2 of the bigger sports. So bowling isn't, unfortunately, too big in Canada. And we also have to fight against 5-pin bowling. So 5-pin bowling, for those who don't know, is pretty popular in Canada. It's equally, if not more, popular than 10-pin bowling.
Really?
Yeah. So, hey, have you ever tried it?
I have not.
Okay,
No.
well, next time you're in Winnipeg, you need to give 5-pin bowling a chance.
Where is that at?
All over the place.
Really?
Yeah, like I think we only have 2 2 10-pin centers in Winnipeg, and I want to say we have at least a dozen 5-pin centers.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeez. Wow. Yeah, I'll have to try that. Is there one close to that area where we are staying at?
Yeah, absolutely. It's similar to 10-pin, I guess, in the fact that there's a ball and pins. But 5-pin, obviously the name, there are 5 pins. They're duck pins, so they're smaller, and you use small balls. So they're like 3-pound, a little bit bigger than a softball, I want to say. And you get 3 shots.
Okay.
Interesting.
So it's a little different. The only thing we really share is the fact that it's a ball going down the lane at pins.
Are you good at it?
No,
No.
not at all. Seems like she got a little bit more comfortable at the end there, but hopefully she's still taking what she can from this tournament.
Right. When you're looking at a 4-bagger by your opponent right away, it's hard to overcome.
Stuff. Because I think she's about to bowl the highest game we've seen so far. It's 190.
That is true, I believe.
Congratulations to Zaylee Clark, moving on to the semifinal against Desiree Galbraith. Let's hear it for Avery Wilson. 4th place and $1,000 scholarship going into her Sparta Fountain.
All right, you heard it from Nevin there. Congratulations to Zaylee Clark winning the first match. She'll advance to the semifinal match against Desiree Galbraith. And let's get to know Desiree, 15, out of Alexandria, so a local. First time bowling the Midwest main event. And granddaughter of former pro and gold medalist district champ Pepsi Storm Tourney. Nice. I'd be Curious to know who that was.
Yeah, if I could get a name.
Former pro and gold medalist.
Well, she wins 2 matches, and
Yeah, we might get to ask her.
It doesn't say which sport.
Right. Yeah, it could be a lot of things there.
Yeah.
And you said Desiree has how much handicap?
76, so 30
Okay,
pin
so
difference.
she's got 30 pins to start. She will get 2 shots on each lane, and then we'll be underway. This gives us an opportunity to once again thank the sponsors here at the Midwest Youth Championships, the Host Center, Garden Center Lanes, and the restaurant here, Fat Daddy's Bar and Grill. Big shout out to Alexandria area USBC for all their fundraising efforts. Been raising over $30,000, close to $50,000 given away here this weekend. Bremer Bank, Apparel EFX, 900 Global, Viking Coca-Cola, and Broadway Ballroom and Event Center. Also like to thank our main sponsor, Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. And I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, joined by PBA Tour titleist Mitch Hupe. So we are almost underway here with our semifinal match of the Handicap stepladder final. So we got 5 more games to go. 3 games for the boys stepladder and 2 here.
Yep.
So, Mitch, if you're a guy like Zach Andrews, I know he's done this many times already, but if you're the top seed and you're waiting for a while, what's your strategy? Are you throwing any shots? Are you just going to take it easy and wait until a little bit before your match?
Yeah, probably taking it easy and waiting a little bit. He's obviously comfortable with his ball reaction, so he's not going to use that time to try and find something new. Just a matter of loosening up, I think. Couple minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes before his match, I would say. That's what I would do.
I'm one of those guys where it's like I wish it would just go straight into it and not have the 4-hour break.
Oh yeah.
But in the format, that's what they have to do. So I feel like Brandon Crier's been down there bowling the entire time that we've been doing these matches here.
Well, and at our age, it takes a lot longer to loosen up than it does for these guys. Let's be frank.
Yeah. Body can't quite do what it used to.
Ooh, close.
Again, Desiree's got 30 more pins of handicap than Zaylee. It is reflected in that score on the far right that you see on the screen. That is their total with handicap.
good.
So Ken, did you see the poster? I think what's the entry fee here? And then the re-entry is at a discounted price.
I think the re-entry was 70, I want to say.
And I think the main entry is like 2 something maybe, but you get a bowling ball with it too.
Let me take a peek.
Ken's gonna look for the poster online, but it's such a good value because you can re-enter for just 70 and try to chase score, and there's so much money to be had at this tournament that it's worth it.
I mean, plus you get the free bowling ball, which if you're paying $200 for the entry, you're almost getting a free entry because you're getting a $200 bowling ball.
Right.
It's not a plastic ball they're giving away. They're giving away a 900 Global Sublime.
Yep.
One of
Last
our-
year it was
the
the
higher tier balls.
last year was an Eternity, so like it's even a
That's a high
a
performance.
newer one, yeah.
Let's scroll through all the pictures to find it. Here we go. This is what I wanted.
Maybe. Honestly, it looks like an Eternity is what Desiree's throwing. It's
Last year's.
possibly the ball she got here last year. I know the pro shop operator back home. He's like, I'm all of a sudden drilling a bunch of Eternities. And I was like, did they go to Alexandria? He's like, yeah.
Yep, 180 entry, 70
Oh.
re-entry.
That's cheap for what you get.
And then if you wanted to get a second ball, it's $100.
Okay,
Oh, interesting.
there you go.
Or I think it's you add $100 for a second ball. So you could get 2 Sublimes for
280 plus the entry. Nice.
Yeah, that's good value. Even if you don't make the cut, like you said.
close.
It's a good spare.
Spare, yeah. Zaley keeping it in play and not doing anything crazy.
Yeah, good spare shooting as well.
Hook a little. Well,
And that one's probably on me.
You hit him with the jinx, huh?
No, that one's on me. I take full blame. You can send the hate mail to Darren at NDBowling.com.
if you want to be truthful, she did make the spare, even if it did hit the gutter, though.
Yeah, and the staff here is on the score correction, so no need to worry there.
Oof.
So, Mitch, when do you think they'll come out with the tour schedule? Is it usually
Gosh, I wish I
late
knew that
November?
answer. Yeah, that's when it seems to have been coming out, late October.
That's hard to plan, isn't it? Like,
Extremely hard.
because they tell you in October, and you got like
Couple
2
months.
months to plan everything.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not necessarily Bolero's fault or the PBA's fault. They're kind of waiting to see what Fox has in terms of availability for show times, and then the PBA has to schedule and work around Fox.
Yep.
So it's not the PBA's decision to hold out on the schedule. They're basically waiting from the higher-ups to figure out when and where they can schedule everything.
All starts with the media.
Yeah, the most important part.
Suppose media probably brings the money to it, though.
Yep. Yeah, hopefully for your sake they trend towards getting that schedule out quicker over the years.
It's a couple nice shots there, Desiree.
And you said you finished, what, 30th in points this year?
I was in 32nd,
32nd?
so well within that number.
Yep.
But not quite as high as I'm hoping to one day get to.
And of course, since you won the title, you have the advantage of even if you weren't, right?
Yeah, so if you were Titleist in the last, I want to say like 7 years is what they put the expiration on, you have the option to pay your entry, but to get priority entry. So you wouldn't have to PTQ. If they have the space in the center, then they will allow recent Titleists to just pay the entry and sign up for the tournament.
Sure.
Ideally, they don't want recent Titleists to have to bowl PTQs or the tour trials for that matter. So it's just the PBA's way of trying to get them into the tournaments. So you won't see guys like Frankie or Darren Tang who aren't in the top 43 go to tour trials.
Sure.
They're just going to bite the bullet and pay for the entries and just subject themselves to taking over the remaining space in the bowling center.
So it's almost like they have tiers now, as if you're not in the 43 or not a Titleist, you're kind of tour trials, you're in that tier, or else you're a Titleist but not in there. You can pay, and then if you're a Titleist and in there, you don't even have to be a Titleist. If you're in the 43, you kind of have the best of everything.
Right. Yeah, I think their idea with the tour trials is they want to try and reach some members who are maybe just on the fence, like, I don't know if I should try on tour, and then traveling to a destination to try and PTQ for 4 spots, maybe that's not worth it to me. So give them the opportunity, hey, you want to see if you can make it on tour? Here's the tour trials. And, yeah, it kind of gives you your answer. Makes it easier for the college kids, too.
Yep. Yeah, and that's coming up here in a couple weeks, I think.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, they're doing, it's like total pinfall, 4 different bowling centers in the Chicago area.
Yeah, 4 different centers, 4 different patterns. I don't know how many games at each center, maybe 8? Actually, I think it's more than that. I think they bowl over 40 games.
Is it like 2 6-game blocks a day at each house?
Maybe that's what it is, yeah.
Something like that?
So 48 games, yeah, across 4 different centers, 4 different patterns.
Crazy. That's how you can, weed them out.
Yeah, the 12 who make it will absolutely be deserving of those spots.
And then have you figured out how they're doing the PBA League next year? Is it the same draft?
Yeah, we don't know.
Or-
We don't know about that either. We're expecting it's going to be 3 saves, 3 back into the pool. But again, until we actually get that official word, we don't know.
I always thought that the first draft they did this year was crazy because there's some, wasn't it AJ Chapman was top 20 or something in points, or 30, something like that, and he never got drafted.
Yeah, every year you see something like that. Somebody who you think is a shoo-in, they get snubbed, and then somebody from left field gets drafted, and yeah, it can be a wild time. I always enjoy the mock drafts that people make.
Yep.
To see who they would pick on each team.
I feel like that'd be hard to do.
Yeah.
As a manager, that's what they call them on the PBA League, but that'd be difficult.
It would be, yeah, because you're friends with some of them. Maybe you're biased to some of them, It's
I feel like when it was back at Bayside the whole time, there was some strategy put into it based on guys that were really good there and guys who've had just being left-handed.
Yep.
Per se, each team has to have 1 or 2. They like to mix it up.
For sure.
But now with different bowling centers and different patterns, and
Ooh.
Good spare.
So this match actually will be kind of close coming down the.
Yeah, you can see there Desiree's got 160 with her handicap. Zaylee's got 158 after that spare.
Desiree frame ahead, so it's probably 20 pins or so right now.
Not quite the running out that you were talking about.
Yeah,
earlier, huh?
it's not Riley Miller. He was fist pumping and he was running out shots. It was pretty entertaining last year.
Oops.
All right, so we're pretty even.
Yeah, very close.
Oh, it doesn't get 7. Good spare.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Yeah, that's a big spare.
And a deadwood clear, and they're all over it. Shout out to the staff here at Garden Center Lanes.
Oof.
Yikes.
Didn't look that bad. No, I was about to say Zaylee has an opportunity to go up and win the match, but that's going to hurt a little bit. Going to need some help now. Yeah, we're at a point where Zaylee would need 3, and then that would mean Desiree needs to mark.
Well, good first shot.
That was nice.
It's a very good shot under pressure.
Just throw on the RTX 3. Is that what that is?
Yeah, I believe so. It's close if it hooks a little.
Backdoor, no.
So 6 pins on the first ball will be a winner. For Desiree, that is. Actually, I believe you can make that 5 pins. going to be enough.
Yeah, that's your winner. Desiree Galbraith, the local, will advance to the championship match. A chance at a $3,000 scholarship.
Congratulations, Desiree Galbraith, moving on to the championship match against Lucas Steinman. Let's give it up for Zaylee Clark, third place, and $1,500 scholarship money coming your way.
$1,500 for Zaylee Clark, so a good tournament for her. And we update our bracket.
Gotta think that she'll be back.
That's for sure. Lucas Steinman, another local. So we're going to have a local winning this. 15 years old out of Alexandria, Minnesota. Averages 124, high game 194. This is his first Midwest Youth Tournament and plays in pep band. Very nice. So a couple locals. This will be a scratch match. Is that what you said?
Yep.
So both get 76. Another southpaw. Mitch, do you like the U.S. Open thing where they do the warm-ups in one bay and then you go down to
I don't.
starting? You don't?
I don't, personally.
I'm meaning to ask you that because I always find that strange.
Yeah, the whole idea behind that is they don't want somebody to set up a pair,
Sure.
change a pair too much in practice, which is fine. But no, I don't know. I don't like practicing and then walking over to my lane to start.
Right. Yeah, then you got to haul all your stuff and
Right,
you
and
know,
it never plays like the practice range, and just I don't.
well,
not a fan of
especially
it.
because of topography from one side of the house to the other. Can
Yeah,
be
exactly.
completely
There's
different.
more guys on each lane down there.
So are you just trying to get loose at that point then? And
I think that's the idea behind it. But then you only get one shot on each lane, so you don't really know how these two lanes are playing when you do get to it. It's tough. It just adds to the toughness of
Sure,
the
yeah.
tournament.
like it's already hard.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So not only is it already a tough pattern, but you're also not too familiar with the lane you're starting on.
Did you bowl the U.S. Opens when it was the classic, just flat pattern?
Yeah.
Do you like that better than the
Actually, Are you
current?
talking about when it was just one pattern?
Yes,
and they-
one big flat
Okay,
pattern.
so no, I didn't. I've always bowled it while they ran 3 different patterns. So yeah, I never got to bowl in the double or the burn or double burn. But I've heard some crazy stories about the double burn. You know,
Oh, I could
24
only
games
imagine.
in.
All right, championship match, handicap division. Underway. Both players get the same amount of handicap, so essentially a scratch match here.
Very entertained by the shirts that we've seen by some of the younger bowlers that bowl here at the Garden Center. Just throw it better.
Yep.
I think it was Clayton Moore's kid last night was the first one I saw with it on. But yeah,
Are those official Garden Center Lane shirts? Is that what's on the front?
I see Garden Center on the front, so I would assume that that is the case. But
They have a wide range of apparel here.
tough break on that spare shot from Lucas in the first frame too. So
Again, 2 locals here, so nice to see. Both from right here in town.
I feel like we've got a lot of the local bowlers in the handicap division that have done well here.
What was Lucas the one that shot who shot 250 and had
Today,
yeah.
that was Casey or Kaysen. Yeah, Kaysen
Okay.
Ghostwish.
Okay, I was gonna say I remember somebody shot 250 and had close to the same amount handicap, but what did Lucas do throughout the day? Let's dig into the scores.
Gotta go to my other pile. I don't think we've seen a game 4 sheet, but yeah, Lucas had 119, couple 119s today, but a 191 game too. So I mean that's almost 270 right there.
Yeah, he carried over 1349, so he was 149 over yesterday. So he must have had a pretty good qualifying block.
Yeah, he was the leader going into today,
Okay.
and just followed it up with some good bowling today. It looks like. Yeah, I mean, his low game yesterday was his first game of 122, which is about his average, and otherwise 3 160s. So
Yeah, that'll do it.
it's making up a lot of pins on the field. Nice spare from, strike spare from Desiree. Missed a strike there. But good start for her.
Chance 5 pin.
Well, let's see if you can get this one. Gotta take advantage of your easy spares when you're, in the handicap division. Get the ones that you know you can make. There we go.
Nice crowd over here behind 15 and 16, cheering on the 2 local kids. Again, the winner will take home a $3,000 scholarship.
Oh.
Unfortunate there.
Yeah, you'd think that those usually would trip out. Get one, keep it close at least. Still a lot of game left. Ooh, almost rolled a 2-pin. Desiree not doing anything fancy, just rock it to the pocket.
That's right. On this, that's probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps her out of trouble, and if you can, some bouncy pins on this pair.
Twister pin special.
I'm surprised we haven't seen more splits and things like you know, weird stuff picked up.
I agree. Usually happens every year in the boys division, though.
Yeah, I'd say we'll probably see something later.
Yeah, the way they can throw the ball down there quite a bit faster. All right, frame 5.
It's going to be a little bit of a tougher spare for somebody who throws it pretty much straight.
Oh,
There we
big
go.
strike.
Lucas been close a couple shots. Can you throw one more like that?
Be big to put up a double. Get out of there.
Same hit as the last time on that frame. Just doesn't want to trip him out.
410.
Look a little. Ooh. Gave that a run.
Well, midway through our championship match. 146 for Lucas on that open there in the 6th. 149 still needing to bowl the 6th here for Desiree.
So it's still pretty close. Go either way yet. Good spare there. Well, I guess you take that 7 for missing the head pin. Just keep it in play, make your spares, and Desiree's going to be in good shape.
Yeah, gonna end up forcing a few marks out of Lucas here.
Oh.
Well, opportunity for Lucas again.
Yep. Well, makeable spare. Oof.
All right, both players through 7 frames on open. How big is the deficit for Lucas?
22 pins.
All right.
So
Gonna have to put together a couple marks here at least. Got a chance.
Away with-
Oh,
nope,
4
not-
pin.
not quite, but go up, make your spare. Oh, just slides by. It's been close all match, but just can't quite.
Well, Desiree's got an opportunity here to close this one out. Put up a good 8th and 9th frame. It's gonna be hard to beat. Okay, good count.
Same spare as last time on that frame. Nicely done. Get one more of those and she's going to be in really good shape.
Okay, so what can Lucas max out here with his handicap? He can get 60 more, so 222.
Well, I'm not even looking at handicap personally.
I suppose, yeah.
He's got 146 on the board. And Desiree with a spare here has 150, 160, 167 on the board, so a spare here and a mark in the 10th frame would be enough, but even with that, she still has a 9-pin lead, so makes it a little closer, but Lucas is going to need to throw a couple strikes here.
Maybe?
Close, just a little high. Oh, not quite. Okay, well, still. Spare here, and you throw a couple strikes in the 10th, and that would force Desiree to get a mark.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, the writing's about on the wall here.
Yep, Lucas can max at 125, which means at best it would be a tie.
So he's got to have them all. And
and that would mean Desiree would have to throw 2 gutters, and I
Correct.
don't see that happening. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this one is probably over. And officially now is.
all right, so Desiree Galbraith is your winner of the handicap division here at the Midwest Youth Championships and will take home a $3,000 scholarship for her efforts. We will get a word with her momentarily and then set up for our finale, the boys open division final. Great bowling by Lucas, takes home a $2,000 scholarship, so still a great weekend for him.
Yeah, got to be disappointing because, he looked like he bowled well all weekend, and when it comes down to a one-game match, like we've said earlier, you see it too often. Somebody who dominates the tournament is not the one that leads, or the one's not the one that wins. So.
Happened in the girls' side earlier.
Yep, it did. But still, for first time here, pretty darn good.
I would agree. Both of them, first time here, and they end up in the championship match.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Lucas Simon, second place at $2,000 scholarship. Let's hear it for our 2024 Handicap Division champion, Desiree Galbraith. $3,000 scholarship going to her Spartans.
All right, great ovation for her. And we will speak with her momentarily.
Landon and Brandon, you're up next on 13 and 14.
Nevin's going to be rushing us through here. Are we going to talk to her first, or are we going to move our cameras first?
I think he'd probably want us to move our cameras first since they have re-oiled already.
Okay, so give me 1 second. We're going to move some cameras, and we'll be right back. All right, bringing it back into the booth. We got our Cameras moved around, ready for the finale, and we are going to get a word quick with our handicap division winner, and then we'll be underway with things here. It looks like they put the names in the scoring wrong because I think Braden got eliminated earlier today. It's a Brandon Cryer against Landon Jordan. So, Mitch, what have you seen so far this week? Out of these two guys, anyways.
Well, it's interesting to see a left-hander. 'Cause based on just how the pattern's been playing, I was kind of thinking a lefty would succeed on this. You know, like we were saying, the gutter looks pretty good.
Yep.
Urethane looks pretty good. I mean, you put those two things together, and typically a lefty outshines when those two things come into play. So I don't know if maybe Brandon was one of the only lefties that bowled, but I'm not surprised to see a lefty. I'm just surprised to see only one. So be interesting to see if he makes it out of this first match. You know, he might have a decent shot at it, being the only one on his side. You know, we see that all the time on the PBA shows. They always question, you know, if the lefty makes it out of match one, does he run the whole ladder?
Right.
And it's definitely not uncommon.
All right, looks like we have our handicap division winner here with us. Let's get a word with her quickly. And Desiree, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Congratulations. 15 right here in Alexandria you're from?
Yeah.
Very nice. Your first time bowling the event. So was it something you've always wanted to do? Is it, or was it a last second decision to bowl, or
Last second.
was it? Okay. Your bio here says granddaughter of former pro and gold medalist. So bowling?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the name?
Susan Brady.
Susan Brady. Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. I didn't know that. Part of the whole family, part of the whole management team here. That's awesome. District champ, Pepsi Storm Tourney. Very good. Very good. So $3,000 scholarship. How does that feel?
Hurts a lot.
Did you feel any nerves out there
A lot.
bowling? You did? Very nice. Mitch, do you have any thoughts?
No, congratulations. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to see. So congratulations. We're going to see you back next year to defend your title?
Maybe.
Maybe? Okay. Congratulations, Desiree Galbraith. Very nice. Looks like we're about underway here in our championship, not our championship match, but the boys open division finals first match. Brandon Cryer and Landon Jordan. And quickly, this is what we are looking at on our bracket. Dawson Unrath, the number 2. Zach Andreessen, 2-time winner here, leading it off as a number 1 seed. Will be in our championship match later on. Looks like Brandon Cryer will kick us off here. And again, this is fresh oil. And I will say that the practice pair, they did oil that first a lot earlier, so it's not like they were bowling on complete burn down there on the practice pair. Early open for Cryer. Brandon is 19 out of New Brighton. 260 average, says here. High series 868, 15 300s, 20 800s, and 3 CBA titles already.
Not surprising considering his dad, if you will.
Yeah, he comes from a good gene pool, that's for sure. John Cryer, USBC Open Championship winner, Minnesota Hall of Famer.
And if Brandon is able to get through this match, I think could be tough for everyone because look for just from his qualifying scores, he gets a little bit better the next couple games. So if he's able to somehow sneak by Landon, could be tough.
And we got to meet Landon earlier in our bracket round, but once again, he's out of Illinois, Sycamore High School. He's undecided on a college, but I do feel like there's a lot of college coaches out there that are looking at him already. Two-time junior gold champion, 15th place at the U.S. Open. And one of his claims to fame here is he's Trey Hendricksmeyer's doubles partner. 29 Elite Youth Tour titles. That still baffles me. That's crazy.
Like, who has 28 titles of anything?
Right.
Of any tournament.
When you think about it, and what Belmo's barely past that. Yeah. And he's been a dominant player of the last 20 years.
And John Cryer in the chat room. Do appreciate you tuning in.
Oh. I don't know if we caught that piece.
Yeah, we asked Desiree about that.
Okay.
Yep.
No, that's pretty cool. Oof. You can see that hook spot out there by that spare shot right there, but you don't get it there at the right time. So a little bit of a difficult start here.
Yeah, time to regroup.
Okay, well, good break, only leaving the 4-pin. Well, let's see what Landon's able to do. Nobody's really got much of a beat on the pair quite yet.
He's probably one of the only players on the men's side to not use urethane, I want to say.
Yeah, at least to any amount of success that pretty
And-
much.
And looking down at the practice pair, I mean, we've seen Dawson Unrath bowling up in North Dakota and Zach as well. They're probably both throwing purple hammers, if I were a betting man.
That is the truth from what I can tell. Ooh, that almost got out. We've had more splits than we have anything else, though, through 3 frames. So
Yeah, pretty rough start here for this boys open final, quarterfinal match.
well, and you have to think about it, too. There were 4 shots thrown on this pair before they started this game.
That is true.
So it's, and there's the urethane move.
Yeah, moves into a red. It must be a tank. Do they have the red tank, the motive line?
You're asking the wrong person on that one.
I know they have a bunch of different combinations, but
It looks something like that, though. So we'll see what that's able to do for him.
shot there
Shot.
for Brandon.
I can't tell what Brandon's throwing either, but I mean he's been doing this all day, just nice and straight down the gutter, keeps it in play. If he gets it a little bit out, it typically hooks. And being the only lefty, he's basically creating his own hold lane to lane.
Yeah, definitely looks like urethane. Brock Hoagland says a tank rampage pearl for Landon. Oh, late
where'd
fall to
that come
7.
from? Big double there. Let's see if Landon's move is the right move.
Is he throwing that same ball over here?
Yep, I believe so. All right, I think that was a smart move.
So he switched to their urethane, I think, right?
Yeah.
In the chat room, they said it's the tank rampage pearl. Is what Brock says. I'm not, like I said, I'm not too familiar with the motive line.
And a black pearl hammer is what John
Definitely.
says.
Yeah, for Brandon, yep.
Yeah,
I believe that.
That makes sense. So
It's definitely a tank ball, that's for sure.
Right, which is Motive's urethane line.
All right, Landon Jordan working on a double. And to
all right.
win.
Well,
Well, after a slow start, they both kind of have it figured out now.
smart ball switch by Landon. I think it's just a couple better shots from Brandon. So let's see if he can continue that. What was looking like a 150, 160 game, and now could be looking at a 220 game for each.
Ooh. Carries the high hit. All right, if you haven't already, please share our stream on social media. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. And hit the thumbs up button. I would appreciate that. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher and PBA Tour champion Mitch Upe.
Yep, that got out there quick. Take the break, though.
Yeah, take it to the bank, as PA would say back in the day. Cash it in, Haas.
A nice little string of breaks there.
It's pretty okay. Just,
In.
yeah, that half 10 that gets the messenger that I haven't seen hit all weekend.
That's like a Chateau twister pin. It goes in front of the 10. You know what I'm talking about. Every time I come here, I think I when I see pin reactions, I think I'm at Chateau Lanes.
I know that feeling all too well.
Yeah, and I could imagine you've sent a fair share of messengers in your day.
Oh, yeah.
Again.
Same hit.
It looks like he's not really choosing to use like the built-in friction on 1-2. He's trying to play a little bit left of that, keep it more online. Unlike Brandon, Brandon's trying to send it to 1-2 to use that friction.
Full, okay.
Wasn't too sure about that one.
All right, let's see if Brandon can take advantage of that Brooklyn.
It's close. Doesn't quite get there.
Didn't quite get out to the dry.
Be a little firm. Not an easy spare, but given where he's playing, shouldn't have a whole lot of trouble. Oh, and he
It's crossed it.
hooks it by it. Well, brings the match about even again.
Yep.
Actually dead even.
Time to regroup again. Oh,
That was a good shot. Well, Landon's gonna have a chance to go up and win it. Left, good shot.
so consistent with his speed.
Two strikes and a pin to shut out. It's been in the pocket since he made that ball switch. Got that one out too.
What's funny is I could see both Dawson Unrath and Zach playing left of Landon.
Very much so.
Be interesting to see how this pair breaks down.
More strike for Landon for a win. Oh. Brandon Cryer's gonna have a chance.
Pretty good shot there.
He's going to need all three, but he's going to have a chance.
It's every bowler's dream, right? All three to win by one.
Mm-hmm. Spare. No. Pretty good last 7 frames from Landon. Let's see what Brandon's able to do. Came up light the last time on this lane. Pretty good.
Ooh.
Yep. That's
Yeah.
right. Oh, it sat there. Strike to win, 9 to time.
Pretty simple here. I mean, if it is a roll-off, it wouldn't be our first. All right, strike for the win.
Oh, he shakes it out.
And Brandon Cryer will advance.
Congratulations,
203 to
Brandon Cryer, moving on
202.
to the semifinal match. Let's give it up to Landon Jordan, 4th place, and $1,500 going to his smart account. Dawson Unrath, you're up.
All right, let's update our bracket. Brandon Cryer eliminates Landon Jordan, throwing all 3 in the 10th to advance to our semifinal match against Dawson Unrath. And Dawson will get his 2 shots on each lane. As we expected, Purple Hammer.
Right about where Landon was throwing, I would say.
Giving the gutter a try. All right, where's Dawson's sheet? Do we have his?
Yep.
Let's revisit our facts here. Dawson's 17. Does not know where he's going to college, but much like Landon Jordan, I'm pretty sure there are college coaches out there who are looking at him. 222 average, high game 300, high series 768. and he's Brady Gustafson's biggest fan. So playing where they're playing, Mitch, do you think the right side's going to break down? Is it going to get progressively easier, or?
It's hard to say. You throw in a two-hander with the rev rate. Could make it a little tougher. But I don't know. I don't know if there's enough games to really break him down too quickly. So maybe the advantage that we thought Brandon might have, being on the only one on the left side, maybe might not come into play as much. Plus, they're only getting, a couple shots of practice as opposed to like 5 minutes.
Right. On tour, don't you, like, all of you get to practice in between each game?
Right. So the right side just breaks down a little bit quicker, especially throwing the lights. The right side just deteriorates a little bit quicker. So sometimes the lefties have an advantage.
I know at the NDBowlTV Masters, when we get to the stepladder finals, all 5 warm up for like 10 minutes to start, and then it's just the normal 2 on each when they come in. All right, good first shot. Looks like he's settling into his A game.
Brandon likes to use the emotion, as we kind of saw at the end of that match, and I'm sure he's no stranger to getting amped up and being able to calm back down right away too.
Yep.
Shot from Dawson. More curious how his carry's going to be. I think from his practice he looks pretty lined up. Is the carry going to be the same as it kind of was for Landon? Shot there too.
Good start for Dawson Unrath.
I like his game. Pretty simple.
He was one out in western North Dakota where probably 4 or 5 years ago when I started seeing him bowl junior events, I'm like, this kid's going to be trouble someday. Yeah, he's going to be taking my money, and that's already proven.
Didn't take very long. We've seen him here for a couple of years, and he has done really well.
Crier frame 2. Gets that
Shot.
sort of can opener hit on 14 again. Let us know in the chat room who you think is going to win this match, and move on to take on 2-time winner Zach Andreessen in the championship match.
Ooh. Jumped up and bit him a little bit. Wonder what he did there.
So he just fed it to the gutter, I think, a little too quickly. We've been seeing a few misses like that.
gonna say they bounce.
Yeah, and he throws it as hard as anyone on his spare shots.
That was a Mitch Hoope attempt right there.
Feel like I throw it that hard.
You do. I mean, you can go find a YouTube video out there of Mitch throwing at 710s.
There's a few now.
How many did you get in the 710 video?
Out of 48, I made 7 or 8, I think.
Didn't you do a Greek
Definitely
church one too?
exceeded- Yeah, and that didn't go nearly as well. And I did a big 4-1. That one didn't go well either.
All right, Unrath, frame 3. Hook. Tickles the 7.
Got the 7 out.
Seemed like he got around that one different. Like off his hand, it was different than the other ones.
I didn't seem as up the back as
Right.
the one on 14 at least.
Well, let's see
Fortunate leave.
if we can have some history made, though.
We just talked about it.
Why not?
Have you had any 710s made on stream?
I think we've had a 710. We've had some weird
All your
stuff.
years, huh? No,
We've
710?
had
think so.
some. There was one time we had a show going on at Sunset Lanes, and I didn't see it at the time, but somebody in the comments said there was a 2-8-10 combination on the practice pair, but it was Brady just throwing at a 10 pin, and the 10 pin came out and took out the 2-8.
Shake it out.
Definitely getting those hits on 14 for Brandon. Ryan Selk in the house. Thank you for joining us. Dawson's biggest fan. Let us know, are you Team Crier or Team Unrath? Taking a re-rack on 13. We've seen a couple of those today.
That was pretty good. Get a little suspect in the last 2 shots from Dawson, so let's see what he's got.
Yeah, I like what Mitch was saying there. I think he has to just make sure he stays up the back on this.
Yeah, I
Gets
feel like
into a roll.
even the one on 14 wasn't quite his best either. And it did strike. Oof.
And there you see the little miss right, and it just grabbed the friction and took off.
Yeah, that's the overbounce that I was talking about. There's definitely some built-in friction out there, as you guys can see. So if
with it being a flatter pattern, you gotta use that, but not quite like that. Not too much.
Yeah, this is one of those where if he gets it in on the oil, there's 2 8-10 combinations possible.
That's why scores are what they were. Looks like he's looking at his thumb a little bit.
Yeah, he told me earlier it didn't feel very good after he finished the bracket round, so.
Looks like he's got a little skin patch on the top of it.
Yeah, Ryan Salk did remind us we did have a dog on the live stream before. Yes.
I was watching that live, actually.
Were you?
Yeah.
Dog, haven't we had a kid run out there as well before?
Yeah, last year at the Classic, a kid almost tripped over our cameras out in the lane. We've had some interesting times here. It's in.
Yeah.
Oh!
Wow.
The overcorrection, but works out.
When you see your opponent get breaks like that, does that get in your head, or are you pretty level-headed, don't really care?
It's tough. I tell myself I'm level-headed, but it can add up.
I always think back to a great bowler in our area, Mike Morris, and whenever he was on our stream, he would literally never watch his opponent. And he knew when it was his turn, he would just go up and do his thing and just never watched.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good. Oh.
So now you had to watch your opponent.
Yep, I was about to say.
Ugh.
It's kind of the worst series of events there.
Yeah, this will test the mental game, that's for sure. I will say it. If this was 2-3 years ago, we get a different reaction out of Brandon.
You think so?
Yes.
Very
He was-
much.
He was on our show a few years ago, kind of had some bad breaks, and yeah, different reactions. So you can tell the maturity level is going up for this kid.
That's what I was about to say. This shot could be very telling for him. He's able to come back and throw one just like that, but carry. Gonna go a long way for him.
What do you think happened there?
We talk about getting there too soon. I think he was trying not to do that, so he got it there too late. I think he's trying to aim to get it at, 2, 3 at, I don't know, what do you think, 35 feet maybe, 40, before 40 feet, and that was just a little too far down lane. So he didn't quite get to the friction quick enough. Just making this pattern hard, You have to be honest, front to back, left to right, with your hand. It's,
Are you a fan of the rangefinders on the pro anvils?
I do like them, yeah.
So do I.
Use them.
Because like you come here and you don't have the rangefinders.
Mm-hmm. So does Dawson take advantage of the tripped 3-pin?
It's a lot better shot there, but just doesn't get there.
I think that one was, like you said, a little late to the friction.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, pretty even match we have so far.
Spare's a 3-pin match, yeah. 3 pins with 3 frames to go.
Not an easy spare.
Spare, though.
I feel like over the years at this tournament, the sleeper spares have been the difference maker in a lot of matches.
They're tough, especially when you can't really predict when your ball's going to hook.
Right.
Something like this.
All right, Unrath 3-pin lead heading into the 8th. Ooh, 4-pin. Seemed like he got a handful of that one.
Yeah, it looked like he wasn't trying to get it right and use any of that friction.
Spare. Opportunity for Brandon, though. Take the lead back in the match and put himself in position to win. Oh, that's not good. Oh,
Yeah.
and he gets away with it to an
I don't know if
extent.
he slipped out of that one or if...
Yeah, it was definitely way right off his hand. But we'll take 9 on that.
Yeah, pick up your spare and forget about it.
Yeah, Bear could have easily been 5.
Yeah.
Touch it. Okay.
All right. Well, still in the match. Only 3 pins down.
Shaping up to finish very similar to last match.
Looks better. Oh. That's a good shot. That's bowling.
Yep.
The last shot was awful off his hand. Leaves 7. This one aces it. Leaves 7. Looks like a ball stuck back there. You know.
Still in the match, though.
Yeah, far from over.
Touch it. All right. All right. Dawson Unrath with an opportunity here.
Dawson needs a double somewhere in the next 2 frames to win this match. Pretty simple now. Striking 9. That's a winner. Or striking 8 spare. Even 7 spare.
Push. High flush for a double. His dad, Chad, back here is loving it. Quite frankly, if I was a parent and you getting all the scholarship money, I'd love it too.
9's a win. 8 he needs 1. 7 he needs all 3. All right, that's enough.
That's enough there. So Dawson Unrath will move on to the championship match against Zach Andreessen. Ryan Silk asks, what's the top 4 breakdown? 5,000 for first, 3,500 for second, 2,500 for third, and 1,500 for fourth. So $1,500 in scholarship form, of course, if you make the stepladder finals. Brandon Cryer will go home with a $2,500 scholarship for finishing third, so another good year for him. And I do believe this might be his last year here. 19, so it all depends on
Birthday
and everything. All right, Mitch, what are you expecting in the championship match? I mean, we all know what Zach Andreessen can do, and
What he's probably going to do.
Yeah, Dawson will be playing in the same.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how far left Zach gets. Because that could make it a little more difficult for Dawson if Zach is 3-4 left of him.
I could very easily see that being the case, knowing how Zach tends to play the lanes and how I've seen him play a little bit this weekend. So.
Yeah, so if Zach is left of him and kind of shaping it around him, you know, his straighter angle might suffer a little bit, but it is just one game, so yeah, I guess we'll have to see.
Congratulations, Dawson Unrath. Moving on to the title match against Zach Andreessen. Let's give it up for Brandon Cryer. Third place finish, $2,500 scholarship.
All right, another good tournament for Brandon. And we'll have a Dawson Unrath, Zach Andreessen final. Again, Zach is a 2-time winner here, Junior Team USA member.
interestingly enough, Zach not throwing a purple hammer.
Yeah, he's been throwing the black one. Now he's all right. Ready for our championship match. A couple more shots for Zach. Trying to throw it to the friction.
Yeah, he's definitely using the friction more than anyone else has been. Or at least trying to.
Let us know in the chat once again, who do you think is going to take home the championship here in the boys open division? Will Zach get a third title here at the Midwest Youth Championships in his last opportunity? Or will Dawson Unrath come away with the $5,000 top prize in his first title here in Alexandria? Let us know in the chat room and share the stream with everyone you know on social media. That would be greatly appreciated. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing.
That might be the trouble that Zach's going to have with what he's trying to do. If he doesn't get it there.
All right, looks like Dawson will get us started. Mitch, who do you like here?
My heart says the one-hander, but I think the two-hander has an advantage. Like I said, it's tough when they're left to you.
And with Zach's record in this building, in this tournament, it would be hard to bet against him.
If Dawson can keep that line and not waver, you know, he's got great odds.
I don't even think it's that Zach's that far left of him.
Okay.
He's been just trying to toss it to the friction is what I've seen in his practice shots anyways.
Yeah, it's not what I expected where,
Yeah, it looks like he's going with the black hammer too, so the lesser of the two in terms of hooking.
Ooh, dirty messenger.
Yeah,
I mean,
so he's like maybe a board left of him, just shaping it more though.
when you can get that kind of hit, though, that's not fair.
Can't bank on it though.
No, not at all. But it's still not fair.
Mitch, what's the last time you saw your rev rate? Like, if you went on like Kegel or anything, what's your rev rate these days?
I want to say like it's in the 490 to 510. I don't know. When I was on the last PBA telecast, they had me like 530,
Really?
540. Yeah,
Wow.
it's a lot higher than I thought.
Ooh.
All right, maybe you can bank on them.
Just not fair. That's just dirty.
Back-to-back jacks for Zach Andreessen to kick us off. I think he's going to want us at every tournament if he wins this one. His record on NDBowlTV is pretty good.
The only loss since I've been here is last year here.
And he did lose at the Classic back
That's
in
right.
March.
That is true.
But still, it's still a good record.
good.
So what do you think it is about that ball that makes it so successful?
My honest opinion?
Sure.
Yeah, they cracked some sort of code with the chemicals in the cover. I mean, people have been trying to figure it out for a long time.
Right.
It's just, I mean, I know it's called the urethane ball, but it doesn't really act like one to an extent.
I mean, when I was throwing this stuff, I drilled probably 3 of them, and
Yeah.
I didn't like any of them.
Yeah, well, when they first came to market, I mean, I was on staff with Columbia, and I didn't really like it either because it wasn't urethane. Like, it wasn't what I wanted it to be. Couldn't play straight with it, really, and I didn't want to use it. I didn't want to hook it. But then, slowly but surely, figured out it fit a lot of gaps.
It's a little left. Sits there and trips the 4-9 out.
All right, first break of the match there for Dawson.
Is the Messenger 10 a break?
Is it?
I don't know, is it? It's a flat 10.
I mean, when you're Zach, I mean.
It's a break, yes, but that was a break if you really want to say what a break is.
It reminds me of bowling with Matt McNeil. There was a year up in Manitoba, he got a break. He's like, I already used 1, I only get 6.
That's a funny guy.
Oh boy. Well, not the first time we've seen that.
There's been a few of those all weekend.
Yes, there has. And especially when you're trying to play the friction like Zach has.
It's like watching you guys on Cheetah. Every now and then you see quite a few of them.
Mm-hmm. You got to be willing to gutter if you're willing to play out there.
Yeah, this pattern would not be in my wheelhouse at all. Another one.
And
for the spare this time. So is it a break?
After a while.
I mean, he's had 3 big bird dog messengers in 3 frames, and I probably have 3 a tournament.
lucky if I get 3 a year.
Yeah, right. You got to hit the pocket there, Ken.
Well, fair.
So left off his hand, and it shaped too much.
It looked like he might have paralleled left just a smidge.
He definitely didn't feed that one like he had been.
Well, big opportunity for Dawson right here. One that you do not get often from Zach. It's close. Yeah, that was good.
Looked just like the one he threw on there the last time he was on 14. Just ran over the 8.
Yeah, when he keeps his hand behind it like he has been, his shots right aren't overseeing it, which is kind of ideal.
third, trips to 7.
It seemed a little harder.
It's a big 5-bagger.
Yeah, definitely took advantage of Zach's couple errant shots there.
I mean, you're staring at that, and you're Zach. It's, I can't miss.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Which there's every possibility he doesn't miss.
Pretty good rebound there. Left. Oh,
Boy.
Wow.
not today, 8-pin.
Well,
It's interesting how different he's playing both lanes.
Right.
Seems like he's way more parallel in the oil on the left lane.
yeah.
He's not afraid to shape it on the right lane.
Do you find yourself playing lanes completely different out of pair out on tour?
I mean, occasionally, but not with urethane that often. You know, that's, again, like one of the benefits to urethane is you don't see a large difference pair to pair because it's hooking in the same spot so much more often than reactive balls.
We get there. Shakes it out.
Thank you, Friction. Off the corner.
Dawson doing what he has to do. He can't let up.
When we had Tom Doherty in a booth with us, he said that before every tournament he had to look to see where Belmo started. Is that's still sort of the deal?
Yeah, well, except for now it's not just Belmont.
Right.
Now there's a whole whack of them that you have to keep into consideration.
Yeah, the rev rate on tour has just gone insane.
Yeah.
So quiet you could hear the label on the lane.
That's pretty good. I mean, that right there, just give him marks.
I did not expect this in the championship match.
He's bowled a great game so far.
Guess that's one way to beat Zach, huh?
Just don't miss.
Yep, don't miss.
Well, Zach still throws a couple more here, and stranger things have happened. That's
Unfortunate for Zach there.
probably going to do it, but still got 2.5 frames left. And
Yeah, I don't foresee. I mean, Dawson's game is so simple, right? I don't foresee a lot of crazy things happening, but
look what Zach did in the third frame, though, too. So you keep it on the lane, and you're probably going to come home with it, but is that what he's thinking about right now, too?
Gonna say, Ken, this one's on you.
Hey, I didn't say anything.
I don't know. This kid seems pretty cool, calm, and collected.
I said nothing about his game. I just said maybe he's not thinking about winning yet.
All right, frame 8.
Get that 9 out. Now he can think about winning. Push a little bit. Yeah, that was a little left.
All right, good run for Dawson. About wraps it up, too.
I would say he needed one pin right there to wrap it up. So Dawson's going to win and defeat Zach Andreessen.
Another great year for Zach. He'll take home $3,500 and add to his already impressive total that it's got to be close to $15,000 in this building off this tournament. So another great year for him, but it's going to be Dawson Unrath's year. $5,000 top prize, and he'll get his name on the 9th banner that they'll have up here next year.
Still impressive showing from Zach yet again. I mean, you know, I think if we said, would you take Zach against the field, probably have a few people that would take that bet.
All right. Well, like they say, winning never gets old. It's that winning feeling you'll never forget. Mitch, I can still see Packy throwing the strike in the 10th frame of your doubles win.
yeah, it's definitely a moment
that's-
that will be engraved for a long, long time.
I remember watching that and wasn't Rash up first and missed a spare in the 10th frame.
Oh yeah.
And we will get a word with Dawson shortly.
Yeah, I'll be taking home 5,000.
$5,000,
Impressive.
yep.
It's not often you can find a youth tournament like that.
And I do know Nevin has a link on the Midwest Youth Championships website that says career earnings, so you can go see the career earnings of all the bowlers that have come through here.
Cool.
Go to MidwestYouthChampionships.com. He's got the flyer, he's got everything. You can register online, and when the information becomes available for next year, he'll have it all there, as well as probably an updated career earnings, pictures, past winners, and everything.
Congratulations, Zach and Jason, for your runner-up finish and a $3,500 scholarship. Let's hear it for the 2024 Boys Open champion, Dawson Unrad, who received $5,000.
Congratulations, Dawson. It's pretty awesome.
Thanks again, everybody who stuck around and watched. Next year's dates are August 7th through 10th. See you there.
All right, I just want to say thanks to Mitch. Thanks for giving us a little bit of your time, a little bit of insight on kind of your life and time on tour, and we do appreciate that.
Yeah, no, thank you guys for being a part of this. You know, I wish they would stream or televise, you know, more of these events, and
Right.
happy to have you guys do this, and just glad to be part of Niner Global Storm, you know, a company that sponsors an event like this, and yeah, look forward to next year.
Awesome. Good luck on tour whenever you get the schedule.
Thank you.
All right, Mitch Hupe, congratulations. He'll go get a quick picture with Dawson, and we'll get a word with Dawson and then wrap things up. What do you think so far, Cam?
You know, we talked about it last night. It's like there's, you know, 4 or 5 of the boys that we talked about, and it's like they're probably the ones to go after, and we saw 2 of them in the title match, 3 of them in the stepladder. You know, the girls didn't disappoint. Handicap never disappoints. Just a great tournament every year. I mean, there's, you know, it feels like Nevin hasn't done and can't do anything wrong with this. You know, keeps building and building, and you know, shout out to Nevin, Meyer family, everyone at Garden Center. They, I mean, you know, nothing but the best.
Yeah, and I second that. It's always a great experience for us coming in here. They're always taking care of us and all the bowlers. It's always ran smoothly, and great work by the entire team, from, like you said, the management all the way back to the pin chasers to the people working in the restaurant. They do such a great job.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, you look at the list of champions that, you know, have happened in every division, and it's a who's who, especially up in this area. I mean, we've been looking at Dawson for a few years, and I don't think this surprises either of us by any stretch.
I would agree with that. So we will get the champion with us here momentarily. Maybe.
Maybe once he gets the pictures done.
I gotta try to get Dawson over here. So
Oh,
suppose he needs a picture with Mitch. Yeah.
Say they're getting Mitch involved quick, so.
And a quick thank you to everyone who tuned in today. Kept us company here on NDBowlTV. We do appreciate that. All right, Dawson, can you hear me?
I can.
Mr. Unrath, you got the job done. How does it feel?
Doesn't feel real. I don't know. My thumb hurts pretty bad.
Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
Wow. So what was the strategy going in? You had to wait for like 3-4 hours.
Yeah. Well, my thumb was all swelled up and all that. So Travis took up a couple of my bowling balls to the pro shop and sanded them out, and just kind of wanted to warm up on the practice fair with him. I knew going into the game that I was going to throw purple hammer. I threw reactive a little bit in the qualifying shifts I didn't use, but last night I threw the purple, and it was my best look.
So that's a win here. You've made our show before. What are your other finishes here?
My first this year, and then last year I got like 10th, and then I think 2 years ago I made the step ladder and got 4th.
Nice, nice. So a good showing. You're going to probably be back for a couple more years. You're only 17, right?
Yeah.
So what's next for you?
I think I'm going to bowl the JMAR Sunset event, and then just bowling season's going to start up in September, I think.
Yeah, and you got a double title win to defend up in Williston too, right?
Somehow.
Yeah, you're not bowling it, or?
Oh no, I am
Oh,
bowling
you
it
are,
just later
okay.
in the season. Yeah.
All right, so finally got the win here. Ken, any final thoughts?
I mean, not too much to say. You know, no surprise from us that you took this, even though it was beating Zach. Pretty impressive.
Thank you.
To throw an 8-bagger in the championship match to beat a guy like him, a 2-time winner here, impressive. So congratulations, have a safe trip home, and we'll see you again.
Thank you. Yep, hopefully.
Yeah, Dawson Unrath, a winner here at the Midwest Youth Championships, 9th season. So that concludes it for us. I know Ken and I already talked about it, but big thank you to the folks here at Garden Center Lanes, the Meyer family, Nevin, his whole crew, everyone, like I said, from the people working in the restaurant to the pin chasers to the management team here. They all do a fantastic job. Big shout out to the sponsors of this event, as we've mentioned many times before, and especially the Alexandria area USBC for all the work they've done in raising money and handing out over $30,000 every year at this tournament. So a big thank you to them. And our main sponsor is Storm. Big thank you to the folks out in Utah for being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Once again, I'm Darren C. alongside Ken Fletcher saying good night from Alexandria, and thank you for watching.